The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking with us. Fnatic will be taking on SK Gaming here in the first official match of the League of Legends European Championship here for the 2019 season. I'm looking down the keystones, no gigantic surprises, and once again, Vedius, the changes into the 2019 season with the runes and masteries, allowing you to pick some of that adaptive force, for example, getting some additional AP, allowing you to invest in some other trees. And we're a little different than last year.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why Lissandra kind of raised power. I will note that her passive was changed. If you haven't played Lissandra recently, her mana cost got reduced because she lost the free mana hits that her old passive was. Now, when someone dies near her, she creates a reanimated corpse, which does a bit of damage, it slows, and like in teamfights, it's surprisingly potent. Talk a little bit about it in my picks to watch, which you can go check out. But
one of the best intros I've ever seen. I'm so glad you dialed the intros back.
Yeah, just a tad. But one of the big things, or the bigger things about Lissandra is you can now just run Aftershock on her like we saw at Worlds, but because you have more agency over what stats you want, you can just stack it in with ability power. So she's tanky, she does a lot of damage, and she can either be this frontline absorb Soaker person, or she can be a backline assassin.
Now, when I think of European squads and I think of Lissandra and Akali, I have to throw my mind back to Fnatic versus Schalke last year, where Nukeduck and Schalke used that Lissandra to shut down Captain's Akali with beautiful efficiency. I want to see whether or not Nemesis on the Akali and Pyrion on the Lissandra, whether they'll repeat that performance, because there's a lot of tools in Lissandra's kit that can help shut down this ninja that is just so frustrating and mobile. And once again, Whippo fancies himself a shot at Werlib, just trading back and forth, puts that ward down, and Werlib again losing out early trades at the low levels.
Yep. Looks like it. Werlib, his positioning wasn't great during the laning phase, but self-made actually very early towards the top side. He recognizes the Broxers in the bottom half of the map, appreciates that he probably doesn't have a blue buff anymore, so he's immediately looking to cross map. So Fnatic controls the bot side of the jungle, or the bot side of the map rather, SK control the top side, which means that both Nemesis and Whippo have to play a little bit more defensively, whereas Reckless and Hylissang are free to be as aggressive as they want.
And you can just see how the lanes are pushing forward, of course, with Reckless and Hilly shoving all the way forward. And gives you that support. Pyrion pushing all the way to Nemesis' tower. So if anything were to happen, they'd be able to react first and just fold down to the members that need support. And you can see on your screen, Hylissang's Pike, 9-1 all-time record. It suits his playstyle so well, going hunting, looking for those kills.
So I'm going to make a bit of a bold statement. Oh, hang on, because we do have junglers hanging around.
All right, hold that bold statement, because it looks like the scuttle grab is being focused on by Selfmade. Broxer is going to take the bait, jumps in with the Lee Syndrome, instantly dashes out. You could see Fnatic were aware that something was happening. They didn't overchase.
Yeah. Exactly that. Good awareness from Broxer. But the statement I'm going to make is back to that 9-1 record. I believe Hylissang's one loss on that Pike was against the Unicorns of Love at the very end of the split. Right, I believe that is the...
Pinging stats, right? I'll confirm with you.
Stats will confirm for me, but if that's the case, let's not forget who's coaching this team, Quickshot.
Who is that?
It is, in fact, Sheepy, the former coach of the Unicorns of Love.
Fantastic! And of course, it was Sheepy that helped guide this team that has 3 members of Mad Lions, the EU Masters winners, LVP champions, to a very, very strong version 1 of this game.
Yep.
And now they've got all the tools again to actually repeat it. I like the synergies that the SK Gaming comp has put together on the condition they don't concede kills, on the condition that, Nemesis or Hilly or Broxer really don't pop off with these champions that can take over a game.
But again, it's very similar to game 1. Fnatic, they want to try and find advantages towards the bottom side of the map. The difference is that Whippo doesn't have the Swain and doesn't generate as much pressure as he was doing in that game 1. He is now in the tank situation, so he'll act as a frontline engaged later on. But SK, once again, are the team with pressure in the mid lane. And while Nemesis is definitely holding his own a little bit better this time around, you can still see a small advantage being built for Pyrion and a small advantage being built for Reckless.
All right, so Decimating Smash gets fully charged up by Whippo. He now has to deal with this wave being pushed all the way in by Werlib. There's no support from junglers, and Reckless and Hilly, unrelenting pressure They're already pushing onto those turret platings, got themselves one secured already.
And so you can see the main difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is that Selfmade hasn't been able to make a gank happen yet. This time around in Game 1, he'd already made 2 ganks happen.
Yeah.
And so Fnatic, they're not as afraid in terms of falling behind in the early game. But now, once again, going up towards the top side.
All right, Arctic Assault comes out, the flail connects too, the stun, the passive, the knockback. Whirlib and Selfmade have a fantastic duo synergy.
So we're starting to see a trend for Selfmade. He likes enabling Whirlib. And remember, we talked about how Whirlib is a player. He'd like to play things like the Jax, the Hecarim, these kind of carry top laners. Regardless of what Whirlib is playing, it seems that Selfmade wants to get him ahead and put Bwipo behind.
And of course, former teammates. Don't forget that fact. They have played together for a significant amount of time. SK Gaming once again get first blood. And this is just a beautifully executed gank, landing everything they needed to.
And so Bwipo just walks up, thinking he can go for a good trade, get a bit of wave clear onto the minions as well. And know how SK, they aren't afraid to commit. They both burn their flashes. They want to guarantee this kill. And they know that they can push that wave into the tower to get it bouncing back towards Whirlib now, so we can get an even bigger experience lead.
All right, we saw Hylissang there under a little bit of pressure. Just going to confirm 100% that your memory is in fact extremely impressive, Vedius. Week 9, Summer Split last year, Hylissang lost on Pyke, the only loss on the champion, to Totoro and the Unicorns of Love, who went 0, 2, and 4. And we'll see whether or not he's going to pick up his 10th
Just so you can see, like,
Sheepy
was in the draft, he was like, guys, I've seen this before.
Give it to
Don't
him.
worry.
We got it.
We got it.
We'll see if it works out, of course. But again, dude, you have to give credit here to SK Gaming. Broxah and Bwipo played a ton of games together as a duo. This is not new for them. But for Selfmade to find an early game impact, he's living up to some of that pre-season hype and his ability. 2 games in a row already having an early impact.
So what makes me laugh is that when you and Deficio would cast together at the beginning of every season, when you cast a Fnatic game, something that you said was Broxah likes to go and gank top for Soaz.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Soaz isn't here, so Broxah doesn't know what to do in the early game. He's like, but I normally gank for Soaz. But of course, Bwipo, he's holding his own. He's still doing fine in terms of farm. He's now level 6. He is behind Whirlib, but that is to be expected with the gank. And when we look across the gold, thank you very much, observers, you can see that SK's bot lane doing extremely well. They actually have a small advantage because of the wave. Top lane has a lead, mid lane has a lead, and all this gold advantage is actually just coming from SK playing the lanes very well.
Yeah, very, very well. Stepping up to their opponents. And the lane that we haven't looked at since level 1 is this Lissandra Akali matchup. Both have access to their ultimates. It's a plus 15 CSD. I'd like to point out again that in Nemesis' second game in a row, there's some challenges in the early laning phase, so don't overreact in terms of how the laning phase is going. But we need to see how he plays the rest of the game as Crown Shot gets jumped on. Now, ultimate is available for Selfmade, but True Shot Barrage has dodged away from one fan in the audience like that for Endless Pursuit. Thank you for that. Woo! I appreciated it. And SK Gaming, they're still fishing for more opportunities.
They look at Broxah, he's hanging around Hylissang, the vision's being cleared out. But I love how Selfmade is just utilizing the pressure so effectively. Frost talked a lot about how he's a very smart jungler. He knows how to move around the map, and he's looking to try and punish Fnatic down towards the bot side. He knows he has a pushing mid, he has a bot lane that's in a good position. And again, we just see a bit of trading back and forth. But I really feel like Selfmade is just reading Broxah beautifully right now.
Well, Selfmade's reading the entire game. Whirlib actually throws down the ultimate. Not going to chase further, though. Bwipo still needs to go through that passive. There's a minion wave as well to deal with. So Whirlib saying even on CS, and Broxah is just fishing for opportunities. Skewer will find at least a target onto Dreams, but there's just not enough there. Flash is available for Dreams and Crown Shot, as well as Stand Behind Me and Arcane Shift. So it's a difficult duo to gank. And SK Gaming pull ahead 600 gold over Fnatic.
So, let's kind of look at these comps holistically. Wait, we might have to wait because, again, Selfmade trying to be proactive on the map.
Prison.
He has the
Oh
ultimate.
man, I hate it when Sejuani and Bronze get together. Glacial Prison, Glacial Fissure, Glacial Augment, Glacial Kills. SK Gaming get themselves 2.
Ooh, Hylissang with a bad case of frostbite right there as SK find themselves another quick kill. Beautifully done. Their gold lead is getting bigger and bigger, but now we see Fnatic answer back in the top lane.
Well, definitely not the most ambitious of ganks. Reckless though, he fancies himself an attempt here onto Crown Shot. The culling goes out, gets a decent chunk onto Crown Shot, but not enough to do more than just push him backwards. SK Gaming duo, Sejuani and Braum beautifully, and this is just a repeat of game one. A gank in the bottom lane getting an advantage.
And so just look at the minimap right now. Selfmade knows he's safe to make this play because he has pressure top and mid. And this is the thing that I really want to reinforce about the current meta. Utilizing pressure is a good indication of the strength of a team. And Selfmade is just so good at recognizing what is going on the map, where he can take advantage of, even on Sejuani, a champion that is expected to scale, be more valuable in team fights. Not supposed to be that Xin Zhao early game ganking. Yep. He has made 2 ganks happen quicker and more effectively than Broxah has been able to so far on his signature Lee Sin pick.
What I love, and I know we've said this a lot, remember it's week 1 of the league, we really want to just help viewers know where these players come from, but when 3/5 of an EU Masters champion and LVP champion set up on the stage, 2 games in a row, they win the early game against Fnatic. This is a testament not only to what that Mad Lions squad was, but also to the LVP and the Spanish leagues and the European regional leagues here in Europe. Because it's beautiful, it makes me smile and so happy. And of course, just so you know, Dreams as well, he was playing for Vitality Academy and has a number of tournament titles under his belt as well. And then, of course, you've got Pyrian, who was a substitute for SKT. So you've added some highly skilled players who are used to being very successful. And it's working out. It's a 1,000 gold advantage at 11 minutes, and it's SK still with the pressure.
Now, I do want to remind people that kind of when you look at Broxah and you're like, well, he's playing Lee Sin, he should be ganking a lot. Naturally, it's challenging. You did talk a little bit about how there's so much mobility on the bot side of the map for SK, which means that setting up that gank is much harder than it initially looks. But we haven't really seen Broxah set that much up. He tried to make something happen at level 2. He tried to make something happen at level 6, but nothing has really come from it. And now he's hanging around the bot side. He should be able to counter-gank SK as they send 4 members down to the bot lane.
All right, Bone Skewer's going to need to get channeled up. And look at this, Hylissang's already dead before he can do anything at all. SK Gaming send him for a swim. 3 kills to 0.
Selfmade's really good, man. Selfmade's really good. I'm very impressed with what Selfmade is showing us right now. So, Pyrian, he rotated from the mid lane behind his jungler. That all started because Hylissang was just trying to defend a control ward. He didn't have the support in order to properly defend it, which means that he got punished. Now SK, they have their eyes set on the dragon. They're sitting at about a 2,000 gold lead, and even after a remake had to be made, even after SK were primed and ready to find a win over Fnatic, they had to reset, they have a new draft, and they're doing it all over again.
It's beautiful. They're just not tilting under the pressure. They're showing the quality and the caliber of the players. And look at this, despite Broxah seeing Selfmade and Dreams chasing Hilly, SK Gaming still make this work.
Yeah, so you can see here Dreams, he's like, oh, well, I have a mid laner coming. The bot lane is pretty neutral. The only thing I have to be worried about is Broxah, but you know what? I have more numbers than you do. And Hylissang, he makes the mistake. He thinks he can hook Dreams under the tower. He's too close. He doesn't channel the Q for long enough, which means that the collapse can come down from SK, and they find themselves another kill, and it goes onto Crown Shot. So that bot lane that we talked about for Fnatic, the lane that they need to be snowballing, the lane that they need to be playing around, if we can flip over to the gold, can see that I think it actually starts to go in favor of Crown Shot.
Well, there we go, plus 300 gold. Crown Shot's a great name, by the way. I haven't said it yet. Could be cousins of mine one day. Doing very well. 1-0-1 on this Ezreal. He's got that Iceborne Daughter picked up. I know you did. It's all right. You're the youthful one here. I will teach you and train you.
I was like, Crown, is that because you say crowns a lot? I don't get it.
Well, he's got his first item picked up, but now so has everybody else. Gunblade secured for Akali. Blade of the Rune King has been with Reckless for a little while, as well as a proto belt for Pyrian. So it's only really Whirlib that's looking to complete up in that top lane. But for the time being, SK once again extremely happy. They're happy to go into the mid to late game, and they know they've got some scaling options on their side.
So because SK have been doing a lot, we've been talking a lot about SK, let's look again at Fnatic. What are their options? What can they do? Well, the mid game is still very strong for them. Lucian and Akali, especially once Akali completes that Gunblade, is very potent, and you have to respect her. Nemesis has demonstrated his ability to do great things on playmaking champions, and mid game fights is where we should see Fnatic trying to come back into this game, utilizing their mobility, looking for picks. But it might be Hylissang that gets picked instead.
Oh man, Hylissang's been killed by Sheepy before, and Sheepy's looking to do it again. 0-3-0. This Pike is just getting picked on.
And I'm so impressed with SK's utilization of vision. Oh, Pike, you want to try and clear this one out? Well, tough luck. You can see that he has no vision in the river. He can see nothing. He's aware that Selfmade and the Pyrian are around, but he doesn't respect it. And he ends up getting punished instead. He even has his flash available. Hylissang drops, SK find themselves another kill, and this time it goes over to Pyrian.
You know what? I'm still so impressed. Fnatic at 15 minutes are down 2,000 gold. And we haven't seen Nemesis get involved just yet. As you've already alluded to,
top side.
level 11 is activated for Nemesis. There's a lot of Fnatic members coming up top. All right, Werlip's going to be in trouble. The Culling's going to be available to Reckless. A full channel will most likely pick up a kill here. 1, 2 turret shots. The stopwatch under the tower. Here comes Bwipo. Kill secured by Hylissang, and a lot of tower damage is already locked down. That's a dash forward there as Pyrian now joins the fight. Ring of Frost comes out. Gonna need to throw the ultimate on cooldown. Can't do so yet. The Ice Shard will not find the rage necessary. All right, Rift Herald was also picked up by Fnatic. They've got 2 kills already, and they're not done yet. Selfmade is now under trouble. Bone Skewer gets pulled backwards, and Brox is gonna go on the hunt. He needs to find that kick. He needs to find the damage. Hylissang steps forward, looking to body block. Selfmade goes down. Fnatic find 3, and Berlin erupt behind them.
And this is how Fnatic get back into this game. The swap from Reckless to bot lane to top lane enables them to find this great pick and turn it into more and more kills. Now, Werlip in a 1v3.
All right, this is a bold move. Of course, Werlip teleports in, but what is the pressure play? Crownshot and Dreams have got the inner turrets in the bottom lane, and Werlip may just be donating yet another kill. He's trying to run for his life. Dash back in. The shield's up, and he won't find a reply. 2-1-2 for Bwipo.
And what was a big lead for SK is now starting to dwindle as Fnatic answer back. These are the kind of picks they're looking for. These are the small skirmishes that they need in order to regain control over the map. SK did find themselves 2 towers down in the bot lane. That is still very valuable, but the kills, the shutdown, the pressure that Fnatic has gained off the back of that is definitely a big advantage for them.
Very nicely done by Fnatic. They claw the gold difference back. It's a 500 gold game. And because of Bwipo's play, he now also has a 450 gold bounty. He is also plus 400 gold up over Werlip, despite the strong start. And of course, for SK Gaming, most of the kills and assists are located on Selfmade. He's got 100% kill participation. He is by far my most impressive SK player thus far of the games we've seen. And of course, this is how the action all started.
So Werlip doesn't recognize that the swap is happening. He notices too late that Reckless has arrived in the top lane. Reckless is very patient, avoids the interrupt of his dashes, and while Werlip tries to escape and uses a good stopwatch, unfortunately it's not enough against Hylissang and the squad that join him. Now the TP just comes in very late. If it had come in earlier, maybe they could have done more to turn this around, but we don't have time for the rest of the replay because we've got more action happening.
We do indeed. It's Pyrian. He's already killed. Already used the ultimate. Didn't see the setup on that one. Important to note that while we were in the replay, SK Gaming secured their 3rd tower of the game. 2 down bot lane, 1 up top. Fnatic also have 3 towers to their name. That's all outer turrets, and that was what allowed them to push. We can only assume Pyrian was trying to defend that mid tower.
Yes, he certainly was. He didn't have his flash available, and now Fnatic are suddenly back in control over the map. They're going to grab themselves the Mountain Drake. And you can see, you know, we talked about how SK had a great start. We then talked about how Fnatic get back into the game, and it was those picks that they were able to find. They find another one onto Pyrian, and now more items will start to come through. That mid-game that they've been waiting for is in a much better position than it was in game 1.
And that's exactly what Fnatic were unable to do in the first game. You know, that Nocturne Galio wasn't able to find those initiations or those skirmishes and make them go Fnatic's way. This time around, Bwipo on Sion, Brox on Lee Sin are making it work, and this is going to be a replay. All right, so the tower had already fallen, and this is Pyrian just getting caught out by what looks like a really good play by Nemesis, landing everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if Pyrian intended to use that ultimate there, because it did freeze him in place to then get locked down, but I think he also just didn't respect the damage from Nemesis, who is now with the Gunblade again. You're seeing how strong this Akali is with that item completed.
All right, Werlip gets the wall stun, and then throws out the Poppycopter. That's just enough to buy some time. Here comes Selfmade now. Werlip is going to be trying to use that Keeper's Verdict to stop some time. We've got a Chaos in the bottom lane. Dreams running for his life. Stand behind me. He yells. Doesn't end up behind Crownshot. Now, Crownshot with a red buff can do a lot of work and is trying to back away. Glacial Tomb, rather, Frozen Tomb is available for Pyrian's Lissandra. Just waiting for the initiation to break out. It doesn't happen yet. It's still a tie game in kills, tie game in dragons. entire game in towers.
Surprised SK were able to get out of that situation with all of their members intact. Fnatic now have control over the bot side river, now are the ones with the pushing lanes, and they're the ones dictating the pace of the game. SK, they need to show respect at this point in the game because Fnatic are that much stronger.
All right, Selfmade's ulti's up. He doesn't have flash. And as we crest 20 minutes, we've got 10 kills on the board, a lot of skirmishes, a lot of fights. From the games that I've seen from LPL and LCK, this feels a little more similar. You know, more action, more skirmishes early. Game 1 was relatively slow-paced from what I've been seeing in 9.1 around the world. And now it's up to SK on a more even footing to show us they can also play the mid-game while at the same sort of situation as Fnatic.
And that's where things get difficult. They need to make sure they stay together. TP coming in mid, Werlib looking for a flank. Ulti is available for Selfmade.
All right, Werlib puts down a ward, spots out Broxah, and instantly backs away. While that's going on, Bwipo's ult will become available, and he has teleport, and he's shoving down bottom lane. Bone Skewer from Hylissang does a little bit of work, but it won't be enough to stop the tower going down. And Nemesis is looking for initiation. Throws out some damage on that 5-point strike, but doesn't chase any further, and SK content with their 4th tower of the game.
Yeah, so there's a lot of farm that's now just going to the tower in the bot lane. SK won't be able to pick that one up, and it's good from Bwipo to utilize the teleport advantage that he has, but Fnatic did end up losing that mid-tier one, so SK hold the gold advantage ever so slightly, but it still feels to me like Fnatic have a lot more map control. The loss of the mid tower will definitely help SK, but still, very close game, definitely a very different situation compared to the game before.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And if you have just joined us, welcome back to the LEC. Game 1 of the Spring Split was remade due to some connectivity issues, and in the scenario we find ourselves, SK Gaming are plus 600 gold over Fnatic. There's a Cloud Drake spawning in a minute and a half with 7 towers down. This map is actually pretty dark unless you start seeing some wards being placed. So Fnatic are extending this vision line, pushing into SK's territory, and then trying to decide which of these lanes they'll shove in. Bwipo was pushing bottom, that's now been pushed back towards him, and Fnatic are playing the top off the map.
Oh, here comes the engage.
All right, Hylissang is likely going to get blown up. He manages to escape with his life for now. Perian goes in, his ultimate's already been used. Ice Shot goes up, he's going low. That's the Poppycopter, that's going to block one away. Brox is low, but it's already down. Perian's out for the count. Nemesis looking to hunt a little bit more as Hylissang re-engages, finds the stun onto Werlib. Fnatic get 3 quick kills in the mid lane.
And this time Fnatic get the teamfight execution that they were looking for. The engage did come out from SK. They weren't able to kill Hylissang fast enough, and then the turnaround from Fnatic was swift and brutal. 3 kills in favor of Fnatic.
Really nicely done. They're not done yet. Hylissang's looking for a hunt. Not going to find the skewer onto Dreams. And Fnatic set themselves up for Baron. Now, Selfmade is alive with both Flash and Smite, and they're going to get some damage onto Hill. He's going to be able to dash away to safety. This Baron will take some time, and Fnatic will go quite low.
Nemesis goes over the wall.
Dash over the wall. He's got perfect execution available to him. Here comes Perian. Flash over. Now Nemesis is going to turn his attention to Perian. True Shot Barrage flies across the Fnatic members. Baron helping out SK Gaming, and Perian's ultimate's on cooldown. He can't find the kill onto Hylissang. He's now pushed away. Nemesis takes down Perian, but SK Gaming stopped the Baron. Remember that the minions, they will continue to scale, and Baron plus those minions could just be the end of the game. SK have bought themselves some crucial time.
Yeah, but it's just more gold and more kills going over to Fnatic, which is always going to be a big advantage for them. So here's the engage. They're looking for Reckless, but Hylissang gets in the way. You can see that the engage from Perian is good, but the follow-up isn't there because of the flank from Bwipo. The teleport is a little too late from Werlib. He can't get into the thick of things, and then the positioning from Reckless was enough that he could consistently dish out damage this time around. This is what he struggled so much with in Game 1, and it was largely because Bwipo got to the fight faster than Werlib did, so his threat was that much more significant than what the Poppy could offer.
Now, what do you make of this Baron play? The fact that SK committed a lot of resources, they did stop the Baron. How much does this hurt them losing that TP?
I mean, I think they overcommitted just a little too much. I think they could have been a little more patient. I know they had to show respect to Nemesis, but I guess like they were just more concerned about not giving away Baron than they were about giving away kills and giving away TP. Fnatic now have the ability to just threaten the Baron a lot more, But at the end of the day, they did stop the objective. The game's not completely over yet for SK. And while the gold advantage is starting to snowball in favor of Fnatic, they still have a way back in.
Well, if you just do the math, right? SK Gaming are behind around 2,500 gold. And the bounty system on every single member of Fnatic, as soon as we get the scoreboard back up, you'll see 600 gold, 500 gold, 400 gold, 400 gold. So Fnatic, there we go. There is a lot of bounties to be gained if SK Gaming can get themselves a few kills. While I was waffling about bounties, the bottom turret did fall to minions despite Werlip's best efforts. And Fnatic right now are doing exceptionally well. Hylissang's got himself that Youmu's Ghostblade completed. And 236, considering he was 0-3-0 at one point, this is a great turnaround for Hylissang's Pyke in the mid game.
So the thing is, for SK, a lot of their gold is sitting on Crown Shot right now, and while he's in a great position, you know, he looks really strong. So far, his Ezreal has been very good this game. It's really difficult for an Ezreal to get through a Sion frontline. And when you kind of compare that to Reckless, who he has a lot of mobility and he just kind of has to stay out of range of all this CC that's flying for his head, then the team fights are just much easier to execute for Reckless than they are for Crown Shot. So a lot of pressure, unfortunately, falls on his shoulder to somehow get around this Sion and be the big damage dealer that SK need in order to win out on these fights.
I mean, the advantage that SK, in my mind, want to try to look for is getting one of those squishier champions, Broxah, Nemesis, Reckless, Hilly, because we saw how quickly Hylissang goes down when he's focused properly. He's only sitting on 1300 HP, but this time around, it's Bwipo that's going for the initiation! He's in the middle of SK Gaming! Werlip has bought some time, but look at that! Swing and a miss times two, as both Sejuani and Ezreal do not hit a single target. SK Gaming are running for their lives, and Crown Shot, with those Mystic shots, can buy some time thanks to Iceborne Gauntlet. But SK are in trouble. They've got some key ultimates on cooldown as Fnatic are threatening Baron.
Exactly that quick shot. With a lot of ultis down, Fnatic are just repositioning around the Baron, clearing out the vision. They know they have the pressure. The question is whether or not they want to run the risk of starting it. These cooldowns are not that long. Pyrion does have his ulti along with Dreams as well. And Fnatic, while they do have Sound to soak up the damage of the Baron, it's still a big gamble. So instead, they're looking for another engage.
All right, looks like that Righteous Glory was thrown down by Bwipo. He's going to jump on his selfmate, who's able to assault himself optically away, get to safety. Now his ultimate's still on cooldown. Crown Shot's got the True Shot Barrage back up. And Fnatic are not going to overcommit to a team fight. If they get caught in a pit, it can go bad because of SK's team fighting power.
Fnatic know, though, that there's a big wave pushing in bot, so if they can just get the push on mid, it means they can start a fight or threaten the Baron.
All right, Pyrion takes a lot of damage, but they're chunking down Bwipo. Bone Skewer catches onto Dreams. Broxah was looking for an opportunity, didn't find it. That's a shutdown. That's already a bounty goal off of Broxah, but look at Reckless. He's forced to flash. Here comes Selfmade, swinging that flail around. Werlip continues to chase. His Keeper's Verdict will be available so soon. The beautiful start. Reckless is down. SK Gaming get two huge bounties, and they bounce right back.
And the moment the Werlip went bot, Fnatic had a decision to make. Turn to the Baron, go for a fight. But instead, they go for the fight. It falls apart for them, and now SK are back in control of this game.
SK Gaming have got the Poppy ultimate, the Keeper's Verdict. It can disengage the crucial members of Fnatic. Nemesis is looking for a push forward. Huge damage onto Dreams. Inside the pit, this is high. All right, Bwipo's the only person pushed away. Nemesis is using the Shroud to his advantage. Baron down to 2,000. Hilly finds the skewer onto Dreams. Dashes in, looks for the stun. Selfmade finds the smite. He gets the Baron for SK Gaming. And now all of a sudden, Bwipo's running for his life. SK are backing away. Teleport is on cooldown, and Brox is coming to support. SK start to fall behind, but they find a way to secure Baron at 28 minutes.
And it was Fnatic that overcommitted. They made the mistake of getting underneath the tower and allowing SK to find that initial pick, which was more than enough to go for the re-engage. All of the ultis came off cooldown that had been used in the prior fight that could be used to chase down Fnatic and find the team fight win. So we can see, this is after the initial team fight. A lot of these cooldowns were still slowly coming up, and here Fnatic, they see Werlip bot, they want to go for a fight. They engage onto Pyrion, who's just soaking up so much damage, and here we see Broxah overcommit under the tower. He tries to get a kick onto Dreams, who stopwatches at such a beautiful time to punish Broxah, turn the fight in SK's favor, and then it's Fnatic on the retreat. Baron picked up for SK, and SK now with the goal lead.
Oh, such a good play. Just as I was starting to get nervous for SK Gaming, They do find a great set of plays that give them Baron. And of course, they've now started this Baron power play with Shell v Power, and we'll see how much of an advantage it gives them. They've clawed back the gold lead ever so slightly, and with the Baron empowered minions and a 4-man stack in the mid lane, Werlip needs to buy a lot of time. He's flashed over Bwipo, kicked him away, but that was not the target you wanted. It does allow SK Gaming to take a tower. It does allow them time onto the inhibitor turret. They will secure this in a moment or two. Brox has caught himself onto that siege minion, but he decides not to follow through with the resonating strike. That's a stun on the Reckless! The dive forward! Self-made and a true shot barrage from Crown Shot! Kill Reckless! Now Bwipo sent into his passive, and Nemesis is trying to stop the rod, but he simply cannot do it. Self-made, you are a god!
That was insane from Self-Made. He just glided through Fnatic. He had his aim pot set for Reckless. He found the target and he walks away with the kill. They've got TPs coming through. They're looking to end the game.
They've got themselves Baron buff and cannon minions to work with. Nemesis takes a gigantic chunk of damage. He's running for his life. Crown Shot has sent 2 members of Fnatic running. The Ring of Frost is flashed away from. Nemesis escapes with his life. Teleport's being channeled. That's the 3rd in 30 seconds. Nexus turret number 2 is down. The Nexus is being focused. SK Gaming are moments away from taking down Fnatic, the world finalists.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left.
come, Vitality all the way. We're going to Worlds. Oh crap. Oh no. Why?
Welcome everyone to the LEC 2023 Summer Group Stage live from Berlin, Germany. With 3 weeks left to play, it's time to show up and secure those all-important championship points on the road for season finals. I'm Laure, joined by Reckless and Andrew. Guys, I'm really happy to be back. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
How are you doing? You were
Great,
just over
great,
in Korea
great.
for what seems like forever.
Yeah.
Getting some secrets for us? You're going to give us the inside info?
I was carefully studying the Korean meta and the LCK, and I brought back all the good strats, so I will fill you in when the time comes.
Perfect.
But yeah, we have a lot of action to catch up on when it comes to the LEC, so let's remind ourselves of how the regular season panned out and how we got here, because guys, I think the biggest surprise for me watching the LEC from Korea was Vitality going 10th place, 1-8 record. What happened there, Reckless?
I think it was probably a mix of other teams getting much better between spring and summer and them sort of panicking in the moment.
Yeah.
I feel like when the heat was on now and they really need to get the wins on the board, they sort of lost their footing and they seemed to make individual mistakes that you wouldn't normally see. So mix of both, I would say, but mostly the panicking part is what surprised me, because I feel like those are players that normally thrive in these moments and are really good under the heat, so I was surprised to see that they weren't able to handle the pressure.
100%. Like, fantastic individual players around this roster, but I also think, like, because of our format, it's so punishing, especially if you don't come in with it figured out right off the bat. There was still a little cohesion, I think, player to player, a lot of, solo play attempts, whether it was like Bo going a little bit overreaching in the jungle or the solo lane's not quite being there, to the point where they're subbing out Bo in the last week of the season was just a crazy turnaround from the expectations coming into the top of the year.
Yeah.
And while their season hopes aren't completely dashed, it is looking real dire for them.
Yeah, but it can still be fine if you're like Vitality fans. They can come back. We'll explain this a bit later. The good news, though, for the British org is Excel finishing 3rd place this time, 5-1 record in the standing in the last 2 weeks. This is something they've been looking for too and building over the course of the year through so many lineup changes. But it feels like this time they had the right one.
Yeah, Excel, like, forget about spring, winter. That didn't actually matter. They locked into this like heavy scaling style starting in week 2 of the split. Talk about a team that even in week 1 still hadn't quite figured it out, but went all in for the team fights, very consistent drafts, and I think locked into a way of playing that generated them a lot of wins. They looked very comfortable in those late game team fights.
Yeah, I would say even within the split, we saw a change in how they wanted to play the game. I remember one of the games I was here for in week 1 where they would play this early game team fighting, we need to snowball style, and nothing really stuck, and we gave criticism to Peach after that game that he needs to make something happen on the map. Instead of that actually being the case, they sort of then went on to the late game scaling, the team fighting style, and didn't have to change how Peach plays the jungle, didn't have to change how much they do in the early game, and they just sort of farmed up and became really solid in the later stages. And I think that is the best way to do this kind of group, the best of one stage, because getting to groups is hard as it already is. So with just 9 games under your belt, I think it's a nice way of doing it when you just find your style and you run that home.
And best of 3 is much different, and they're going to be doing it for the first time, unlike many other teams here. So we'll see how this one pans out for them. The last team I want to talk about, of course, is Fnatic. A renaissance for Fnatic, if I may say, with Noah joining the back. back on the top of the standings, I feel that this is something that every Fnatic fan will be happy about.
Oh, 100%. I just feel like with Noah and Trimby coming into this team, like that duo lane just worked from like the get-go, which is not something you'd maybe immediately expect. We knew there was going to be talent down on the bot side, but whether it was Trimby early on playing the Thresh or going back to the Enchanter supports, as well as Noah's positioning and awareness in team fights, that has been the big difference maker that has given them a ton of consistency, as well as I think Razork really showing up in the jungle.
Yeah, I would say Noah had actually 9 really good games. Even the 2 games they lost, he was really good, and it feels like that sort of game gave them a point of play throughout these games. Normally before it would be maybe about Oscar carrying games and he wasn't able to handle that pressure, or trying to play through mid, which is a hard thing to do with how many members people are sending around that lane. So the fact that they actually have this bot lane now where they can play through that pretty much regardless of the matchups they're in, that just seems to help out the others in the team so much, and they can focus more on themselves then, and instead of having to be the carry for the team.
And it's really interesting to see how quickly they found their groove and synergy together within the LEC, hopefully for a really good run here in the group stage. Who would be the favorites for group, though? Because we have new strength in the LEC, new teams joining, some feel much stronger, some not as strong as they were before. What do you see happening here in Group Ender?
I mean, at the end of the day, like G2 still kind of reigns supreme here. But for me, I have really high expectations for Fnatic. Like to me, I feel like we are kind of returning to the days of old. I'm looking at like G2 Fnatic potentially down the road meeting up in finals. As far as other teams that I think can maybe surprise, Mad Lions, I'm still not buying out of them completely. I think they're always a team that's going to show up once you start getting to the best of series.
Yeah, I would definitely add Mad to that. I feel like the meta here is going to fit them so well as well. I feel like they sort of fell short with this Enchanter meta both early on in this year and now in summer. But with this patch, I feel like this could totally unlock Hilly and he could do his things again, and then Mad Lions is a completely different team.
Yeah, and we'll see if they look better today, at least as they will face off against Excel later. But as we said, we have 3 more weeks here in the LEC for our teams to qualify for the season finals event. So I would like to take a look on the ranking and see and see how things are looking so far for the scenarios. The first one, and the one that I would like to stress here, is Astralis. As you can see here, they cannot make season finals anymore. They have 105 points, and it's never going to be enough for them to catch up to the other teams. Good news, though, for the BDS fans, as we are going to see here. They are 1 series away. Winning the group stage locked them into season finals because not enough teams would be able to pass them, so they only need 1 victory here to be secure. The other team that I would like to talk about, as we mentioned, Fnatic is back, and of course they have all the chances to make it to the season finals here, but to do so, they need to be high in the standings, and here I think top 2 would give them an ideal scenario to lock in the playoffs. Now we have to focus on lesser good news, and we mentioned Vitality earlier. Even though their season is over for now, they still have chances to make it to the season finals. So how do they make it happen? Basically, we need Vitality, we need teams that already have more points than Vitality, like Mad Lions, G2, BDS, even Fnatic, to get as high as possible. So if you're a Vitality fan, you want these teams to finish as high as possible, because as you can see here, if BDS also makes it, they will be locked in the season playoffs. The only thing you can remember here is that we need all the teams that were above them in the standings to finish before that, and all the teams who were not quite successful so far in the LEC to stay as low as possible for Vitality to make it playoffs. So we're gonna see what happened here earlier, and as you can see now, Vitality should be in, they're not. Okay, that's odd. But yeah, SK needs to be lower here. And then, bam! Vitality makes top 6. Is all these teams are lower in the standings and all these teams are higher in the standings. So we'll see how this one pans out for them. But that's all for us here now. The final hurdle for the season finals will be played on 13.13, as we said. So let's check out the major changes in the patch.
The LEC is back! After a week's break, 8 teams are returning to the Rift on 13.13. Not a very lucky number, but it is going to be our patch for the next 3 weeks across summer groups and playoffs. First, we have not only 1, but 2 champions enabled after their mid-scope update in Ivern and Rel. Now, if you don't know all the changes, Ivern can now recast Q to jump directly to the target, while Ivern and allies can still issue an attack command to move to their auto attack's range distance away from the target. His shield now gets renewed if no enemies are hit by the initial detonation, and the tree's best friend Daisy should now get way more done with some big buffs. Okay, maybe not that much. She was, however, hit by some nerfs on the LEC patch 13.13, which slightly limits her ability to chase down enemies along with the big tree. Ivern was still a high priority pick in the LCS, who played on 13.13 last week.
Is he gonna die? No, he has the shield from Armeo, keeping him alive!
Rel has been played in both support and jungle after her rework, rising in priority both in the LPL and LCK, even after her nerfs on 13.12.
Carrier finally finds his moment!
The Iron Maiden's Q now stuns all targets hit for 0.75 seconds, while her passive, Break the Mold, is a lot easier to stack. Her E now also has the new active, which gives her and one ally the chance to charge faster into the fight. Important to note, Rel's bonus damage to monsters from her abilities received nerfs on 13.12, which limited her clearing speed in the jungle, but remember, in the mid-scope rework did receive pretty significant buffs, so yeah, she's still a jungler, be aware. Regardless, prepare to see some epic engages from her this week, maybe from an old friend like Hylissang, perhaps? For the bot lane, 13.12 introduced nerfs to some of the key champions we've been seeing. Aphelios, the most picked AD carry in the LEC this summer, also received some nerfs on 13.13, and luckily for Humanoid, his turrets are included. How have they not learned yet? Nobody knows. So after 3 weeks of a very repetitive bot lane meta, let's take a second to celebrate these latest updates. Hopefully, this means that the bot lane will change in the upcoming weeks. Looking at the LPL on 13.12, Kai'Sa has risen in priority, and the king himself, Uzi, even pulled out a Vayne.
And he gets a kill! Uzi! He's going!
Hopefully, we'll see the same level of variety in the bot lane in the LEC as well. The stakes are high for the next 3 weeks as teams look to lock in their spot in the season finals. Who will adapt the best to 13.13 and get a head start on the meta? Find out as we kick off the summer group stage.
Yeah, so a lot of changes here in the next 2 patches that we're going to have to catch up on. I want to touch on the bot lane because I think it's going to be the lane that may be taking the biggest hits here. We heard that Zeri is gone, Yuumi is gone. I'm not sure about Aphelios though, but Reckless, what are your thoughts on the bot lane meta and how it's going to shape up to look like?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Aphelios either. I feel like he's such a stable pick and you can kind of always go for that and it doesn't really ever go wrong. So I don't think he would necessarily be out the same way Zeri and Yuumi is out, but what catches my eye is Static Shiv and Kai'Sa. So first things first, I think Kai'Sa is going to be a pick we see a lot this patch. She's good not only in the bot lane, but also in the mid lane, and you're kind of limited in which champions you can play in the mid lane when it comes to the AD carry. It's sort of just Kai'Sa and Tristana right now. As for Static Shiv, people probably think this will not be the case this patch, because it has been nerfed and it's not as simple as it was before, sorry. But the thing is, what people are doing now, not only in the mid lane, but also in the bot lane, is taking DMAT on their champions and therefore being able to get the extra percentage damage on the range creeps and later on one-shotting the wave, as you used to do with Static Shiv. So I think we'll see a bunch of that still. And if you get a Kai'Sa with DMAT in your game, don't panic, it's for Static Shiv.
It all works out. That wave clear is just so gross. And I mean, generates you so much priority and whatnot. So I think that is, of course, something we have to pay attention to. I also think that, like, with the nerf to some of the scaling options in the bot side, range supports as well, melee supports are something we're going to have to be looking at, which increases the prevalence of some of our, like, second tier ADs almost, like more lane dominant picks. Like, we have our Draven players that I think that might be a good look next to some melee supports. The Xayah is still going to be there and very present. But a guy like Hylissang, like Dracos was talking about in the patch, with stuff like Rel and other melees, has to be unleashed.
Yeah, it should be pretty much only melees for this patch. I think Milio could see more bans than picks, if anything, but it should be melees for pretty much the rest of it. And as you said, it's going to open up new AD carries. Xayah is one of them, Kai'Sa is one of them. I think even Tristana is now going to be a flex pick instead of just being mid at all times. It's actually going to be for both lanes. So you'll see much more, I think, variety in the AD carry and support pool than before. And that will also then in turn open up perhaps new jungle picks and topside picks, because now you don't have to play a tank top or have to play a facilitating jungler, because you have your support sort of doing the brute work of that.
Yeah, in the same way that like G2 earlier in the season was saying we don't care about range supports, we're going to play Nautilus bot sides, that Yike could play the carries in the jungle. When you don't have to deal with that engage option, all of a sudden your other options open up. Your carry top laners, your AP top laners, junglers that can maybe scale a little bit more too.
And we didn't talk about the whole Ivern double AD composition, but that's something you guys want to keep your eyes on, because I think we're going to see them later today. But new meta, we want to play a game during this day. Going to play a bit of bingo, which shows 5 champions per lane, of course. So you guys know the concept. It's really simple, but I want you guys to talk me through the strat you had coming up with placing the champions, because, yeah, you need to have one line of champions to win the game. I went with the easy one of going lane per lane so that I can play with diagonals and straight lines like this. But Andrew, talk me through your reasoning and why you think your strat is best.
Well, I think going lane by lane is a little bit of trolling. Like, yeah, you could win if you get the perfect comp and it gets locked in, but I think you're not always going to see those comps coming through. So I actually went for a lot of like pairs. So it's like, oh, Cassante Sion, that's a topside matchup that even our first series we might be seeing. Stuff like that, like AD carries, like if there's a Felios, Jinx, of course, is something that is often seen as an answer. So I'm looking to win by game 2. And yeah, beat you all.
Yeah, I was kind of also thinking to do more by popularity. So I tried to stack the champions I feel like we're going to see the most of in the top rows, so that I try to finish off fast. But I sort of liked your way, because I feel like you might nail it on just the one game if you get the comp.
It can work. Yeah, I took standard comps. We'll see if this one works. One champion that we all have, though, is Rel. If our viewers don't know, the champion has been changed, and it can be flexed, actually, both support and jungle. So I would like you guys to talk me through what is going on with Rel, why is it a good champion, and when is the situation to pick it?
So I feel like they made Rel just much more scary to play against with the changes. So before, when I play against Rel, I always felt like she had this one play, sort of like a Malphite tool. She had this one play, and all you had to do was think about this play. Sometimes you'd mess it up and you'd get caught, but most of the time you'd keep it in your mind and you'd be able to dodge it. Now, with the changes, she has so many different play patterns. She can engage with E, with W, with Q, so you don't really know how to deal with her. It feels like she's sort of... Yeah, she's just sort of too powerful right now, and therefore also able to be picked early and flexed, because she fits in every comp. Doesn't really matter if you're actually diving into the enemy team. She's just strong on her own.
Yeah, and I think as far as like seeing her drafted like very early in comps, the fact that she can be flexed into jungle, even though it's not her most popular role, because she did get just the straight up like 250% damage bonus to her Q that got walked back a little bit in subsequent patches, but her jungle clear is still just fine to be able to keep up. And then of course you're just a roaming support without a lane to ever attend to. You've got insane team fighting around objectives, those sorts of things. So you can flex her into the jungle to avoid tough matchups in the bot lane.
Yeah, we have a lot of flex picks actually going into this new patch. It's gonna get interesting.
That's the best type of League of Legends.
I love it. Yeah, and that's what makes Europe usually more successful. But before we head into our first series of the day between Mad Lions and Excel, let's hear from Mad's coaching staff, Mac and Pad. Trouble, take it away.
Thank you very much, Laure. I'm sitting here with Mac and Pad. We don't get this very often. Now, first of all, I want to ask you guys, what is happening backstage? I heard a lot of noise, a lot of Disney songs.
There's some karaoke going on backstage.
Okay.
Karaoke.
Okay, who's the best singer?
Ooh. I think probably Seth or Mac. Like, those two can hit a note.
Well, now that I brightened up the mood, the last 5 games haven't been that great for Mad. We talked together, Mac, at the very beginning of the split, actually, and you told me about you guys going through all the MSI VODs, you watching a lot of the Eastern teams and trying to implement the way they team fight and set up objectives. What do you think went wrong in these last 5 games?
I think there are so many different factors. Honestly, I'm still not 100% sure, because it felt like there was a different problem kind of every day or every week or whatever. I think some of it comes down to draft read, some of it comes down to us just not finding our like comfort picks that we're feeling like that we're going to kind of be the X factor on, you know. So I think a lot of it does come down to the way we adapted to the meta. I'm hoping that the work that we've put in over that period will start to show up in the BO3s when it comes to how our fundamentals show now that we're on a different patch, and I think we're a bit more comfortable with our read on the meta, I hope. So fingers crossed.
Talking about being comfortable on the meta pad, I was watching Niski and Elyoya on Euphoria a little bit, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, other regions have been playing these pads already, and we kind of know what champions are good and which ones are not. But we're also the first LEC to play on stage, so it might be a completely wrong read.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be a flip coming in, but we have a fair amount of data, and the differences from patch 13 to 12 isn't really that big. And I think Mac already touched on it. I think the most important thing for us is making sure that we have like those champions for each player, and particularly for like Yo-Yo and Niski together, that where they feel like they have an X factor, where they can go in, unlock these 2 champions for them, and they will win me the game. And that's something we've been missing throughout the split so far, but something that we've hopefully landed on now.
Yeah, because even though Gragas got nerfed, Niski said, yeah, but for people who are really good on Gragas, did he really get nerfed? Now, of course, you guys made a fantastic comeback over in spring, in the best of series. What has been your preparation this time, jumping from the best of 1s to the best of 3s?
I think part of us kind of leveling up towards the best of 3s is often the preparation. Like when we have more time on the patch, when we have more time to scout opponents, when we have more time to improve quality of life things and come to a BO3 or a BO5, really prepared for kind of all of the drafts, for all of the opponent scouting, for everything that we're looking at, as well as actually being able to take more time to do team activities and have fun together and whatever it is, right? Karaoke or whatever the hell. I think that's been a big success factor for Mad Lions historically for pretty much as long as I've been here, which is that when the team is having fun, we do better.
Well, I do really hope that one comes true. Thank you very much, guys, and good luck in your first best of 3 of the split. And Laura, over to you guys on the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Always interesting to hear about the Mad Lions approach of none of the boring stuff, only the fun stuff. That's what I see for them, and letting the players express themselves when it comes to being happy. And it showed before, not quite since MSI, it feels, because they were the spring champions, didn't quite come back at the form we were expecting them to after MSI, and then excel from 10th place to make it 3rd. A lot of things changed for both these teams.
Yeah, I feel like for Mad, the patches have sort of been suboptimal for them the entire year, and if anything, I'm actually surprised with how well they've been doing, especially in the bot lane throughout this year, because I feel like Hilly is notorious for not being comfortable at these champions, and he's sort of made it work anyway. But now when we are here at patch 13.13, Rel's the strongest champion, then you have Braum after that, Rakan. Who's coming to your mind? It's Hilly saying.
It's Hilly.
For me, when I saw this patch and I was thinking about the teams and how it will affect them, I felt like Mad Lions sort of struck gold here. I feel like they really got something good with this patch, and with as well how they did in spring, how they came back in that playoffs. I feel like it's hard to bet against them here. I feel like this is a perfect moment for them to bounce back.
Yeah, and I think on the other side, XL was a team that everyone was betting against since that winter split. Just absolutely dreadful, getting eliminated early. Spring, it doesn't get much better for them either. And then all of a sudden, they're able to turn it around. Obviously, Peach comes into the jungle, but even that wasn't like Peach comes in and is suddenly like solo carrying games. This is a full team like rebrand almost. Between weeks 1 and 2 of this split, they locked into strong team fighting, strong scaling options, and played that to an absolute perfection to win 5 out of the last 6.
And I think it makes sense when you're a team that has been struggling so much to find easy to execute comps. But when you look at the early game for Excel especially, this is when they collapse. And I'm wondering how difficult it's going to be against Mad Lions today to have these difficult early games.
I think pretty difficult actually to keep it stable early. It's just going to get worse when it's melee supports and it's maybe more carry top laners, because then it's really volatile matchups. It can swing quickly and it's hard to come back in the matchups. It's sort of just going to snowball out of control. So it will be harder now, if anything, to keep it stable, I would say.
Yeah, I will say, like, coming in, that Mad Lions obviously going to be trying to attack during the style of game. That's just how Mad Lions draft, how they play. But looking at this in isolation, this is like a symptom of the style of League of Legends they're playing, right? Like, they don't need to be looking to push lane advantage to generate leads, right? They're playing for the strong scaling. So if anything, the fact that they are getting owned in the early game a little bit and then still winning all their games just shows how effective this game plan is coming in and how strong they are in the team fight phase, sort of work around Patrick and the scaling options that Abadagi is almost always going into. That Azir has been an absolute staple of his that's been rock solid.
I'm just wondering how much of this can work coming into best of 3 scenarios, because they've been playing mostly the same kind of composition. Then when you come to series, usually you want to have more tools at your disposal. So what should Excel do today coming against Mad Lions? Keep the same approach or hope they have enough innovations to take them down?
Yeah, I think it's a tough question to really like nail down because they've had 2 weeks. There might be some ideas in their camp to be like, okay, let's try to experiment. Let's see if we can make this other style work with a little bit of extra time. I think in those like first few days they have of practice last week, that's where they could see maybe there's something there. But if not, I don't know. I feel like sticking to your guns, man, to being the right approach here for them because it was so effective during the regular season.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't change anything. I feel like it's probably it's a hard thing to do because you see how LEC is doing, LPL is doing, and you feel the patch, and you're probably thinking to yourself, it's all about the early game, it's all about fighting, but you got here by playing the late game and playing the team fighting, so I wouldn't change that. I would stick to that at least for today and see how it goes before making any drastic changes.
Yeah, best of 3, I think, is the best time to try and test your fundamentals. You wanted to add something.
Yeah, I was gonna say the most important thing is like finding out how to like neutralize the early game like playmaking options of Mad Lions, right? Like Hill is saying, especially something like the Rel. Are we banning it out? Are we picking things like Braum into it? Those sorts of things. Because on top of it, Mad Lions know these consistent picks that are coming in, right? Like the Maokai for Peach, the Sion Cassante on the top side for Odo. In the mid lane, right? Azir, probably Tristana as another option now on the coming patch. So the solo lanes for Mad Lions have a lot of flexibility when it comes to, okay, do we want to go for more aggressive counter picks? Like Chasey's a guy that can absolutely bust something out, whether it's a crazy Fiora or something that's stepping up like a Rumble. Like these are options that you can be moving into in the solo lanes to try and really punish in the lane phase.
It's going to be an interesting best of 3 series to see where these teams stand out, but 3 more weeks of Summer Split ahead of season finals, and team now need to perform now to secure these important championship points. It is time to kick off the group stage.
Mad Lions heard you! It's over! They want to claim the MSI spots for themselves!
I think towards the end of spring we started getting very sloppy and maybe we were lacking the competition, so we started becoming the worst version of ourselves. So we managed to lose spring.
G2 out of spring.
But right now we are fully motivated. We got very much destroyed at MSI and we got so much inspiration from that and so much knowledge as well.
G2 Esports secure first in the summer regular season.
When we played them, Graph was not very good, and I honestly don't think we played really bad. All these players, except me and maybe Shigenda, have played against them and won, so I think we can beat them.
Upton hops over the wall, Mega North forward! Koi set their sights on the group stage.
We ended 5-4. Of course, it's like really good, especially if you look back at winter and spring. Heretics didn't do that well, so I'm really happy that me and Vitio could do change for the team. But I still think this regular season we could have played way better.
Heretics will lock their spot.
I'm actually happy that we finally got our momentum back slightly, and this is actually going to be a great challenge.
Hey, look at that! He dashes away, flash, and one-shot the cannon. Who could have seen it coming?
We for sure can beat them.
Flacket will take down Kaiser, waiting for the killer instinct. That's going forward. Zap, zap, zap. One more for Flacket.
We have a lot to show, I believe.
Larson looking to secure groups as a melee man. He might do it. One and all from Larson on the flank, knocked back Astralis' hopes.
We have a lot to prove to ourselves, so we definitely just want to win.
Kill doesn't even care. Just keep going. Oh!
Even though we're like top 4 now, it's been quite a difficult split.
Excel from 2 of the worst finishes we have ever seen have now locked groups.
The only reason we made it here was because we grinded, so the grind can't stop. You can easily go from like right now being top 4, top 3 to losing the games, and all of a sudden you end 8.
I mean, I think we just need to get back to our basics. The mood wasn't necessarily the best. Trust was a bit broken, and I know it for sure kind of broke us more than made us improve, I would say.
A one-sided stomp from SK as Mad Lions is wiped off the map.
I feel good, I feel relieved, and also against Fnatic for the whole year. We didn't lose once against them. For sure they're looking really good, but I don't feel like they're on the level as like G2. That's why for me they're beatable.
They beat us, that was quite convincing. I still think, we could have done slightly better. I really hope at least that those games will like help us out to become a better team for the playoffs.
First kill secured to Resort. Barra's down to 1800. Available, a double kill for Irrelevant. The Emperor's Divide sends Fnatic to the fountain.
We deserve to for sure be in top 8. It's not gonna be that hard to beat them.
Another kill to Resort. Another to Noah. Fnatic faithful have finally been rewarded.
For us is like make top 3 or bust, and even third is probably not enough. So now we just need to make the best out of it.
The choice appears to be fight the teams, and goes Odo!
We just have to take it back up, and if we want to make it to Worlds, we need to be better. It's that easy.
Dramatic end to that video. Welcome to the caster desk for Mad Lions versus Excel. A game what I have no expectations for because it's, what do we think about the Mad Lions? We had them on Euphoria this week, Cadril. We asked them, what can we expect? They went, yeah, I don't know.
We lost 5 games.
We lost 5 games,
But we're
pretty
fine.
good.
Yeah. And Excel finished top 3.
Yeah.
So I have no idea who's going to show up because Excel's regular season was good.
Sure.
It looks like they're on a huge bounce back. When will that like momentum end, or will it keep going? And then Mad Lions, are they going to bounce back from their losses, right? There's so many like, which one of these teams is good?
Yeah.
You know, one's on a high, one's on a low, but one was on a huge high and one was on a huge low.
Absolutely. And I think there's so much pressure on the Excel side, so we'll hope that their development is continued. But I imagine they're going to face a stronger version of Mad than they did when they played in Best of 1. Mad was pretty early on, Excel was pretty early on in Mad's loss streak.
Yeah.
Midway through Excel's win streak. We'll see how much of that carries over as we get ready for picks and bans. Our first game on 13-13. Woo! And here we are, a thrilling draft time. What will happen in the draft? Vi banned away despite being nerfed on this patch, despite being slightly less popular, still getting the attention. Malachi getting banned. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is the meta exactly the same?
Sometimes, you know, you're playing on 3 weeks of regular season patch. You're like, you know what, we've got it all locked down, we figured it out. Excel finally find the meta, Mad Lions lost it. You go on to the next patch, it's like, well, we could change it up, but we could also just stick to what we're playing, just slightly weaker.
Ivern's kind of like Yuumi, it's just tree Yuumi.
Sorry, hold on a second. Can you say that again?
I said Ivern's kind of like Yuumi, it's tree Yuumi.
Ivern's tree Yuumi?
I mean, it powers 80 carries, and I hate playing against it and wish I never had to see it in pro.
What kind of tree cat friend of the forest things have you been seeing?
All right, man. I'm just presence-wise, feeling. It's just the feeling in my stomach.
Cats climb trees.
True.
Yeah.
Look, it's a deep connection. It's a deep cut. The knowers out there will get it.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, LeBlanc, Tristana. Tristana, of course, a premier mid laner as well as flex pick in the meta right now. LeBlanc still annoying. Static Shiv hit pretty hard with the nerf bat, but still obnoxious. Still very much buildable, as we saw in the LCK games earlier today.
Yeah, I think you're looking at Kai'Sa now really, aren't you? Is that going to get taken away? What's the ban here for Mad Lions? There's 3 junglers down. They're going to ban Renekton. I feel like Kai'Sa is quite high prio.
And the question for me also is Excel, can they still play scaling? We saw some slight adjustments in terms of direction and style of team composition from Excel towards the later half of their win streak, but mostly it was scale, 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 team fight, team fight, team fight. And Kai'Sa, while she is a good late game threat, is not a traditional front-to-back option.
I wonder if Karth is going to bust out some kind of Draven to counter this. Normally you can go something like Draven into the Kai'Sa to win lane. Vayne is a good pick into the Kai'Sa if the comp allows for it. Xayah or Rakan is always really, really powerful on this patch as well. So Annie's up too, which could be an option depending on which direction these teams want to go. But it's going to be Jace 1-2 for Mad Lions. They must have some kind of AP jungler or Rumble ready somewhere. Jace Rakan would make sense to get Xayah on 3, but they're going to need ability power from some part of the map. Kai'Sa Rel, really powerful engage.
Certainly, with Rakan taken away, you just can lock in that Rel now. You need to do it in 2-3 or it will get banned away.
Yeah, I think if I'm Mad Lions right now, I'm thinking about Malphite actually. Not picked on the 1-2-3, but in the 4-5 especially. Kai'Sa, Rel, Malphite into this Jace, depending on where it goes. We'll see. Could be a bit scary. Nautilus jungle, Rel jungle, you know, both of them viable in the sense, but
it's kind of a fake. It's kind of a fake flex pick though, because both of your options are essentially exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's like, does anyone really care if it's a Rel or a Nautilus in the jungle? Like, no.
No. It's
or
just
bot
both
lane,
of them are
it's
supports
the same thing.
and they're tanks. They're just walking health bars with CC.
All right, but
there's Odo Rumble.
And I remember in previous splits, when Rumble was expected to get really popular, we talked to Odo, and he was quite sad that he wasn't able to play in Best of 3 when Rumble was on the rise. Rumble, of course, receiving some changes, stronger against tanks now on the new patch, but maybe a little bit weaker against that squishy backline with the power of the Equalizer. So see what Odo Wamne can do here, potentially against the Jace, but no surprise to see the Xayah paired alongside the Rakan as we go to the second phase.
I'm not so sure about Rumble mid. I mean, it used to be good with things like Predator, but of course, TLDR of the Rumble changes. A lot of his abilities now have % health damage, whether it's on his Q or on his shield, basically.
It's % health scaling.
Scaling, rather. So it's not really as viable if the base damage is lower against squishy lane champs in general.
Yeah.
So Azir taken away, they think the Rumble's going top 2. And I think the beauty of the XL comp right now is very hard engage, very one-dimensional in that sense, but the Rel flex is quite nice to have, isn't it? You know, Mad Lions' best bet here is just to ban away mid laners, because they could still go Nautilus on 4-5 here, but then XL will need some kind of AD mid, so I wonder what Abadag is cooking there. With Renekton down, Jace taken away, Tristana gone, he needs some AD mid. Yone could work as well, but Yone I feel like is a really hard champ to pull off, but a lot of teams have been picking it up more recently, and I think with that Rek'Sai ban, they should look to take away Sejuani as well.
Limit those potential options. Might be hurting a little bit for AD here if we end up with a Kai'Sa, a Rumble, and another AP champion as well. But what are Mad Lions going to focus on? Azir makes a ton of sense. Again, if you missed the regular season, there was a lot of Abbedagge, Azir, a lot of games won in the late game, courtesy of that champion. Instead, the Nautilus, Excel, they hovered it, and I don't know if they were taunting us with it or if it really is, you know, a flex pick for them to put this route into the jungle. But either way, Mad Lions took the bait, will ban it away.
Could also still be Kai'Sa mid, you know, and then they just pick like Draven or something, but I highly doubt that. It's probably Kai'Sa bot. I think that's just the annoying thing about XL comp. You're never quite sure.
But I will say I like that. I like, if that is something that they're willing to do, I like the flexibility in draft, because, you know, for a while there, it was a lot of front to back. It was pretty much the best version is tank topside, etc., etc. And so now we are seeing a new look from XL. Whether or not it'll work is another question.
So here's the 4 pick for Mad Lions. Probably a jungler to keep the Jace flex alive, you have to imagine. Unless there's something they want to deny. As they pick Ornn into Rumble.
Okay, here we are.
Tank into Rumble.
There it is.
Yeah, so
that's wacky.
It is. They're last picking jungle. I wonder if he's last picking something like Lee Sin here. Or they've got something prepared, I wonder. Because there's a lot of jungle bans, and they need some more ability power damage, but I'm not sure what AP champ they can look for. Poppy would be a mega pick here for XL against Rakan.
Yeah, but, I mean, Poppy in general is just so popular right now in the current meta.
Oh, Lee Sin.
This?
It's buffed.
It is. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's because, I mean, we've been talking to pro junglers. We were talking behind the scenes a little bit, and I mean, it's still like, it's still a tough champion to pull off. Poppy feels like a much easier option against so many dashes because of that Ahri, that Lee Sin. Everybody except for Rumble is about to get ruined by a single ability.
Well, you should have taken the Poppy. That's going to be horrible, isn't it? Lee Sin Ahri against Poppy. Not a big fan of that, but Lee Sin got buffed on the patch. Ahri's been hovering around for God knows how long with so many different builds, so probably Abbedagge is a safe option in this regard, but not a lot of AD damage from XL, mostly coming from that Lee Sin. We'll see what Patrick builds, expecting AP, but a lot of engage, a lot of dashing forwards, a lot of diving onto Mad Lions. And I think Mad Lions have a really good comp at stopping them from diving. Xayah Rakan is great at self-beating together.
Yep.
Poppy's good at stopping the engage. Ornn can play frontline. The only vulnerability I think on the Mad Lions comp is the Jace. He'll be almost like a poke champion, but he's definitely really vulnerable to hard engage, so he's going to have to be very careful here, Niski. Mad Lions, good scaling, good poke. Good damage share overall in general, because XL can't really stack that armor. But yeah, XL mid-game heavy. Lee Sin, Ahri, Rumble, that's a lot of skirmish heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pick potential is real, the skirmish potential is real, the ability to reposition with the Kai'Sa ultimate is definitely going to come in handy, but execution going to be big here. Very different from games we've seen previously. The last time these two teams played, you know, very back and forth, went super, super late into the game, and the scaling for XL did them a ton of favors in that game. They're going to need to play a much faster game than the last time we saw both these teams go head-to-head.
They definitely are. They need to put their foot on the gas from the get-go. Level 6 galore on that Lee Sin with his solo lanes on the top side. Bot lane will be relatively quiet, I imagine, depending on where both junglers path, but first best of 3 of the LEC. XL versus Mad Lions. It's going to be an exciting one. New patch. A lot to play for, and we're ready to get into it. XL versus Mad Lions.
Woo!
100 to 0.
Woo!
What's going on there?
Woo!
Looks like XL paused. Peach has some issues.
New patch!
It's like a bug already or something. I'm trying to get out of the base. How exciting. Wow, we ramped up all of that talk and discussion, and then it's like...
Game pause! Yeah, this is not the emotional curve that I needed. I was getting ramped. Ooh, Fnatic fans, they know that's their cue.
Fnatic pause buff hack.
That's strong branding.
I feel like, you know, with Twitch chatters these days, there's so many copy-pastes. You know, like the Fnatic point pause hack.
Do you think it's intimidating to join Twitch chat because there's so many inside jokes you just don't understand?
No, I'm just convinced they've all got them on like a sticky notes on their second screen, and when something happens, copy paste, boom, insta.
Do you think there's one guy like named Ryan who just has them all, and it's
100%.
just it's like his sacred duty to log into Twitch chat first every day and start all the copy passes?
1000%.
Because I don't have any of them saved, even if I contribute. But someone out there has to have them all saved.
Yeah, there was one like with loads of little lines that forms like a little emoji kind of thing. I can't remember what it was for. But
Is it ASCII
yeah,
art?
it's like an ASCII art kind of thing, and people just spam all of that stuff. So
Which one were you thinking of in specifically?
oh wow, good timing!
Wow, we're back in the game.
Now we're here.
35 seconds.
Saved by the bell.
That's a nice. I like that. Elderwood Ari. Lollipoppy, a thing directly from my nightmares.
Bro, I was listening to the LCK cast. Was it Atlas and Chronicler, I think, talking about it? The old Lollipoppy skin.
Horrifying. The splash art for that is horrifying.
It is horrifying, but yeah, if you're new to
Nightmare
League, you
fuel.
will never really be able to see the actual original splash art for it.
Yeah. Well, here we are. Odoamne busting out the Rumble. This is one of the bigger, more exciting picks, I think, in this draft overall. The bot lane meta does remain pretty interesting. A lot of changes we talked about before Odoamne. This is his second most picked champion, 63% win rate. This is a historic option for him. That said, it's almost a completely different champion than when he first started playing it, but overall still the same kind of shoot the flames at him, walk at him.
Yeah, drop the equalizer.
Yeah.
Miss the equalizer open. Classic.
Just the Odoamne special, huh, Mark? Knockback there, through on the mounted up Rel, bit of damage. Down onto Hylissang as he's forced back here. Those early resistances for Limit just make these trades quite difficult.
Yeah, Halo Blades for Patrick, so it's quick trades for him. He just wants to get out against that lethal tempo. Extend trade, not the best, and you'll see Limit dismount on the horse, so when he W's again, he can remount for the flip.
And the flip, of course, once you start that auto animation, you're getting the CC off, whereas, you know, the dive in, the crash down, much easier to dodge, much easier to get away from, especially for a champion like Hylissang, or for Rakan for Hylissang, who's quite mobile. But the fight for level 2, the quiet battle as the pullback comes through, a bit of extra slow coming down. Carzzy continuing to step up. Ignite has been utilized.
Yeah, Hilly doesn't have access to that W. He has the Q, so the sustain will be in Mad Lions' favor. Lane is going in their favor. No potions on both supports, but obviously Limit's the one falling short. Level 2 will come through. That line's still a little bit away from it. And when they get that level up, they'll look to trade really hard. Both junglers pathing bot, though, as expected. I think bot lane is just the lane you always want to play around. Odoamne will be farming for a little while.
Hylissang just continuing to get aggressive there. Takes a lot of damage back in that poke. Isolated to Cathy and Rain. Still hurting, even this early on in the game.
Yeah.
But Kadro, if we can, I want to take a brief moment to talk about the top side of the map. Not just because Odoamne is playing Rumble, and Chasey just totally whiffed that knockup.
Oh, he did.
But because our boy Chasey, bit of a feast or famine player. Wins and losses this year telling two very different stories. Wins, look at that KDA, look at that kill participation. Insane. Losses, look at those isolated deaths.
Yeah, when the game's not going in Mad Lions' favor, Chasey kind of plays zone game and gets lost a lot of the time. You can see that in his last 5 games, which was those 5 losses, not really being able to impact the map whatsoever. So he's on tank duty for this game. Maybe that solves some of the problems. But when they're winning and he's actually active in the game, it feels like he's a completely different player. Doesn't get caught out as much.
Yeah, and he's a player that continues to surprise us, I think, both positively and negatively. We saw it in their Mad Lions run in spring, where he wasn't really on our radar. We talked so much about Photon, but then he kind of came out swinging in the best of 5s, Hylissang. Pull back, nice route from Carzzy. Good trade, his limit gets lower and lower here.
It's a bit annoying for Mad Lions though, because XL have heal advantage, so that would have been an easy commit if Patrick was running cleanse, but the heal disadvantage means they'd turn the fight and they'd lose. Both junglers kind of full cleared at the moment. Elyoya needs to finish his wolves, snuck away that crab just under Peach's nose as he was finishing his clear. Base coming out from the limit. Raptor respawn is available for Peach if he knows that Yoya started there, but he's going to cover it. So he's just going to trade off the crabs.
Respect to XL for trying to keep some pressure on the bottom side of the map. Top and mid.
Their top dive coming.
So much in their favor right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're
diving Chasey. This feels incredibly, incredibly risky, but should be at least be able to crash the wave.
So I thought Elyoya would defend his top camps, but he's actually realized maybe if the Rumble comes down, I'll lose him. Let's try a bot gank. Patrick.
On his lonesome.
Waves coming into him.
Flash and heal.
Yeah. This should be, I think this is more of a cover actually rather than a gank, unless Hylissang's just calling to get their flashes here.
I mean, there's zero vision right now. Ooh, knockup. Hylissang ignited, walking away here. Patrick, no mana, crash down and take him out to safety. No real play to be had as Niski gets aggressive on Dabadagi. That charm hitting is big. Lee Sin waiting over the wall. Niski, does he not know where Peach is? Peach now coming in. One Sonic Wave, the flash out to safety. And that's awkward. You initiate that trade, you end up losing your flash. That is lackluster.
Yeah, I think the thing is with Jace is when you queue in, if you don't have phase rush and actually proc it on your hammer form Q, you're always going to get charmed because it's obviously a one direction skill shot. So the charm lands, he stayed there a little bit too long and ends up losing his flash. Of course, enemy jungle will be topside, but it's hard to know. You know, Peach side did start topside and full clear towards bot. Didn't base though, was taking Eliora's Raptors.
Yeah.
So good early game for XL so far.
Yeah, I mean, the diligence and vision control right now has been solid. Chasey going for a bit of solo bolo here, at least trying to get some damage down, get Odoamne out of the lane. That said, he's out of mana.
Yep.
Odoamne is about to equalize the lane, and Chasey now down to flash.
Odo, a lot of restraint there. It was all on that melee creep. If he leveled up, he could turn and get his flash. If he didn't level up, well, see you later, Chasey. So I think Chasey just wants to get the wave in there and then base and TP. So solo lanes of Mad Lions slowly falling behind here. Ooh. Everyone's even in gold except Odoamne.
500 gold ahead, a Giga Chad. It is his most played, 62% win rate. Again, the stats don't lie. They do not always tell people the things that I'm saying that they do. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's...
So if he's 500 gold up, they should win the game, right? That's how it works.
That's statistically, that's
That's just how the numbers work.
Yeah, of course. That's how stats work, I'm sure.
Bot gank?
Okay, Peach,
no bot.
Good setup. Hylissang just wants to use that Gleaming Quill, heal up, knock up, stop the crash down.
I love how excited you are for any
Dude, it's been a week. We've had a break week.
Like,
I'm fiending.
You're fiending for it.
There are two things I'm addicted to, and it's action in League of Legends and caffeine. Both very serious. I was going through withdrawals last week. I was casting bronze games, just fiending for a fix. I need them to fight, dude.
Just imagine you on your desk with like
I'm like
60.
watching your stream, casting you, play horrible 2v2s on PBE at 120 ping, man. I need
just
it.
10 empty cup of coffees all around your desk. Like I'm sharding a week.
Fiending.
He queued the Drake there, Peach, but he missed. But I think he thinks they're on it. So Patrick's in trouble.
Patrick definitely in trouble. Nice stun. 2-man from Limit now coming in. Patrick going to be in trouble here. Should just get taken down, trying to get the kill over to Carzzy. Taking his time. First blood. Hits him with the sad Zoe, but Hilly taking the kill.
I would love to get a replay of Peach there, because he actually got Patrick killed. He missed his Q on the Dragon, and then his bot lane thought they were on Drake because he spam pinged it. So Patrick ran up the river and just got 3-man ganked when they thought they weren't there. So that's actually, that's kind of sad for Patrick. Didn't have the level 6 to be able to dodge out from that play. So yeah, jungle.
We'll take a look back at the replay. You can give us your attorney impression.
So watch this. I hope we can see it. So Peach walks up to Drake. He actually fails his Q. It's not in range, just a little bit too short. But now you look at the minimap. He's spam pinging Dragon. So Patrick's like, oh yeah, let's fight Drake. Wait, hang on a second. What? I thought they were on Dragon. So yeah, saves the flash.
Your Honor, Patrick is not guilty.
He's not guilty.
It is in fact Peach. Peach.
It's him. Get him in cuffs. Jungle cap. No, that's unlucky, isn't it? So, yeah, Patrick ends up falling. They don't lose the Dragon for it. It's just the first blood, and Hilly's the one that picks it up. Patrick saves the flash, so it's not the end of the world. It's actually not that big of a deal. They can crash bot waves. Bot lane AD is even still. Just affects how much you're winning that bot side. Mainly for limits. You can see now he's down 500. Sad rel.
Very sad rel. Don't think it's going to matter too much, though. Hylissang gets some Merc Treads, which will help in the engages to come. But for now, no major objectives taken across the map. Herald is up and available. Peach is going to look to take the first one of the game. Will be uncontested. So for now, while the gold is still within touching distance, it does feel mostly like Excel's game. They've got pushed pretty consistently on the top side of the map, pushed in the mid lane, bot lane, mostly trading even outside of that last play. So overall, solid early game thus far from Excel, level 6. Maybe we start to see more action.
Yeah, Herald picked up. Odoamne will keep winning in isolation. And as much as Orin into Rumble, it's like, you're going to get pushed in. You have good setup for a gank, but Elioya really doesn't want to spend his time up there. You don't want to leave his bot lane vulnerable, especially when the enemy jungler has Herald. So, going to start up an easy Dragon. Yeah, because Peach was on that top side, but he's based. He's come out towards the bot side. Now they know they're on Dragon, so now maybe the play looks
might not be able to get the Dragon, but they probably can get the fight. Hylissang, Charm not quite going to connect, just barely able to make it out. Merc Treads, baby. Doing work on that one with the tenacity. Peach looking for the steal. Elioya waiting to burn it down. Does get it. Root now back on the limit. Limit caught out. Quick pick to start things off. And Abadage wants to keep things going. Peach looking for the kick. Elioya going to try to stop. Nice knockback coming in to disengage the rest of the team. Peach following up. Waiting on the Sonic Wave cooldown. Abadage has to fish for the charm. Peach, the potential here for the play. Kicks into the wall. The feathers fly, but he still finds one. He wants one more. Carzzy, flashback, second flash in. The triple, baby!
Peach popping off here on the Lee Sin. 3 kills now. Managing to pick them up all off the back of that Dragon fight. I was wondering, waiting for him to jump forwards with that kick. Managed to get both the bot laners of Mad Lions. What a huge play from the XL jungler who came in to save the day with 2 10th place finishes, with him on the roster top 3, and now a great early game start in their first best of 3.
I mean, it's always hard to say how much one player does. Avidage coming in as well, but you can see the differences for Excel. 10th into 3rd, now a triple kill to start things off. It feels poetic. And their path to Worlds, path to season finals is a tough one. But if they can start it off with winning a series here, they are that much closer.
So we'll see this again, because Limit actually gets caught off by a nice pullback by Carzzy. You'll see the Q comes out, waiting. He's going to auto-E in just a second as he walks up. And then the root comes through. And when that happens, Hilly can follow up. Flash E from Yoya, instantly dead. But no Flash E and no knockup from Rakan means they have nothing to defend themselves with. So XL say, let's just go forwards. The Jace can't really stop us. There's no real CC coming out. And here I was waiting. Is he going to kick Flash the Rakan into the Xayah, try to do some crazy knockups? But no, just Flash kicks.
He definitely looks for the angle.
Yeah,
Xayah definitely ults.
Yeah, Carzzy's ult was great there, wasn't it?
Still has a flash. Bop, bop.
Yeah, clean.
That's
really
all she
clean
wrote.
by Peach. Nice ult by Carzzy to dodge the knockup from the kick, but still. Peach, total gold now. Full.
Bam.
First, rather.
1.3k individual lead on a Lee Sin this early in the game. That feels good. Plus the Rumble advantage on the top side. Things are looking incredible for Excel thus far. And again, for a team that has mostly spent their season scaling, fighting and taking skirmishes like that is nice character development. Something I was waiting to see.
It's also a massive confidence boost, isn't it?
Yeah.
Having a lead like that. It's been a while since they've been in a best of 3, so making sure they can maintain that lead and run away with it. They still have the Herald. I wonder if he's going to pop it mid Peach, because he's hovering behind Niski. Could ward jump kick, but... Oh, Limit.
Flash in, stun, doesn't even need to ward. Oh, he does ward jump anyway, might as well. Peach on a rampage.
Yeah.
4-0-0, just keep funneling that Lee Sin, and meanwhile, Mad Lion's desperate to get something back on the bottom side.
XL, good early game. Transitioning this to mid game should be pretty easy with the map state that they have, with bot lane being able to be fine in isolation for Patrick and being able to play jungle support top to cover Auto Amne.
Oh, Chasey's gonna be in trouble here. Just trying to delete the wave, I guess, but Limit now going in, forced to flash out to safety, not able to recast the R. Peach now coming up as well. There's no safe place for Chasey to go. Go under the tower and die, get out from under the tower and die. Either way, that's one dead Ornn. 5 kills for Peach.
Oh my god, he's 2.1k gold up, 2.2k gold up on the enemy Poppy. And we were a bit worried in draft because, you know, Poppy, Ornn, Rakan, Xayah, quite hard for Lee Sin to get involved in fights, but with these early kills, he's off to the race, isn't he? 5 kills. Just a case of making sure that he doesn't lose that lead. Yeah. Massive shutdown onto Carzzy. This game could look a whole lot different. A lot of gold onto one member. As much as your team being ahead is good, the lead is that one player.
Yeah. And overall for Peach, you know, Lee Sin is most played, 58%. I'm quoting win rates today. That's what you're getting. Oh, we're just combining positive win rates. Okay. That's how I'm building team comps now in League of Legends. What is your most winning champion? Odoamne and Peach.
That's how solo queue works.
Playing theirs. Well, and now I would like to divert one thing from solo queue. This is the point at solo queue from watching your games where you go, oh yeah, I'm turbo fed, and then you throw. Okay, and that's no shame to you. Yeah, that's a Lee Sin limitation in late game.
You said my games.
Yeah. But like, you know, that's just a Lee Sin thing I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
After 5 kills, I think you should start giving the kills to your allies. Personally, that said, instant engage, instant knock-up, 1-2 punch here. Limit trying to make his way out, but the feathers fly. Doesn't even need to pull them back. Mad Lions finding 2 quick kills on the bottom side.
What a massive play from Mad Lions. They've just basically cracked open through bottom, made a win condition for them available in this early game that they were losing. Peach can't really salvage this in the 1v3, sorry. But you're right, Peach is doing fantastic so far. The lanes aren't fixed though in that sense. Odoamne will win in isolation, but mid and bot are the same as they were since the get-go. So they're still vulnerable to ganks, and they still can't really contest and dominate those lanes. It's a case of wherever Peach is, XL is hard winning. He was on Raptors as they went for that bot play, so wasn't able to match it in time. I feel like XL needs to start warding these lane brushes. Patrick had full summoners, but Hex Flash stun into the wall. There's no real counterplay for him. Not running that cleanse. Kraken Slayer now for Carzzy with a crit cloak.
Drake is going to help. Xayah, of course, fantastic champion for crit scaling as it also boosts the damage on her E.
But, to be honest, I would have also taken all the kills, you know?
Yeah, no, I know. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. There's a certain point, like, now you're at the point where you're so turbo-fed as Lee Sin that you don't believe that you ever fall off.
Nope.
But you always do.
You always do, but it's like in denial. That's how Lee Sin players work. You're like, no, I don't fall off.
Like I earned this, no one will take it away from me.
Exactly.
I don't want to share.
He's going to finish his jungle item very soon. 2 away. Yoya 7 away. Odoamne. He wins those. No flash.
Yes,
on
he does.
I think it's a solo kill. Maybe Yoya's coming though.
Okay. Odoamne just walks away now. Yoya, can they finish this kill? A lot of base damages can come out, but Odo still has stopwatch, and Rumble looking good. Rumble certainly looking good into the tank matchup. And again, we were concerned about the Ornn pick into a Rumble that has been adjusted to be stronger into tanks than he already was. And it seems like our concerns were justified as Odoamne 40 CS up, absolutely smashing in the 1v1.
Certainly is, so they're going to be able to capitalize on that, get a Herald. All of the gold leaders on this top jungle for XL. Abaddar gets basically even just a CC bots for his team. Does Patrick have to give up this bot tower is my question. When Peach shows getting this objective, is Patrick going to be a little bit afraid and back off? He has a TP from Rumble to cover him. So maybe he feels confident enough to stay. Yo-Yo's running down. Got a lot of bot
in the area. With Static, you should just one-shot the wave.
There's a TP ward behind them. Lots of pings coming out. You see those? I think they got the sweeper plant on them to be able to get rid of those in case there was a TP behind from Odoamne. So nice play there by Mad Lions. And yeah, I think they will have to just keep this up as much as Peach on the bot side. I think they're a bit scared of the Poppy. Actually, as I say that, they're going to recall. So, no first tower just yet. It's actually nice for XL that Odoamne is getting this massive lead in basic isolation. I think Jungle Sport spent like, what, 20 seconds up there to get the dive off?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little tiny bit of time, so we can't say 100% in isolation, but obviously dominating in the 1v1. And while you might expect it when you look at the champions, Odoamne pushing that even further, building an even bigger lead, and again, we'll see what it looks like once these towers start to fall and he actually gets out of lane. Ornn is always going to be relevant in a team fight just because of the amount of CC that he brings, but a good equalizer, even if it's not going to hit as hard or not going to be as available as often as it once was, is still impactful.
I'm really scared for XL in this bot tier 1. They've now put their bot lane mid so that Abaddar can cover that, and then Patrick can be the one covering them, but they have no vision. Look where Hilly is. He's right behind Patrick. Oh, he just walked out of the bush. Bit of a mistake there now. Question mark pings coming through. It's all about this mid wave now. Pushing this in and going towards bot. Who can cover bot? Can XL get a little bit of vision down here? They don't really see anything.
Yeah. And again, if you're wondering why we continue to see Static Ship despite it being nerfed, it's still incredible wave clear. It's still very powerful, as now AP Kai'Sa seems to be the option. Hylissang not going to get clipped by the Sonic Wave there. Odoamne clearing out top lane tower. Now he'll be free to pressure on that tier 2 or roam a bit more, expand. XL has control of the top side of the map with their bot lane and mid. They can get a lot of work done here.
OP or solo lanes. Almost the same gold lead as Peach when he has 5 kills.
Yeah, what is? I spent 4 years. People told me top lane doesn't do anything. What is this?
Top lane. The Rumble is OP. Where's Riven? That was a counter to Rumble back in the days, wasn't it? Season 5, Season 6 or something when it was...
Maybe we see it.
Oh, what the hell?
But he hits it! Oh, what the patience McCarthy!
What the? Wait.
Oh, keeps him going, hits him with it. I don't know if it's a good play, but it looks cool.
Here comes the Ornn ult.
Ornn downtown.
Peach
into the backside. Kick back through 3.
But nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Oh, there's something happened.
Equalizer! Oh my God! A comedy of errors and beautiful plays at the same time. It's beautiful and ugly. It's horrifying and fantastic. And XL come out on top.
It worked. It kind of worked. Semi-worked. 2 for 4? 2 for 4. Okay, so a lot happened there. It felt like everyone was kind of like lagging a little bit, but then it all worked eventually. Abaddar flashed over the wall, didn't charm, but then Peach went in and didn't kick, but then he made an amazing kick, and then nothing happened, and then the Rumble happened, and then...
He tried to Wild West him, man. He said flash, he said draw. Like, he just hoping
he would all... stare down. Here it comes. He's like... Abaddar walks out, sorry, this is it, isn't it? Just flash over the wall, the Karsi will flash. Surprise. Okay, fine, I'll land it.
Okay.
And then he gets chain CC'd and dies.
Yeah.
And then it looks bad because Hilly's coming from the right, and then Chase is coming from the top side. Big knock-up, but no follow-up. Odoamne's fighting the Ornn. And then you think, okay, Mad Lion's gonna win this fight. Niski TP'd on the right side, big Ornn ult. But no, look at Peach. Goes in. When's he gonna kick? Right now. And now it looks like, okay, great
terrible kick.
When's anything's gonna happen? Insane kick.
Everybody dies.
And it's 4 kills, isn't it? Over to XL, they get all of them. Yep. And then you think, perfect, 4 for 1, and then Niski slams at the end.
Yeah.
So it was...
And then Chasey.
Yeah, a lot happened there.
Okay, meanwhile, in real life, in real time, Niski just gets almost entirely one-shot by Odo. Again, the top side of Excel doing work. Look at those damage numbers.
Odo, he's 1 versus 3. He's got the jungler right behind him, though. But look how much damage he's doing. He's
just screenshot this when you play top lane. Send it to your jungler and say, this could be us, but you playing.
But you playing. You gotta be playing Rumble.
Yeah,
3K gold up.
Okay, Peach feeling himself a little too much there as he just gets knocked into the wall.
No, he wins those.
This is a 5K lead for Excel. We wanted to know what the trajectory of Excel was going to look like, and they're To the moon, baby.
Bro, I'm just watching Rumble Lee Sin just 2v5 this game. I mean, Abadage baited them in. Patrick and Limit are doing their best.
Sure, bro, but that's just a charitable interpretation.
That kick flash was nuts into the Rumble. That just almost won them the game. There's the second dragon. We fight those mid waves,
I think,
in Europe.
Yeah, and Peach lives in this jungle now. It belongs to him. Okay, Excel. Gonna grab their second Drake of the game. Chemtech Soul again. Not super ideal, but they are monsters in these fights.
It's one of those things where, you know, there's a lot of peel for the carries of Mad Lions when it comes to like Rakan Poppy, but sometimes skill just overcomes everything, you know? Clutch moments, good plays,
giant,
outplays,
insurmountable gold leads.
You can look at theory, you can look at like possible outcomes and how difficult it is.
Yeah.
But you click better, you kick better. That's a Lee Sin slogan right there.
Okay, right there. Put it on a lower third. You click better, you kick better.
That's Lee Sin for you in a nutshell.
All right, they just have to keep this momentum going. A lot of times when a team is this far ahead with a composition that is this mid-game focused, we talk about scaling. We talk about, hey, how many items does Mad need before this starts to look better? But to be honest, they're very, very, very far behind at this point. They need to find picks. It's going to take some time. We'll let you know when they get there, but it's going to be a bit.
It is, but they can still contest mid-waves, kind of. You can see Karzi's up a level on Patrick, who's getting close to that level 12. He's building towards his second item. He needs that Navori, Karzi.
Yeah.
Feels like Mad needs to slow it down. You know, wait for a Cyrildes, wait for a Navori, and then hopefully start fighting. Because XL have not got that much front line, but they've got so much damage. So survivability won't really matter. You're going to get one shot no matter what. It may as well have as much damage as possible to fight back. Here comes a Baron start.
Flip, stun, slow down. Zooming out to safety there with the new Rel E. No more tethering to your allies. Yeah, but important. Peach has a giant bag of gold on him. Whoever kills him gets the giant bag of gold. And that is one easy way for Mad Lions to find themselves.
It's like King of the Hill.
Back into this game.
Except with a gold bag.
Yeah.
King of the bag of gold?
King of the bag.
Yeah, King of the bag. Well, yeah, he's really far ahead. And
sounds like a very bad rap song.
It does. And the thing that I was going to say is, Abedage's items, he ain't doing damage.
Nope.
Lucidity Boots, Everfrost. My man's building Zhonya's. That Dark Seal, he's got no seals, but he's got a Charm and a Root. So if he can set up for Peach, and Patrick can try and do a little bit of backline damage, it's Odoamne and Peach who's just going to run over these fights. Similar game T1 had. Zay was playing Rumble recently on the newer Rumble on 13-12, and he was very fed, but he got one shot very quickly. You know, a Rakan Zaya with a Poppy sign into a wall, that Rumble's dead.
There's a tiny bit of health in your itemization, but otherwise you're just not. You're not building anything remotely defensive, as you see on the side. Peach and Odoamne fighting for who can be the richest member.
Can you bring that gold graphic back up?
Yeah, you want to see it one more time?
Yeah. For the people. Hold that for a sec though, because Hilly might be in trouble. Yeah, Chasey's broke, but he's Ornn. He's got his item,
Damn,
Radiant Virtue.
Chasey is broke.
He is, right. But he's got his Radiant Virtue and Abyssal, so... Actually, is that Abyssal really doing anything?
I don't know,
dude.
dude.
Like gives your team bonus magic damage, right? But yes.
It's tough.
You know?
Yeah, it was for the lane, but the lane did not get better.
Yeah.
My man's so broke, he's Googling free things to do in Berlin. He's trying to figure it out.
Easy ways to make money.
Is Trap Tower Park free? Is there an entry fee? Where can I go? Is the S-Spawn free?
Yeah, Abyssal Mask reduces magic resist, but he doesn't really have any magic damage on his team.
Yeah, I think, again, helps him against the Rumble. It's a much cheaper item than it used to be, even if it doesn't build out a Catalyst, which would have been a nice item to have in lane.
Yeah.
That said, overall, it doesn't really help anybody.
Oh,
Karzi caught out. Forcing the flash out early. Chasey now zooming out to safety. Fighting in the show could be bad, though. Here comes the Ornn ultimate. That's going to be big. The CC, the shutdown. Nitsky getting a big old bag of gold. Wanting to keep this fight going. Peach on the side, burning down. Mad Lions, excellent execution thus far. Nitsky desperate to get more kills. That's the double for the Jace.
Yeah, that's it. I told you the Rumble is really squishy. You can die so quickly. One stun, you're gone. You do so much damage, and you got the Karzi flash, but you go too deep, and you get CC'd. It's lights out. So Mad Lions in a 5v3. Do they fence themselves? Patrick could get the kill here.
Going in on the Karzi. Karzi going up. No mana left for Patrick, forcing him to flash out.
If he had mana there, he could look for
Overconfident for Patrick. Yo-Yo flash stun. Not quite going to hit the wall.
Oh, it's so close, isn't it, Patrick? If he fell there, they'd lose Nash probably, but Odoamne has TP in 10. They have to get out of here now, Mad Lions, because wards on their top side jungle. No summoners, no ults, no nothing. And they're gone. So,
Mad Lions found the angle.
Yeah, but the shutdown went to the Jace, which is
good. And it wasn't the big shutdown. It wasn't the Lee Sin shutdown. I think it's only 150 or 300.
But the Rumble must have been 100%.
No. I think it's like 300.
Nah, he had the same.
Let's find out. I think it's the bonus 300, not just 300.
So you think he's getting 600 gold here?
I think he's 600.
I'm saying 1K. 450.
450?
Wait, he was 150 gold shutdown?
What?
What? There's no way that Rumble was 150 gold
You don't
shutdown.
understand. Ornn looked at a creep wrong, and it just lowered the bounty.
He's 4k gold up. What?
Bounties do bounty things, man. You don't get to pick the price on his head. That's not up to you.
No. Niski got scammed in that bounty contract, that's what I'm saying.
Scammed. They said it's the robot we're scared of. The guy inside we actually are not worried about.
Okay, well, now eyes on the Lee Sin, see if Peach dives too deep.
Yep.
He's still very far ahead. He's building Guardian Angel, which makes a lot of sense. They're going to get their soul point here, XL. TP coming in from the Jace, level 16 here. Very powerful Niski with that Cyril that's now 3 items strong, can get some poke down, will do a lot of damage if it lands.
If it lands, of course, the key there. As he's highlighted, that's third Drake going down, soul point for XL. Something for them to fight around. Mad Lions just trying to bully down this mid lane tier 1. Odoamne can ult, try to clear the way, but it will not stop the tower from falling.
Yeah. So, tower for Dragon. Poke damage is coming out slowly though. Peach has the GA. And it's all about a Baron Vision contest here. Mad Lion's going to set up a little bit, but that's going to get swept out as soon as XL come out of base. Of course, Limit's recalling. Oh no, it was just Abadaga actually, he has the TP. But there's no wards on Limit. I'm looking at the inventory here. He has no wards in his inventory, and they don't have any vision here. So I feel like the Realm needs to take a reset. Otherwise, what are they really getting? They're sweeping out, but they can't really put their own vision down. Maybe they were scared of Mad Lions looking for a Baron themselves. So XL will have to take around a minute's time before they can set up.
Slowing down the game. And as we highlighted, this favors Mad Lions. You saw already in the previous fight, the sheer quantity of CC this team has does mean that whatever gold lead you're stacking on a Lee Sin or in a Rumble, as long as you can delete one of those characters at the start of the fight from the perspective of Mad Lions, you're doing fine. Abadage, very much utility focused, still waiting for that third item from Patrick. Here we are.
Here we are. TPs are up on both top laners. Chase, you can just kind of wait for the waves to come in. The Kai'Sa really needs Guinsos. I don't think he has his Q upgrade, Patrick, still.
Yep.
Once he gets that, then with the Guinsos, he will be able to burn through this Baron. So I think XL, as much as they're ahead, they're slowing down for the Kai'Sa 3-item spike. It's giving time for Mad Lions, and their teamfight comp is really strong. They have a lot of chain CC and decent poke.
I mean, the 3-item Jace is really going to start to hit here. Peach, potentially. Fine for now, has enough mobility, won't get caught out. Will not fumble the bag. Will not give the bag over.
Don't fumble.
Knock into the wall. Oh, Caster cursed, he fumbled the bag!
Dracos, this is your fault!
The bag has been fumbled! No, he's escaped. The bag is fine. Worry not. Sell Yoya.
We're good.
Holding up around the area. Patrick getting chunked out.
So, yeah, they need Kai'Sa third item. XL are stalling. They really need to wait for Patrick to get Guinsos. Here comes the Force.
Or an ultimate. Odoamne flashing out to safety. Knockback gonna go completely wide. Nice charm to stop El Yoya from following up with Mad Lions. Control the pit area, and another time the Shock Blast hits. I've cast this game for 8 years, and I'm never not surprised by how much damage that ability does.
Here comes the base from Patrick. He's basing for the health, basing for that third item, hopefully for XL, because they really need to start pushing forwards, because Mad Lions realize they're playing safe. They're giving up so much space that they can start to fish for engages here, and they don't have it still. So XL they've lost the Guardian Angel on the Lee Sin. They've lost the flash on Odoamne. They're getting pushed to their tier 2. They're stalling so much for this item, but I think they're just gonna have to go.
Mid off to the side, big engage. Abadage now trying to follow up, but Carsey goes into the air. The stun's still coming through though. Patrick now leaping in the fall damage there. Carsey still standing for just a second too long, but it does not matter. Abadage looking to clean house. He's gonna aim for 1, he's gonna aim for 2, looking to get 3, but Peach and Patrick will round it out. Incredible fight from XL.
What a fight, 5 for 1. Everything layered on top of Mad Lions there. Only Niski able to flash, everyone else has summoners up. Is that it? 40 seconds on the respawn for Niski, 30 on Carsey. The waves there, I think they might be able to end the game here.
Just need to close it out. Rumble and Lee Sin. Rumble, especially the damage in that last fight from Odoamne.
Million 5.
And just what an incredible turn for XL, already kicking things off with a win. From 3rd in the ranking, from 10th to 3rd now. Just showing up here in game 1, clutch. Millisang caught out, and Peach, he's not fumbling the bag, he's not fumbling anything. Snowballing this team to victory alongside Odoamne in game 1.
Such a surprising ending, isn't it? It felt like Mad Lions had some space to work with, but they just went way too far, and then XL just clutched out a fight in mid, and the game's over all of a sudden. Blink of an eye, they were stalling, but if you give them a good fight, they'll take it. What a game by Peach. Incredible performance on that Lee Sin. Odoamne on the Rumble as well. I think if I'm Mad Lions and I'm going backstage here, Rumble is a big problem. Need to take that away or ban it or pick it yourselves, because I feel like that champion is just so oppressive.
And I just want to again call out the fact that I'm just impressed by the development of XL. We got used to seeing kind of double carries, the Xayah, You know, more about the Maokais in the jungle, Xayah, Azir, mid-bot being the reason they're winning so many of their games. And this game was top jungle. You said it, like,
it was, yeah.
Essentially 2v5ing the entire game. And there were great moments from Amadage, good engages from Limit. Of course, everyone had their time, but ultimately, that was Lee Sin and Rumble just about all the way.
Yeah, it was. And Patrick was doing damage in fights, didn't get to that break point. The Rel was set up, the Ahri was set up, Amadage gets the resets and keeps them coming. So good game from XL so far. 1 win away from taking the first best of 3 here.
Yeah, and reminder, if you win both of your best of 3s, you're already secured in top 4 in this split, which is big. Enough for many teams in terms of points. For XL, they need to go a little bit further than that. But what a fantastic turnaround that would be from the least possible points to topping the league. But for now, just a single game. We'll have to see how far XL can take it as we send it over to the analyst desk.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Great game on this side of XL. And I want to say great game that we decided to play together today. Was it really together, though? Because winning after game 1 felt kind of easy, honestly.
Yeah, make it all about you.
Yeah.
Let's not make it about Excel, just winning the game. No, great job.
Yeah,
your LCK strats just come in. I feel like it's an unfair advantage.
I mean,
She just is ready for the patch before us.
Yeah, I told you that I was bringing back the strats. It was kind of a glimpse here that we'll see later. But I want us to talk about the meta and the draft, actually, that both teams... Thank you. That both teams played this game because...
I love that it comes in when you're trying to move on.
I know. Great timing. Thanks, production. Because, yeah, as we were saying before, you don't know, even though teams got like a 2-week break, you don't know how quickly they're going to adapt onto the patch and find their groove and how quickly they can find it. Here, for me, this is exactly the kind of champions that I want to see on this patch.
I mean, champions you want to see, but from Excel, like, talk about adapting in 2 weeks. This team completely switched it up. So, like, when I saw this draft, I'm like, okay, wrap it up. Yeah, they got some, like, the power picks. The first rotation was just insane with Kai'Sa, Rel, and Rumble. But then seeing the Lee Sin Ahri come online, that was like a duo or like the Ahri Vi that XL were doing all year long, and it was never working for them. So I had massive doubts initially, but I mean, the Lee Sin, it paid off.
Yeah, I think it's impressive to see how they've adapted now in these 2 weeks, because it's not only them moving away from this late game teamfighting style, it's also them being comfortable and taking charge in the game and really trying to get the game somewhere. I think it speaks so much to how they've improved in these 2 weeks and how confident they are in themselves to actually be able to pull this off.
And I think when it comes to like interesting layers in the draft here is the presence of Azir, because Azir was something that was so there for Excel in the last few weeks. Like, Updog is always going for it. And Mad Lions even left it open. Like, the fact that it was open in the first place sort of surprised me. The fact that Excel didn't see the prio on it in those first 3 picks just shows you that they are fully aware of how they want to play on the patch. Like, maybe there's a world where it does come in if it doesn't get banned in the second phase. But Excel decided to sort of give up on the late game team fighting and go very hard for mid game team fighting, right? The Rumble plus the Rel is a fantastic combo to sort of pull everyone together inside of the burn zone, and they have the sort of mid jungle fighting to get them to that point.
And it's a risky approach, though, when you think about it, because Rel and Lee Sin are the kind of champions that if they fall behind, it's going to be hard to recover, especially playing against the scaling that Mad Lions had here. But everything went well for them, and we've been talking about this Lee Sin. You need to find these skirmishes in the early game, and here Peach did an amazing job, I feel.
Yeah, I think they, as I mentioned earlier, they did a good job actually trying to contest early. Normally from XL we see that they just sort of farm the game out and nothing really happens, but you had a fight before this one and this fight as well where they were looking to actually contest the Mad Lions, and here it feels like Peach sort of just goes off. His entire team is actually backing off, but he's not backing off. He saw this play a mile away and pulled it off almost to perfection in his execution as well.
Look, if Carzzy doesn't like insta-snap cast that ultimate, that knock-up from the kick is also hitting him, so you've just instantly gotten that kill. So 7-0-8, yeah, I am a fan. This has been a new Peach. I feel like Peach, while he's been like solid on picks like the Maokai, this is a guy that hasn't been super present in the early game for the team. He's been team fighting well, controlling space for his backline very nicely. This was a different look of him diving in, doing it all on his own, and just straight up dominating the game between him and Odoamne.
This is what confident Peach looks like, because I remember this guy at EMEA Masters. Lee Sin is actually his most played champion in his entire career, so I'm glad that he got the chance to flex it today.
And on top of this, I believe that Peach just had the best early game, the highest gold of any player. second highest. He was down 21 gold to any player here in summer, which is just crazy how much he was getting done.
And we saw Mad Lions tried the bot lane approach, and I think this is where Excel was put in difficulties here, Reckless. And we've been talking about how this patch was going to be benefiting Mad Lions, especially when it comes to Hylissang playing these engaged champions. It was not quite enough, though, for them pushing onto the bot lane.
Yeah, I would say the story of this game was very much Hyli, Karsi, and Niski having a good game, and Odwamne and Peach having a good game. They were sort of splitting the map as to who was having the advantages, and Hyli had a really good game. I really want to say that. I think he had so many engages that stood out to me. One, maybe that was a moment too early in the mid lane, which is actually going to be this fight that's coming right now, if I'm not mistaken, where he goes a little bit too early, because the engage is amazing, but it's happening too quickly. And he had a few more this game that was just keeping Mad Lions in the game. And I want to give credit to them, because I think when Odo is having such a good game and Peach having such a good game, it's hard to keep yourself in the game, and this was so much of Hyli's work.
Peach is just behind enemy lines, right? 4 versus 5, they lost their mid laner, but Peach sort of saw that angle, then Odo can layer in the ult too. It felt like even though Mad Lions had the numbers advantage, because their engage was sort of so staggered with their solo laners not quite being there, the fact that Peach saw that angle to go for the fight, even down, gave them a legitimate chance. That fight itself ended up being pretty close, but you can see how quickly I think it's two compositions sort of stylistically like this can turn in a fight. All it takes is one catch onto the right player, one player overstepping, and that becomes like a very knife's edge style of League of Legends. And if Excel can thrive in that environment against Mad Lions, we need to start reevaluating this team, because it's one thing to, you know, do very well during the best of ones playing scaling team fight. It's like, okay, cool, you made it here to group stage. Do you see longevity in that? I didn't really, but if they can play this style and if they perfected it coming in with a 2-week break, this team can do some serious damage.
We can take a look at the last fight, actually, that won them the game, because it felt like it came suddenly, and all of a sudden the game was over. And as we said, guys, this comes down to execution, and especially in a competition like this.
The engage between Limit and the Rumble. People talk about the Hylissang patch, but let's not forget Limit on these engaged sports. This is also an environment he can thrive in. Sort of finding those angles with the flank options coming in with the Lee Sin and the Ahri. That was just all him. I think a lot of the game had been about Peach finding those angles, so it was really nice to see Limit find his moment.
Now, moving on to game 2, Mad Lions picked blue side here. Reckless, what kind of adaptation do you want to see on the side of Mad Lions, whether it's in draft or how they approach the game?
I would like to see them play more like Excel, to be honest with you. Because when I think about this patch, I think what Excel built here, I think fighting at all times, everyone being able to go in, go out, but Mad Lions built a scaling composition with AD carry being the focal point and top being weak side, and that's just not mad for me. I want them to play more like Excel, actually, because I think this crazy game is good for them.
A surprising version of Excel that we saw here during this first game. We'll see if Mad Lions can come back, as they have 2 more games to do so. Time for us to toss it to break and come back right after.
It's a fish for the charm. Peach, the potential here for the play, kicks into the wall, the feathers fly, but he still finds one. He wants one more. Karsi, flash back, Sandy, flash in, the triple, baby! Peach popping off here on the Lee Sin, 3 kills now. Cheer out. Personally, that said, instant engage, instant knockup, 1-2 punch here. Limit trying to make his way out, but the feathers fly.
No some there, nothing there. I can ult soon, Yeah, I can send you up. Look at this. Nothing. I can go, keep going. Popping on flash, Kill on. Careful chase damage, I'm tanking. Okay, back off. Get tower. Nice. Holy shit.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Hello and welcome back. I didn't just accidentally close a very important Chrome tab.
No, you didn't.
I didn't. Here we are.
You got it back up in like 5 seconds.
5
so
seconds.
Respect.
Need it for graphics in game. A little behind the scenes action there. And hopefully behind the scenes for both these teams. They've thought about what they want to do coming into game 2. I think a lot of pressure on Mad Lions.
Yep.
Because, and again, we had them on U4 if you missed the episode. I think excellent insight into Mad. It's a bit of a chaotic process, it seems like, from them. But 5 losses in the regular season for the team that's already qualified for season finals. You can let it slide if the best of 3 performance shapes up. But it has not shaped up yet. And if you're a Mad fan, might be time to get a little worried.
Yeah, and if you're an XL fan, time to get hyped because, well, not hyped, but, you know, slowly,
no, I think
slowly
hyped.
happy. Hyped.
No, I agree.
There's a long way to go.
Nope.
They've got a couple best 3s to win. You know, they've got to get this one.
I know.
Get the next one. Then they've got to get
For
a best of 5. And I think they're in a safe spot. Safe zone is a couple best ofs away, but we're ready to get into draft already. Players are on the stage. They've thought about it. Is Rumble a problem, Mad Lions? Is it something you want to ban away, or is it something you want to first pick? Actually, let's have a look at Chasey's. Does Chasey have any all-time Rumble games? I would imagine that he does. It's quite a popular champion, but he hasn't been playing too long.
Okay, so far mostly remaining the same.
No, he doesn't.
Maokai, Tristana.
No competitive Rumble games for
Chasey. Now we're going to see Ivern banned.
Oh, yeah? Okay, next one. Next one.
What did they ban in the previous
Get the triple win streak.
I already forgot what they banned.
My money has to be on Rumble.
What do they care about? They can't run in the Rumble.
Surely it's a
Who else is
problem.
OP? Oh, Xayah. That's a good one.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's good now.
Kai'Sa also good. They could just ban both, and then we're just in absolute 80 carry free fire mode.
Ashe, Varus. Oh, yes,
Oof.
get me into that meta.
That's so weird. That feels weird.
It is, doesn't it?
But I'm going to say this. Every time we get into Kai'Sa Xayah meta, we don't appreciate it.
We don't. But
we don't appreciate
but
it.
Also,
we should.
Ashe was mainly a support last year.
That's
and
true.
Seeing an Ashe just throw arrows mid-mindlessly for hours and hours was one thing. But seeing an Ashe auto space with like insane attack speed and dodge everything is another.
I agree. That would be pretty hype. Ashe, an oppressive laner still.
So they have given over the Rel. I wonder if XL are going to run back the Rumble. And then what is Mad Lions got as
Rel
response?
Varus? That would be that's an aggressive combo.
Yeah, I could also go jungle here. They thought Sejuani was
just run. Yeah,
it's such an easy pickup for XL. It was so strong in their game. They blinded it before, and all they came up with Mad Lions was an Aura. I think Alistar here or some kind of support into the Rel would work. Rakan's down, of course, hitting Rakan iconic. And then, of course, they can pick the Jace if they really believe in that Jace Kai'Sa poke comp that they might have wanted to run in game 1. But again, XL will play hard engage. Poke comps are good, but XL is going to play so many engage champs.
And I just want to see what Mad Lions are going to do to adjust. They're really taking their time here. Nautilus now locked in, so more reliable hard CC and lockup.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, to be fair, Hillsang hit a lot of fantastic engages that game. I guess you just want the reliability of a point and click, and you highlighted it in the previous game as well. Rumble, very squishy. If you can catch Rumble out with this full AP build, he dies very quickly.
He does.
But I'm still more worried about the lane phase. I just don't think they want to put him in that position. LeBlanc, one of the champions that was taken off the board in the previous game, kind of forgot about it, and here now we get to see what Niski can do with it.
Is Poppy a pickup here? What kind of mid laner do they pick into the LeBlanc? Do they match the LeBlanc, or do they go for something like an AD carry? I can see Dracos lots of hand signals because of the hover, but he's not going to say anything about it because they're going to lock in Twisted Fate.
That's right, because I'm not trying to flame you unless there's justification to flame you. Enough people have done that. It's not cool.
Without justification.
Well, I mean, if they lock it in, I'm going to...
You're gonna be so casual. He's level 6. What do you think? Shut up. Twisted Fate picked. I think Ezreal should.
when do you right click in the Malzahar combo? What point do you right click, Casual?
God, that was so long ago, wasn't it? 5 years ago.
But it is Excel.
5 years ago.
I know, man.
But yeah,
flies.
actually, if you think back to the counters of old LeBlanc AP, I remember it was in Europe. I think it was Mad Lions were running TF Ezreal into it, and what you would do is like ult on him, stun card, like Ezreal ult in mid wave. Like it was really annoying for the LeBlanc because LeBlanc, when she gets chunked out, always has to base, right? She has no real sustain. And she always normally does get chunked out because of how far forward she plays. So I wonder if XL wants to go towards an Ezreal. Not good into the Kai'Sa. Ezreal Rel, not the best. But of course, Ezreal could be jungle, so they're taking away things like the Braum already.
And again, just closing off some of those options. Braum in general, an incredibly annoying champion for both the LeBlanc and the Kai'Sa to deal with. A single mark for the concussive blows, guaranteeing the follow-up stun. And again, this is interesting. The shift from Excel clearly seems to be in the Slack week of scrims. Hey, we are willing to just put Abadage on utility. Whether it's the R8 or TF, it is not as much about giving him a scaling option.
I think Lee Sin on 4 is big pick here for XL. As much as they give up the Rel jungle flex idea, dropping AD to 5 seems risky because Lee Sin LeBlanc is powerful, but TF Lee Sin into LeBlanc is also quite powerful. So I wonder if XL, if Lee Sin's up, are just going to drop AD carry to 5 here. If Mad Lions, I wonder if they're thinking about that. Could be an option for them. Worked very well in game 1. Peach seems very comfortable on it. Most played, like you said. And yeah, great setup against them. Okay, good spot by Mad Lions.
Force out the Lee Sin ban here. And the question is, what does it free up from Excel? Are Excel ready for that Lee Sin to be banned away? And if so, what option does it give them? Do they want to flex the Rel into jungle?
The safe option now is AD carry because of the Rel flex. I think Lee Sin was a must pick up there. But actually, they're looking at Viego. Maybe they're thinking the only real good AD jungler left for the LeBlanc is Viego. But I think Kha'Zix could be a pick. Not great into TF, but there's a couple of options.
Yeah, Kha'Zix's tough. I mean, if you can land the chains, you got decent setup CC, but again, they're trusting Peach to play a more aggressive jungle option. Strong pairing with the Twisted Fate, the sheer amount of CC and setup you have.
When's the Bel'Veth coming out? What about Poppy's open as well? If Yoya wants to run that back, but are they going to lack damage? 2 very heavy AP champions. There's a Cassante into Rumble, bit more comfort for Chasey.
Bit more comfort, but we've also seen Rumble into the Cassante.
We've seen this in the LSK.
Yeah.
I think it was Zeus versus Dundon, I think it was. And yeah, the Rumble looked so good. Ooh, it's the Nocturne.
So this time around, Mad Lions not opting to have more safer scaling options, opting to be much, much more scrappy. Tons of long-range engage between the Nocturne and the Kai'Sa, are not engaged, but long-range tools, and a lot of hard CC. Less reliable engage for fights, however.
Is it TF Ezreal? He's going to go towards Draven. Saw Nila and I think think Samira could work. Ooh, Aphelios. Despite the nerfs, he's come out. So, XL again, quite mid-game heavy, very skirmish heavy. They've lost the Lee Sin, so a little bit less playmaking, but a TF level 6 can always find you something. But of course, Mad Lions have countered that with a Nocturne, who can play very well into side lanes, and will be a good pick to counter those TF ganks. Of course, it's a lot harder for the Nocturne. The level 6 ult is quite short range.
Yeah.
But they've got very good dive, right? Cassante, Nocturne, Kai'Sa, Nautilus. So Mad Lions fighting fire with fire this time around.
Respectable. Of course, execution in the early game was a bit lackluster. A lot of those lanes just fell apart so incredibly quickly, specifically top side of the map, jungle matchup as well affected when they just overcommitted on some of those early skirmishes. So now a lot more tools to fight around level 6. Still feels like a game where most of the action will come once those ultimates are available, but laning phase, especially on the top side of the map, something we're going to have to keep track of. It was mostly just pressure in the mid lane for Abadagi versus Niski, but Chasey was getting obliterated. For Mad's sake, you have to hope that he can perform better with this Cassante.
See if they can find any early plays. The Nocturne really just wants the power farm, doesn't he? Doesn't really want to force plays of his own till 6. Maybe counter ganks could work on lane ganks through lane level 4 after a full clear. But most of the time, it's just about getting grabs, getting full clears, getting as many camps as possible, level up, and then start fighting back. But for now, I think we're slowly loading into the game. I think the nice thing about Odoamne's last game is they were playing the first strike against Ornn.
Yep.
He was just getting so much gold.
And he was just farming him.
He was farming him.
Actually, we should go back in the replay later and maybe get Chakrez to check exactly how much money was just made in that lane.
Also, that's why I think like Rumble ulting, even though it's like the cooldown's gone up a little bit, it's still pretty low CD.
It's like top lane Annie. You just hit it.
You just throw ult, you get your first strike gold, you just go away, you know, you're happy, cash out.
It's a bit of a chunkier cooldown though. But if you're not going to fight, might as well get that money. Here we go, level 1, limit coming over the wall. Elyoya spotted.
Yeah, they've planned this here, XL. Can remount, run at Elyoya, flash, pull him through. Is that the plan here? Odoamne's around. Or maybe they're going to wait to see if they walk up and ward Yoya.
There's so much CC, but who's been caught? Limit can't go back over the wall. He can't go around. He's now been locked up. They spot 4 members out. They know it's time to leave, so well sniffed out by Mad Lions there. Elyoya was talking about practicing a lot against BDS and dealing with uncountable amounts of different level 1s and creative starts and cheeses, so it seems like Mad Lions are ready for some of these.
Oh, no, I'm just covering the top side of the map. Peach looks like he's going to solo start the Raptors, and he's going to ward off the blue. They'll know it's warded, so we'll see if Peach can avoid that ward. Niski's going to ward the Raptors. Actually, he's going to start on the red. So both junglers solo starting. Again, like Nocturne is full clear. Viego could do 3 camps and look for something top if he really wants to. I mean, this ward, you can play around with it on the top side on his Raptors. You can do red into Raptors and then hug the wall, go around onto Krugs, gank top. See if Peach gets creative.
Yep. I mean, again, naturally, we're just keeping our eyes on Peach, who's able to do so much once he found that lead in the previous game. For now, though, just early clearing. Not too exciting here. We didn't expect to see a ton of Aphelios in the meta right now. Reminder, he was hit. Gravitum slow, a bit of the healing on Severum, so the red and purple guns both nerfed. But still, overall, a reasonably strong champion. The bigger nerfs from our discussions earlier, Caedrel, actually Gale Force hurting him so much as an immobile champion.
Yeah, a little bit of a Gale Force nerf as well, so overall quite weak. Well, not weak. He was such an S-tier champion. He's just gone down a notch. And you can see Mad Lions stacking early bot waves. I wonder with that ward on blue if Elyoya with so much bot push wants to do Krugs into enemy bot side and look to kind of split the map-esque / push Peach out of his own jungle, but he's in level 3 on the Viego. Just a case of tracking Hylissang, because I think in a straight-up 1v1, the Nocturne might actually just win on the face check.
I mean, both have attack speeds, but the spell shield, I mean, it's just massive in the 1v1, right? As well as the innate sustain they both have. I can see the argument.
Gets spotted. I think his idea here is start blue buff, I'm going to blast cone over, surprise, it's a kill. But Peach saw him, and he won't walk over Yoya's ward. Bit of a game of information now, because if Peach doesn't show, Elyoya might think that he's on his top camps and then just walk into the blue buff anyway. Unless he's thinking of a mid dive, but I don't think they have the damage.
Card to come in, chain connecting. Niski still winning out on this trade. Decent auto damage. Starting with Longsword for LeBlanc means adaptive stats turn to AD, which is very frustrating in those longer trades as Elyoya walks in. Doesn't see him? Does see him? Yep. Has the ward. Sees him. What am I talking about? I was worried about the blast code. Scratch.
So Yoya on Nocturne 2 camps down now. He's wasting so much time for this blue buff. Peach has smite. This could just be a smite fight. Elyoya might want to keep it low to wait for Hilly.
Yep. Zoning him away. So really bot push there Saving Elyoya going to allow him to be first to the crab here, but bit of a difficult play overall. Good heads-up warding from Excel, limiting some of that invade potential.
Yeah. So Peach is going to go towards his top crab. Maybe he can steal away some of the camps from Yoya, because now the tables have turned. Odoamne has the top push.
Whoa. Oh, just threading the needle there. Absolutely disgusting. For those who don't know, that's called lollipopping. When a skill shot is at its max range, if you're like within a couple, like 50 units or something like that, it will just connect to you. That's how you get those disgusting hooks, is Elyoya trying to stop the same thing that he did to Peach from happening to him. He will be able to secure this as Odoamne wants to return.
So not the end of the world there for Yoya. He manages to get the enemy blue, gets his own blue, and now he can full clear back from top to bot on his respawn. But yeah, did waste a little bit of time. No real action in these early stages, though. Hilly's just
Hilly getting pulled back, not quite under tower. Patrick has big damage now. The Ignite's still ticking. Patrick going to follow up. Hylissang has he overstayed. Flash out there. Patrick holding on to his. Doesn't want to get too aggressive. I agree. No sums, only cleanse on Carzzy. There's no heal here, so combat effectiveness very low for the side of Mad.
They had a huge heal advantage there. Patrick could have flash, kept going, kept the heal. Maybe he thought he would die to the Kai'Sa if he overcommitted onto the Nautilus, but regardless, winning lane now for XL in the sense of combat summoners. Can they cancel the base of the Kai'Sa? They don't see Carzzy. Limmit's going to go around the corner just a bit too late, but with the blue gun, should be easy to push out and take a nice base.
That feels very good for XL after being shoved under the tower for so long. Hylissang feeling a bit too confident there. Patrick getting the gun timings right so that he has so many free abilities to cast in that fight.
Yeah, Hilly's just going to have to catch the wave. Mid lane going in favor of Mad Lions a little bit, though. We saw Nisqy getting some good trade. Both have similar items. Yeah, they go towards the static shifts.
Difference is LeBlanc much better at stacking it, more often than not.
Yeah.
Can be a bit frustrating for Abadogi's just going to be on the back foot here until someone can come help him out in this lane phase.
Odoamne winning top, Flames to maintain as well. So again, I think early game for XL, they're happy with it. Nothing's really happened. Don't think they expect anything to happen, but bot's got a good trade.
Yeah.
Top lane's winning. And they're getting closer and closer to that level 6 on TF that Abadogi's just got. See if they can look for any bot play. Hylissang's very vulnerable to a bot play. You know, Limit can look to trade very heavily with a TF ult, so he's going to be careful.
Only just walking mid lane for now, ready to respond to any potential plays from the opposite side. Vision on Dragon from both sides. A nice control ward outside of the pit from the side of Excel. Give them some information. Will be spotted out now by Mad and cleared away. Mad still holding on to at least one ward in the pit. And remember, in the previous game, it was around the first Drake where this fight really got out of hand, where ultimately Peach was able to find that triple kill in the skirmish and really snowball the game. Hilly playing a bit risky here. They can just kill Nautilus. He doesn't have a hook, but oh man. There you go. The hook back now coming through. Abadogi going to be kicking himself after that, man. There's more than enough members in the area, but now he's just walking forward. He's got no other options left. They desperately need to find a kill here, or it could all fall apart. They get first blood. The rest of the team now looking to collapse behind them. Peach flashing back over the wall. Now looking to lock up Carzzy. He can't get out of this form, but he can try to keep the fight going. For now, Excel winning. Patrick zooming in. Otto, Root coming through in time. Nisqy going over the wall. They're trying to still fight.
It worked again. First it was the Ahri flash, and now it was the blue card, and they eventually got the kill, but again, with yellow card, I think that was an easier kill.
Damn, this is crazy. The actors are on strike, and Abadogi might still get the Oscar in this game, bro. His performance is immaculate.
It really is, isn't it? Just pulls out a blue card, like, I'll let you off, and then Hylissang's like...
into a false sense of security.
Yeah, Hylissang's like, oh, you made a mistake, I'll go in. And then he...
Oh, hold on. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Chasey looking for a bit of vengeance!
Welcome back, Chasey. It's been a tough 5-6 games, but there's a solo kill.
All right, get the copy pass, Twitch chat. It's time. So there you go. It was the matchup. What? Now coming through. I don't know how these are landing, but Hylissang's making it look good. Patrick, no mana, but Peach in the area is spotted by a ward. Make sure that they can escape.
Actually, they got the wave in, and Hylissang just used the Ignite, so I think XL are happy with that. Peach just hovering around to cover. Can he stop the base of Limit again? Is he going to see him on it? No, he's going to see him now and just have to watch him disappear into the night. So good play there by Chasey, keeping Mad Lions in this early game. Abadogi is down a lot of minions, but he's got that first blood to help stop that gold. It's even now. 2 plates to Nisqy in the CS difference. So he's going to get very close to that static Shiv.
Yep, and Shiv, so important here. Not for the damage these days, more for the wave clear. Although the damage is still significant as you get later into the game, you get more AP under your belt, but just being able to clear that wave and be faster on the roam against the champion with a semi-global like TF is big. So first Dragon to the side of Excel, now they're looking to make it first Herald as well. 4 members here on the top side of the map.
Easy.
easy Herald. Easy pickup. Yo-Yo is level 6 on this Nocturne, but he hasn't pulled the trigger anywhere, really. Support jungle, no flash, but finding Peach is hard and limits on the top side of this team, so there's no targets, no cross map. Nothing to do for Mad Lions on the bot side.
See now. I mean, you have to feel like there's an angle here soon. Patrick has flash available, but again, he has no cleanse. We'll see if they want to go for a Mikhail's or a QSS later in the game, but he should be an easy target. That said, Red-White definitely not the ideal time to jump in onto an Aphelios.
No, definitely not. Let's cover this wave, push out maybe, unless Mad Lions just start to push back. It's quite a little bit later on in the early game, so it's very easy for these 8 carries to blow through the waves. Level 6 on limit. He's got no flash though. He's looking for a hook. They're
Ready
looking
to
for
body
a paranoia.
block.
Yeah, but nothing to do. Again, Abadaga's ults up in 5 seconds. So Karsi knows summoners. Abadaga is basing for a shift to match Niski's push. But it just feels like Mad Lion's bot lane is just vulnerable. You know, first it was Hylissang with no summoners against the TF, and now it's Karsi.
Yeah.
Gonna have to wait for that cleanse before he walks up.
And for Patrick and Excel, it feels like they're pretty comfortable just surviving right now. They know that in terms of kill threat that they're a little bit on the back foot here without support, that the threat of the Nocturne is very real, but he was spotted in that ward in the bottom side river, so they do generally know where he's at. Right now he's currently clearing top side camps. Will get spotted as he tries to leave his own jungle here. And the warding from Excel this series, you know, something that might go missed, but I think it's just been really solid. They just continuously have tracked Elyoya so well.
Yeah. Look where Abadaga's being pushed back to. Look at mid lane if we could. All the way to tier 2. Can't really lane. Question mark pings on the TF. He's just stuck there. He can't really help this bot play, so it's only XL in a 3v2. No TPs other than Niski's.
Limit now stepping forward, so just going to try to shut down Karsi, but Karsi has the cleanse up and available. Limit now going to be in trouble. That's going to be 1 kill coming in. Able to finish that one now. Peach now needs to get the hell out. Mad Lions trying to chase down. Niski on the chase coming in. Did use his TP to get into the fight. Now trying to follow up, take this Viego out of the equation. He is able to do so. Mad firing back on the dive from Excel.
Abadaga's TP is up in 3 seconds. He would have been able to match if it was up. I think Odoamnes was on cooldown too, and Chasey's just came up, so managing to pull off the 3v3 under tower and trading it back up against XL with a gold lead now, Mad Lions, despite that Herald's crashing.
Chasey trying to win out in these trades. Bit tough, but we take a look back at the initial play here. Is XL clearly very confident with the help of that Herald.
They've got good guns in the Aphelios, but I think they could have just played for the crash and then waited, because the mid situation is so bad that the engage is great from limit, but they're on such a small time window. Patrick getting CC'd by the Nautilus slows the dive down. Eventually they get the kill, but then of course down goes Limit on the Rel. Niski's already arrived, and Limit might be in trouble on the live screen here. Chain's gonna land. Looks like he's been able to jump away.
Now, able to leap out right as the chains connect, so does complete the dash and will walk away. Crucially, Abadage has been able to grab his own static, so can manage some of that wave clear. But overall, very hectic play on the bottom side. Interestingly, this Nocturne still just chilling. You know, 0-0-0, 88 CS.
100 gold lead though.
100 gold lead, but hasn't ulted yet. And I feel like if you hit level 11 on Nocturne and you haven't ulted yet, it's not a great sign. That said, Stride Breaker done. Maybe an opportunity for him to attack the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's a bit of a suco mucho, but hopefully you can look for it now in 20 seconds on this dragon.
I love it when you speak Spanish. It's so,
so elegant, isn't it? Abadage is down a little bit of XP. Ball push coming through for XL. Wonder if Patrick wants to take a base here, get that mythic picked up. His Karsi's a little bit away from the static ship. Wonder if he's going to take a base as well, but looks like there's no Dragon Force just yet. There's the Gale Force for Patrick.
Yeah, so despite being hit, obviously still just a crucial item for an immobile champion, especially against a LeBlanc and a Nocturne and a Kaisa and a Cassante.
I will say in somewhat isolation, Niski, that's 4 plates in mid, almost a 40 CS lead.
And this is kind of the individual performance we needed from someone on Mad Lions after they got individually gaffed in the previous game. It wasn't Niske versus Abadage, it was more about jungle and top lane, but this is big. Yeah. And this is the LeBlanc that we saw banned away in game 1, now showing up in game 2. And this time around, Abadage going for something more utility focused, really not working out.
Not working out, but I mean, it got them the first kill, but other than that, they've only really used that one.
Look at me in the face and told me the blue card got that first kill, Mark. Don't lie to the viewers. Don't do that.
On paper, it should have got the first kill, and it did. The execution is irrelevant.
All right.
There's first tower. That's a 1.6k gold lead in mid.
How does this keep happening every game? All right, well, they're trading blow for blow. At this stage, Mad Lions with a LeBlanc freed from her lane with the static at this stage of the game is going to be very tough to deal with.
Yeah, it is.
Drake, of course, went over to XL there, so they're 2 dragons away from Soul, but it's kept Soul again, which, again, that sucks for XL. See if they can get this bot dive going, but Limit's just playing human ward. Hook's gonna miss.
Just to walk away here. TF ult now coming in. They can look to lock down the support, but not an ideal target whatsoever. Limit in the backside. Hylissang will be picked off. Carzzy now flashing out to safety. Has been marked up. Pull back from Chasey. Gonna knock Odoamne back under the tower. Equalizer coming out. Odoamne just barely. No! Nisqy with the help of the tower, getting the kill on the bottom side of the map.
No TP, no flash, sorry, there for Odoamne. Nice TP in, but Chasey matched it and assaulted him under the tower, didn't he? Ooh. No real way to go, he overheated. And Yoya, is he gonna get involved in the game? He's on the top side, he's got the stride break. He could look to ult on the Peach, but he has flash and ultimate, so it's a bit of a waste. So he hasn't really found any windows to join the fights just yet, despite there being 7 kills. It's just, I feel like Nisqy's just keeping Mad Lions in this game.
Yeah. 2-0-0 on the LeBlanc. We take a look at the gold here, and yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. That's
You knew we were talking about him with the emote.
Yeah.
Good timing.
I mean, he's earned it. That's a big LeBlanc performance.
Yeah.
So
165 CS in almost 15 minutes. Took a full mid tower. Did have his jungler hover every now and then. But yeah, 2 kills in his back pocket. Has TP in case this Herald gets started up, and we'll see what he can do in these fights. Chasey has the flash. Limit's now moving up towards his top side as Patrick swapped because of that Herald spawn. No dragon.
Ultimate, crucially. All right, XL, there's no play here to be had. They will be forced to back away. Now XL do have 2 Drakes, so certainly there is a scaling option as we go later and later into the game, but playing against a LeBlanc that is this strong is going to be tough for a team as squishy as XL.
Certainly is. As much as Odoamne had a great Rumble game last game, not looking too strong at this one, this time around. He's going to get caught off by Nisqy here. I don't think Nisqy has the damage to take a full kill. It's more of like a poke-ish champion at the moment with lots of wave clear. The burst isn't there just yet without the Night Harvester.
No. Odo waiting in the brush. Has a stopwatch as well. 2 seconds on Equalizer. There's just no reason to force this fight. I think if you give up your ult as Rumble, you're just useless in the next fight.
Can you bring up the runes for me? I'm just curious what runes are being ran mid lane. Yeah, you can see the minion dematerialize there from Nisqy, and of course they removed the AP ratio on the static shift, but if you minion demat 3 range creeps and get the bonus damage, the static shift still procs and gets the kill. So a nice pickup by him to still get that side lane push.
And for context, the AP ratio on damage to minions has been removed. The AP ratio for damage to champions is reduced, but it's still there. So yeah, he's doing like something like 300 damage at level 12 here. At this point, maybe 330, 340, depending on how it scales, plus an additional 12%. Assuming that he used all 3 stacks on range creeps. So if you're playing in solo queue, consider taking DMAT if you want to build really any static champion.
Yeah, that's the band-aid to the static shift nerfs. Just get minion dematerializer, use it on the range creeps. Nisqy's looking for this bot tier 1. You can see Chasey has top push as well, so mid push going in favor of Mad Lions as well. That's 3 pushing lanes in this mid game, which kind of stings for XL. And the only way they can break it open is fighting, but this Nocturne's hovering. Limit's kind of cover this bot dive. Abadaga can TP in.
They can't lock up Nisqy. There's not really a play to be had here. Nisqy just stepping in. Herald will charge for sure. So at this point, XL really need to get out from under this tower, but don't really have a clean way to escape. Aphelios is on the way down. Mad Lions don't want to pull the trigger on the play. They're now retreating. Patrick Gale forcing forward. Nice spell shield to come out. Hylissang will give his life as the charge comes through, but excellent confidence coming from an XL as they barrel down the river here. Nocturnal now coming in, blocking the line of sight from TF. The gold card cannot connect.
Surprised he didn't just throw it anyway, try and get a cleanse. He just kind of backed away. Maybe he was scared of the Nocturne turning onto him. They're going to lose top tower for that. They lost the bot tower, so kills in favor of XL, but no objectives to transition them into. They're going to get push out mid. Abadaga's going to run and catch bot. 40 seconds on the Dragon spawn timer. Need to make sure that they're ready for that, but with Nocturne ults being on cooldown level 10, it's such a long cooldown this stage in the game that I think that maybe Matt's going to have to give it up, you know?
Yeah. Top lane and bot lane tower for Mad Lions. Getting a couple members resetting. Carzzy needs to reset here as well. Here's AP. Kai'Sa is the build we're going to see consistently across these games. Or at least static into Nashers.
Yep, static into Nashers into Rageblade.
Rageblade.
Evolve. Odoamne has the TP. Midwave contest is going to come through, and maybe Mad Lions are kind of forced to fight this. It's going to be soul points for XL if they
just use Nocturnal.
Yeah, but the thing is, what is there else to do on the map? You know, they can't really look for anything on the top side. Just try and fish it out a little bit, see if they can find a nice hook.
If they can force a fight in the next 7 seconds, Odoamne won't have ultimate, but it's too late already. Small window of opportunity closes.
Yeah, so now XL have the setup. They're going to walk into River, and Mad Lions without that Nocturne ult means that Yoya is quite weak. Hasn't really been able to join the game just yet in terms of kill participation, but here's the start. See if he can steal it away from Peach, who's had a phenomenal series so far. Niski's off to the side. Chunking him out constantly. W's landing. Lots of poke coming in from Mad. I wonder if Limit's just going to pull the trigger with a flash forwards. Carsey's flash up in around 10 seconds. I wonder if they have the timer there, XL.
Niski just continuing to harass on Ottawamne. Decent bit of poke damage. 3K getting lower is the Chemtech Drake. Pull back coming in from Chasey onto Limit. Ultimate going down. Carsey now forced to back away. XL instantly moving into the pit. The Drake's still standing, but they managed to take Cassante out of the fight. Chasey is down. Niski going over the wall to try to steal, but Peach says not today. Secures that one, and XL walk away with their third Drake of the game. An unstoppable ult coming out from Peach to buffer on the hook from Hylissang.
Chasey just died in the blink of an eye. I thought Limit was the one in trouble there with the Q3 coming in and him Wing into Carsey. But the Cassante just gets one-shot from the members of XL, and then Mad Lions can't fight. Nocturnal's up now, but there's nothing really Elyoya can do. And Niski and Carsey are kind of like poke champions, so unless Hylissang goes in, there's nothing really to do for Mad Lions to stop XL from just disengaging after the first kill.
Niski going for a bit of hero play there. Saw the red card locked and utilized, so knew he had a window of opportunity to trade. But yeah, take a look back at this replay.
Yeah, I thought Limits was in trouble. Like, Q3 will come out from Chasey here, he's stacking in on the Drake. He gets knocked into Carsey. I thought that Relish just gonna get one shot. But he just dashes in, gets a nice Magnet Storm, on top of a Rumble ult, on top of a stun from Diego.
I mean, Yoya doesn't even get to auto-attack.
Yeah.
He just walks back and forth and is forced to flash out of the pit.
Yeah, there's nothing the Nocturne really did in that game. I don't know how much damage Yoya has done yet, but he's not done too much this game. The Nocturne, of course.
Can we look at damage to champions for the entire game production whenever you get a chance? Just a track, because it has felt like a super low impact game from Elyoya. Yeah, I mean, 1,300 damages.
He needs to start getting involved in side lane plays, especially.
And again, it's not
really strong.
Peach isn't miles ahead. It's 1,000 damage, but it's just not a game that has been about the junglers whatsoever. You can see it's really a game that's been about Niski versus XL in that single team fight.
Yeah, I think with Niski having such a gold lead and being able to push out these sides with Night Harvester, situations like this are ideal for Yoya to just be able to ult onto the side if Hylissang can collapse. See Patrick Gale forcing forwards there to threaten Niski to dash away so he can get this push in top, so they can get vision on the top side of map. Limits with 4 wards in his inventory.
Seeing the Gale Force could be awkward. We'll see if it costs him, as Chasey still does pretty well in the 1v1 as Ottawamne overheats there on the bottom side of the map. 3 members of XL strong here around the pit, clearing out vision. Niski just dipping, ducking, diving. XL don't really have the tools to reliably lock down a LeBlanc. They are not the team with the Nautilus.
They want that top tower. They really want that top tower, because it's still 4 towers to 0 here. XL yet to crack open that tower. Despite winning these fights, getting kills, and being on Soul Point, their map control is lacking a lot. You'll see them stack 3-man top, but they won't have any push in mid or bot. And so they're kind of having to run around as this grouped unit to try and contest places of the map.
I mean, the big thing is, if Mad make a mistake and concede a Baron, so many towers are going to fall. It's going to be a huge, huge gold swing.
Yeah.
You know, we're looking at 6-7K, I imagine, on the back of one fight strong enough to get you a Baron. But it's tough. I mean, it feels a little bit like Niski versus the world right now in terms of keeping Mad Lions relevant in this game, because we just, again, have not seen much from the rest of the map.
But I do think Mad Lions' position is still really, really good. I mean, it's just the fight setups are lacking a little bit, especially that last one. So I think as long as they can keep these pushing lanes, their Baron will be quick when the Kai'Sa has 3 items, but I still think Mad is heavily favored. It's felt like, I mean, Mad's up 3k gold, but it's felt like XL dominate these fights. I think the Aphelios is just spiking really hard on those 2 items now. And it's just a case of, you know, Abadage being down in gold, great. He's still just there to stun card. If you actually look at the items, the LeBlanc's just up a Phoenix Shodex, right? Yeah. And she has more damage overall, but I mean, his job is just to stun anyway, so see if they can find Niski.
Here we go. Flash out to safety, dash out, TP now coming in. Ulti going down, Nocturnal just to block vision of Niski, but one more W as well as the chain. The clone needs to body block here, but he doesn't quite have the angle. Peach finding the shutdown. That could be the angle that XL need to start this objective. Already though, push in the mid lane, push on the bottom side of the map. Tier 2 is being traded for this Baron. TP's now coming in. Mad Lions don't want to risk anything.
30 seconds on Niski. Yoya doesn't have that ultimate. He used it to try and peel. He only really has... He has to run at this Baron. No flash either.
Ottawamne no ultimate either. Patrick perfect guns for a fight. They have to be careful about initiating this one. Carsey just going to walk away, but Limit wants to keep the fight going. XL descending upon the Mad Lions. They already got the Baron. Now they're looking for the fight to boot.
There's the Baron they needed to crack open these towers. They got a mid tier 2 there, Mad Lions, but Yoya, no ultimate, no flash. There's nothing he can do. He just has to watch them take it. He can't walk up and steal it. All 5 members will just turn straight onto him, so they lose Hylissang too. Dragon up in 30 seconds. With Hilly being dead for another 10, they're not going to have any vision in this bot side. River XL going to reset, run out towards his bot side, and start up this Dragon and pick up a soul, I think, uncontested. Carzzy trying to get the upgrade with the recall animation cancel there, but he's just failed it 3 times on the, I think it is the Q evolve he's looking for.
Yep.
So we'll see if Mad Lions can steal this one away. They don't have any wards, but they've got their top side in this river.
Peach. Golden. Ultimate in 1 second. He can ult out to safety. Doesn't need to use it. XL. Now looking to collapse. A lot of cooldowns gone. Just trying to burn through Chasey's health bar. Chasey can he ult out. He's going to dash. Footwork back. XL. 5 members in the pit. Spotted out by the Scuttle Crab of Mad Lions. Abadagi off to the side with the gold card. Nisqy now looking for a flank, looking for an angle. Odoamne just continuing to step up. He has access to the equalizer. If they secure this Drake, Chemtech Soul for the side. Instantly, the ultimate coming up from the Nocturne response from the Rumble. Nisqy off to the side, fishing for an angle into the back line, looking to lock up the 80 carry. No one has gone down yet, but Nisqy trying to finish the job. Hylissang will finally fall. Peach finding the reset. Can look to get locked up by Carzzy, but Chasey going in, trying to save his 80 carry. Desperate to save his 80 carry, and it's Nisqy on the backside, finding Patrick. Abadagi desperate to finish the kills. Chasey and Oyoyo blinking health bars as they run to safety. The gold card, unstoppable is Chasey as he'll find the retreat. Nisqy still off to the side. Dragon still standing. Soul will not fall to either team. Hovering.
What an absolute mess. It's 2v3 right now, but lines are really low. No TP on Chasey, no TP on Nisqy. They're all just gonna have to reset here. Abadaga has the TP to come back, and Nisqy's trying to slow him down. Respawn's coming in, Hilly's back up, Patrick up in 10, Carzzy up in 10.
Mad first reset, should be able to get Chemtech. This should stop Soul from Excel. They've also wasted so much of the Baron. The potential for this Baron to break so many towers has been thwarted completely on the back of that fight.
I think XL had a play there, and it was TP top with TF and just pushing it at tier 1, but they haven't done it. Abadaga had Baron buff. I think he could have just started pushing through top, getting tier 1, looking for tier 2, so they must think that they can fight this. They must think that they're in time for round 2. No stopwatch, no flash on Patrick. Nocturne up in around 20 seconds. How do they get into this river? Mid push should come through with that Baron buff.
Summoner spells across the board, hurting. Cleanse up for Carzzy. Ultimate in 3 seconds. Patrick has the Gale Force available, crucially. Abadagi, a stopwatch. Both sides beaten and bruised after that previous fight, hurting in terms of cooldowns overall, but maybe they can find an angle here. Nisqy still hovering off to the flank, warded out by Matt or XL, however.
Yeah, Rumble's not level 16 just yet. Abadaga's gonna move towards mid. I think pushing mid with this Baron buff while he has TF ultimate up would be ideal to get a mid tier 1, but he's realizing his team wants to finish the objective. Nisqy looking for poke. Patrick trying to make sure he stays healthy. Limit has the Hex Flash, but he's on control ward, so he's out of vision.
Objective getting lower. Hex Flash.
Here he goes.
Limit. Walking away, hesitating.
Oh, Patrick's HP just got chunked out so much from that
huge poke coming in.
And now XL lost the window. Their Baron's
The Baron's gone.
They couldn't get mid.
They can't get mid.
They got no towers from this. They could have given up the soul points, given it over to Mad Lions, taken maybe 2 towers top, a mid tower, and just dominated the rest of the map. But they just kind of stared at Mad Lions for that whole thing, got poked out and gave it up. So it's a tough situation. That Baron's basically got them nothing.
And credit to Mad Lions. XL, after they found that pick on Nisqy, looked so confident. They took the objective, they took kills. But then that fight around what should have been soul point for XL, Mad Lions stood their ground. Nisqy doing so much work. Yeah. And while Yoya has been quiet this entire game, those ults have been clutch in the fight just to deny vision, to deny the ability for XL to pick off a single target. And we're basically dead even. 26 minutes into the game. A lot of that is the LeBlanc. I still think if XL pick Nisqy off, it's pretty easy for them to win a fight, but
yeah, it's a hard one, isn't it? Because the Nocturne, the later the game goes on, the less impact he has in general. The damage just isn't there to find a target and get a kill. And he's not so tanky either, but it's the paranoia that disrupts fights to allow his team to slowly dive forwards.
A lot of flashes still missing though. Nisqy has his up. Maybe he can find an angle. Has the Lich Bane. Once he finishes Death Cap, he should start not quite one-shotting, but definitely doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Patrick's got the red and white. They need this mid tier 1. They need towers, XL, but Mad Lions know that, and they're just going to defend all of them. They have double static shiv.
How do they not have a tower yet?
Yeah, they can one-shot through these waves, Mad Lions, with the static shivs, and without that Baron buff, there's nothing they can really look to force. Next spike's coming in. Let's see if Patrick goes for something like the GA or the Lord Dominic's. Bloodthirster would be nice as well. Stopwatch is just going to have to sit in his inventory, already destroyed. We'll see what happens with the base coming through. There's the Rage Blade for Carzzy, so this Kai'Sa is online. This LeBlanc with the Lich Bane Night Harvester is also online.
If they get the opportunity, with Carzzy at 3 items, they will shred through that Baron pretty effortlessly. Plasma stacking so damn fast.
Yeah.
And Mad Lions, I mean, say what you want. It's been a little bit messy here and there, but they never seem shaken. They're always in it until they're totally dead.
A little bit stirred.
Little bit stirred.
I think Limit's been having such a great series on this rel so far, though. His engage has been great, 100% kill participation. And as much as it was top jungle damage last game, it was Limit engages as well. We'll see if he can find another clutch one. Karzi's flash is coming up soon. Just a stare down until Baron spawns. There goes Limit.
Limit. Fishing for the Q there. Maybe just hoping to get some spells out.
The side lanes though, LeBlanc pushing in, Cassante pushing in, they're going to have to move back and catch these, give up that mid push. And this is the problem with not having towers. Your lanes don't push out. They bounce instantly. So you can't really get prio anywhere.
Trying to collapse on the LeBlanc now. Mad Lions. You know, Excel, they've found a lot of success recently, certainly more than the Mad Lions, but this Mad Lions roster has so much experience together. Clearly very comfortable playing around a 1-3-1 setup. Will leverage the pressure that they have, the prio that they have to start this. They are on Vision. The Mad Lions have started the Baron. Excel can now look to respond.
TF ult can be used with Auto TP. There's the TF ult. They've disengaged. They got the TP from Rumble and the ultimate. They can
Equalizer and the choke, though, is big. Limit now coming in. That's massive damage under the backside. It's Abadage. Abadage going golden. Patrick waiting for an angle to come into the fight. Mad Lions need to try to find a way to get back into this one, but Karzi is so damn low. All you have to do is walk into the pinch, and Excel will make it work. Niski, the first of the world. No! The Void Seeker finds its mark. The double kill now for Karzi. Excel. It started so damn good, but they walk away with 2 members down.
What an unlucky fight for Excel. What a setup. Everyone's so low on Mad Lions, but they couldn't finish anyone off other than Hylissang. They're going to finally get their first tower of the game, which will free up a little bit of pressure on this map, but Karzi got away with murder there. He got a kill onto Abadage when he could flash the W, and then he just max range sniped Limit as well, and that's the only reason they even won that fight. Chasey did a lot to make sure that he could survive, but I thought that engage from Limit was fantastic, though the game was basically done. We'll have to see it again. Rico coming in from Peach. Baron's up. I wonder if there's going to be a rush off screen as we look through this replay, but what a great ultimate here from Limit. Look at Abadage's positioning. Equalizer. Karzi's basically out of the fight from the stun cleanse. If you watch the right side of this fight here on the bottom, you can see Abadage fighting off against Karzi. Gets the stun, gets the Q. Here he can flash out if he wants to, but then he just dies to the W. Chasey then gets away despite living for so long. Niski's here to just chunk them out, and then Karzi snipes another. Mad Lions got Baron.
ARAM players around the world triggered watching Kai'Sa W 2 times in 4 seconds. They've been there.
They are.
They know.
They are indeed. What a fun. Just full AP everything. Nasus doesn't matter. Just poke them down.
Why not? TP coming mid lane. Baron buff taken off screen as you highlighted, Kadril, or predicted. Patrick getting poked out here. No push, crucially, in the bottom lane. Maybe an avenue for Excel to get something done, or at least trade back on a tier 2.
Yeah. 5 seconds on that soul. Excel is just going to keep getting chunked out. Karz is just going to keep firing Ws, and as much as they land, cooldown goes basically back to 2 or 3 seconds. There's another. It's going to miss, so it's going to sting a little bit. Abadage, 70-60% HP, looking for the stun. No rapid fire cannon on him. He went static.
4K getting lower. Could just be the 50-50 here. Elyoya's zoned away from the pin. They're just going to take Chemtech's soul. It's not the biggest soul, but it's still a big deal. Patrick laying down the towers. Nocturne ult now coming out. That W from Kai'Sa not quite going to connect. Peach trying to make it out to safety. Niski leaping in, trying to find Limit. Will manage to get that one. Hylissang off to the side. Ulti coming in from the TF. Patrick knocked up, but there's no follow-up damage. Peach isolated and pushed back. Abadage holding on for dear life. Extra damage resistance from the Chemtech soul coming in clutch. And Excel walk away 4 members strong. Empowered now by the Chemtech soul for the rest of the game.
Oh, nice movement there from Peach. Dodges away from the hook. So it's a Baron for a soul. Like you said, not the most powerful soul in the game, but we'll see how much Mad Lions can get done with this Baron. They have it for a little while longer. It's about halfway through its duration, but Rabadon's on Niski. His poke damage is through the roof. It's so hard for Excel to fight if they wait longer than 10-15 seconds. Couple LeBlanc combos, one of their carries is basically out of it. And you can see Abadage with the shard now building towards a rapid fire cannon. Having it in situations like this, the rapid fire on TF is so oppressive, but the Rumble ult is there to zone. They've used all their spells to basically finish the objective. No Ophidios ult, no Rumble ult. Here, Peach doesn't get on the blast cone just in time. I think he tries to W towards it. No, he's actually just sticking around. And that's what makes it so he's in trouble. Has to eventually ult over the wall. Niski, no flash, gets Limit, and then the rest of them get out.
Ultimately able to finish that one. Nerves of steel here as Patrick does walk away too. Good retreat overall from Excel. And the Rumble ults again, this game has not been about Odoamne. He got caught out in lane. It's not the same, in performance that it was in game 1, but in game 2, Equalizer in the previous fight combined with Limit's engage, Equalizer to zone in that fight, both fantastic. Clearly it's something that stops the Nocturne from being relevant on any objective for the most part.
It really does. mid-wave contest coming in here. XL moving down this lane, looking to push Mad Lions back. There's the TF ultimate. Parsi could be a target, but he has cleanse.
LEC locked up, nice buffer on the hook. Pull back from Chasey now coming in, holding onto his ult for now. Q3 now coming out. Niski off to the backside, looking to take the jungler out of the fight. Big equalizer onto Carzzy, but it's not finding a mark. XL now running. They burned so many cooldowns. Patrick wants to take Niski out! Can't quite do it. 422 damage. Niski with the blinking health bar. Now XL keeping the fight going as Chasey has overcommitted. The Gale Force into the 4-item LeBlanc. Patrick is a madman.
He just basically won in that fight, didn't he? But there's nothing to do. There's really nothing to play for. XL, no wave bot, no wave top. Both sides are pushed all the way to their towers, and they get a kill, but what do they get out of it? Nothing. They get a little bit of vision. They force Niski out, and we're back to square one.
No.
This is the problem of having no waves. You get kills, but you can't transition them into anything.
Cadril. Objectives are synced. We're going for the flips.
We are going for the flips.
It's Flip City.
It is Flip City. Look at the damage Niski does to Peach here in a second. I think it was the LeBlanc that just almost single-handedly takes the Viego out of the fight as he tries to 1v1
Oh no, that's Carzzy.
Oh no, that's Carzzy. Here comes Niski. Does the auto. Actually not as much damage as I expected from the LeBlanc, so many items, but he ults from the chain that would have done a lot of damage. And then there's Patrick. Yeah, Gale Force forwards, gets the Q, gets the follow-up with the purple, but doesn't get the kill. Already used the grab of the Q. But then Chasey's isolated. No threats from one of the carries. Carzzy's low.
Yeah, and
it's a mess.
Mad Lions' ability to isolate a single target was really strong in the mid game, but now when XL just group up and make a giant death ball, it's so hard for them to get value out of the LeBlanc and the Nocturne.
Yeah, game is dead even basically, really. 1 minute 30 seconds on the Elder. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Also, I know people hate Chemtech, but it's actually really frustrating, I think, as a LeBlanc and a Nocturne to play against a Chemtech. You're literally never killing anyone. Like, any damage reduction is relevant, even if it's only at 50% HP.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying, this is my one game where I will say, you would have preferred any other Soul? Sure. But do you mind having Chemtech in the situation as Excel? Absolutely not.
Any Soul will do, really. But yeah.
You're not a believer. It's okay.
I'm not a believer. I think that the...
Trash Soul.
Every other Soul is obviously incredibly strong. I mean, it does have its windows, but I think the trade-off for Nash did come back to bite them a little bit. Mad Lions didn't find too much, though. And XL have been able to hold on. Big spikes coming out. Void Staff for Odoamne. More for Peach, and a Rapid Fire Cannon for Abbedagge. Those are huge items to make sure they can keep these fights going, and there he goes.
Stun good connect. Hylissang again buffering out, but Chase is going to need to burn a few more spells if they want to body block. That's Nautilus ultimate taken out of the equation as well. They're really just isolating and focusing on Hylissang. Hylissang taken out.
That's Elder in 30. That's Hylissang dead for 40. No wards for Mad Lions. They're not going to have anything. They're not going to see anything. They're going to have to face check everything.
And this is where you start to wonder if Cass, who joined Excel recently, has been training his boys about the habits of Hylissang. Because this is not the first time that this has happened in this game.
Cheese beats Mac. But the problem I think XL have is 15 seconds on Nash. They don't want to give Nash and then get Elder, so they're not doing Elder. They're going Baron, but then I feel like maybe they're giving Elder, so we'll see what Mad Lions do. They put Vision down bot side XL, and they've gone to Baron instead. Bold call, instead of just rushing down the Elder. See if it works out.
W hits from Kai'Sa this time, so low cooldown can keep firing those. Another one connects. Over the wall is Abbedagge, again trying to zone them away. 6k, are they going to try to burn the objective? The answer is yes. Mad Lions isolated. Elyoya has no way to get into the pit. He could try to ult, but he just doesn't have the angle. That's a free Baron.
Elder's not up. I think the timer was wrong. Bottom right, you can see it's still not up, about 20-30 seconds, unless the minimap's a bit bugged, so I can see why XL went Baron. There was no dragon to play for just yet. And now it's just a case of getting out of base and making sure that Mad Lions can't get this Elder. That I'm not sure when the timer is, but damn, it doesn't look like it's up just yet.
Honestly rude of Elder Dragon.
Yeah, it was rude, wasn't it?
Yeah, can we fire Elder Dragon for being late to work?
Late. When's he going to show up?
It's a professional game of League of Legends, sir.
It is.
5 minutes early is on time, okay?
Okay, so he's gone golden now, so he's up in around 10. Peach.
Picking, or looking for the pick at least. And that TF ultimate, nice bit of vision. Now they know. Mad Lions betting it all on this contest here. Looking to take the Rumble out of the equation, but not able to find the kill despite burning the Nocturne ultimate.
Yeah, Viego ult is quite low cooldown, so it's slowly coming up for Peach. No flash for Odo, he's going to have to TP back.
Patrick, good angle. Limit trying to find the flying TP coming back for Odoamne. Hylissang and Limit should spot each other shortly. Hylissang waiting in the brush, though, as Limit doesn't quite have perfect information. The hook will not connect on the Limit on the backside. 15k HP as one tanky Elder Dragon. XL trying to get something done here. Niski off on the flank. Mad Lions being pushed back.
Limit has Blast Cone and Flash. He can gap close so much to the carries if he wants to.
Damage down on the Peach. Hook in. Limit onto the backside, trying to find the angle. Instantly paired with the Rumble ultimate. It's Carzzy in the midst of the entire team. He just gets deleted. Excel are eating Mad Lions alive in the pit. They don't even need the objective. Reset coming in for Peach. Extra movement speed coming in, courtesy of the Nocturne Q. Zooming down, looking to fear Chasey. And Chasey should be scared. XL looking terrifying in game 2.
Bot wave is there. They've not even gone for Elder. They're just going to end through bot. Peach just needs to make sure he marks Niski. If he can get an auto attack on that wave, the static shift can do work and thinning out the wave, but he's going to have to do it a couple of times because of this Baron buff. Here goes the first attempt. Let's try and get it down. You can see Limit off screen looking for
Limit trying to stop the recall
Chasey
here, interrupting Chasey.
Can he get this wave down? Doesn't look like he can. The Baron buff minions are too strong. XL might have just won the series.
This should be it. Limit still just trying to deny Chasey's angle in. 4 members, Niski versus the world. XL, eyes on the prize, focus on the objective. TP coming back from Chasey. Chasey in the midst of the base. Where are they going to set their focus? Patrick, he's been here before. Can he get it done? XL, eyes on the Nexus, will take it down, will knock down the Mad Lions.
2-0 for XL. Finishing 10th back-to-back, but now they do look like a top 3 team, don't they? Finished top 3 in the regular season. Dismantled Mad Lions. That game was a bit shaky when it came to transitioning macro from kills, but you know, they pulled it out in the end. And
now
that's all that matters.
With a win there, they're minimum top 6, top 5, top 6.
Yeah, and they're going to play against the winner of Fnatic SK, I believe.
Yep.
In the next round. So Mad Lions are, of course, 1 series away from being knocked out, but they will be in the season finals because they did win Spring Split.
And I think for Mad, just, you know, adjusting for the series to come. You can't really afford to think about the season finals. We're not there yet, but if this is what you're going to show, it's not going to be enough.
No,
so stepping it up in the weeks to come regardless is XL. You know, the fairy tale continues. And it's not just a story of sit back and scale anymore. Yeah. There are so many members of this team making stuff happen. We heard it from the analyst desk earlier today. Limit in a meta with engaged champions. Whew.
That real performance in those 2 games was...
I mean, you think back to his first game on stage, I think it was Annie support, which was rough.
It was rough.
Compared to this performance today,
yeah,
fantastic.
Massive shout out to Limit. I think the top jungle played really well. Although I struggled in this last game, but the Rumble was doing so much damage. Yeah. Peach, I think, had a fantastic series, but...
Also Patrick, and those are conveniently your 3 options for player of the series, at LEC on Twitter.
No Limit? Oof. I think Limit was doing so much work on the rel, but of course the carries, you know, you do the damage chart. Auto in game 1, Patrick game 2, Peach both games, you know. So, yeah, pick your poison.
Odoamne says him. Vote for him. I don't have an allegiance. That Peach Lee Sin game was still quite impressive, however.
Yeah, that Lee Sin was nasty, wasn't it?
So, if... Yeah. People generally agree, Fnatic and G2 looking like our scariest teams.
Yeah.
Is Excel our 3rd best team?
It looks like it for now. I think a lot of people expected, myself included, that Mad Lions would step up in best of series, but now this is a 7-game lose streak. We'll see.
Have to find out. For now, let's send it over to Trouble, who's standing by with a victorious Odoamne.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm indeed standing here with Odo. Odo, congratulations.
My name is right this time.
It's not Odoamne?
No.
It was the correct one.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on winning the game.
Thank you.
Nevertheless. And can you guide me through the series a little bit? Because you guys just got Mad into a 0-7 lose streak.
Yeah, I mean, the loss streak was inevitable. You know, once it starts, it never stops. I mean, for us, it took 2 splits to make it stop. So maybe it takes them just as much. But it was a fun series. It was a little bit annoying to play and close out, especially in game 2 with the LeBlanc being so like OP. But yeah, I mean, I think draft went all right. We got what we liked on both sides, even in game 1 and in game 2. So wasn't really anything surprising, to be honest. I would have expected a bit more proactivity from them. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's just lost streak Mad Lions.
Talking about proactivity, since you guided us through it, let's bring up game 1 draft. Because I don't think, well, we know you play a lot of Rumble. It's your 2nd most played. The champion got readjusted. We'll talk about this in a little bit. But I don't think a lot of people expected Peach to go back into an early game aggressive champion like he did for EMEA Masters. We're used to him on tanks.
Yeah, I mean, with the meta shift, there's a lot of weird stuff that's happening because I think there were 6 jungle bans or 7. So when all of those, yeah, I mean, there's Vi, Ivan, Rek'Sai, Seju, Maokai. When all of those are out, you're kind of forced with maybe not the best jungle picks. I mean, Poppy was still open, but it didn't really seem like it would be strong versus our comp so much. So once all of that is out, then you can bring out the traditionally B-tier champs with, you know, Lee Sin and all of that stuff.
Ooh,
so,
B-tier?
I mean...
Okay.
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, Lee Sin was quite a fresh addition for us. We kind of discovered it quite late in that sense. But, yeah, I mean, it's just Korean Lee Sin popping off.
Absolutely. And talking about popping off, I think you have been extremely impressive every time you play Rumble to hold the ult, to create that pressure. But we have a 28-minute fight in game number 1 that you pretty much sealed the coffin, I'd like to say, for Mad.
Yeah, I mean, here Rel was going to look for the engage, but they're also kind of like hinting for walking up to the tower because it felt like they're just kind of giving us the opportunity to fight. And they're also kind of sticking 5-man on 1 pixel. So, I mean, I kind of, you know, American Sniper the ult and I just laid it down, and then Limit at the same time found a good angle to go in and layer it on top and kind of keep everyone in. So the synergy was great in that play.
It's great to see your synergy, but also a lot of people had concerns about Excel because you guys showed one dimension when it came to the way you want to play the game, the front to backs, you want to tank and engager. Now it's a whole new style that we see from Excel. Is that something that you guys particularly were working on going into the best of series?
Yes and no. I wouldn't really say that our identity completely shifted. It's just more that meta shifted from the completely broken enchanters in the bot lane to more tanky boys like Rel, Braum, Alistar, and the likes of that. So, I mean, I wouldn't really say that we played like, you know, this crazy find flank from everywhere kind of team comp. It's just the roles kind of shifted between the team where I get to have a little bit more liberty with my picks, but I wouldn't really say that our identity shifted so much. But definitely it was something that we wanted to work on because we knew that if we go into group stage or playoffs and we are like 5 games of Sion, we're probably gonna lose at some point, you know. So it's not gonna be.
And it's boring as well for you, right?
I mean, yeah, it's great that I didn't get to play Sion or Cassante today. It was lovely.
You know, Odo, I love hearing you talk, but my producer is pushing me, but I still want a quick prediction for Fnatic versus K, because whoever wins plays you guys.
Yeah, I mean, Trimby is right over there, so I can't really let him down like that. So Fnatic's my pick for this one.
All right, Fnatic it is. Thank you so much, Odo. Congrats again. We're going on to a very short break, and when we're back, it's Fnatic versus K. Don't go anywhere.
Now stepping forward, so just going to try to shut down Carzzy, but Carzzy has the cleanse up and available. Limit now going to get in trouble. That's going to be 1 kill coming in. Able to finish that one now. Peach now needs to get the hell out. Mad Lion's trying to chase down.
You can fight here if you want. Can we go? Can you go? I would. No flash not ping. No. Let me keep chasing, guys. Keep chasing.
Niski, the worst in the world. No! The Void Seeker finds its mark in. Limit onto the backside, trying to find the angle. Instantly paired with the Rumble ultimate. It's Carzzy in the midst of the entire team. It just gets deleted. Excel are eating Mad Lions alive at the pit. They don't even need the objective.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The summer group stage is well underway, and while our teams are fighting for their survival or their success in the 2023 season, there is one team who's about to hit a milestone that the other teams can only dream of. An achievement that has been in the making for a decade. Fnatic is about to hit 10,000 kills in the LEC. Let's take a look how they got there.
As minions are going on towards it, there's going to be a catch-up towards Edward. Are there going to be enough? Look at that! Only really knocking up Zazas there. He's going to try and get some nice three-man shockwave though! Coming in. Oh, huge timber stun! And that is going to be Fnatic getting the turnaround. Huni, unstoppable!
We see the right of the arcane. Shots coming out. Flash, boomerang blade. The third one! Power People's getting run down by Rainover. Red buff is ticking. Prey Seeker seeks his prey. Knocker onto Bardax, and Rainover will get kill.
And Fnatic will become the first team in LCS history to do it. The perfect split.
Looking for a pentakill. We're in Sweden. The Swedish pentakill. Rainover is trying to run down Reckless. We are going to see Niels rather. We are going to see the exhaust come out. Glitterlance catches. Undertow catches. Double kill for Huni. Triangle for Huni. Gets the stun. Caps flashes forward. Turns it onto Perks. First blood to Baby Faker.
Dylan, we have to go main.
No, we have to go Corki.
No.
Here comes Caps. Getting onto Alpha. With the three-man knock-up. Hero's entrance comes in. Another three-man. Caps! Caps! Killed Hansama!
The damage hasn't come out yet. And a multi-man knock-up. Fnatic have got themselves 3. Johnny gets run down, stunned down.
He's going again!
For Reckless. Are you kidding me?
No way! The Nexus Tower's in the one of Legends. Get in the back door!
That's wait, what? Is this Garen Yuumi ball lane?
Garen ball lane!
That's the flash out to safety. If they can be able to turn this final chapter comes in, he's still alive for now.
Nemesis kills Caps in the mid lane in a 1v1. Wonder flashes away! Wimbo chases him down!
Oh, Nemesis! He just solo killed Caps!
Well, anyone would be hard-pressed to say they're not going to win, because he's going to pull him back to the effort.
He's dead!
There we go, guillotine! And now the flank is on, the Realm Wall comes out. It's top with the pillar!
Upset still standing, the healing massive. Upset for now, leaving. He wants to finish, but Perks says not today. No! The shutdown!
Can Larson stop them? Flash, charm, wide, Humanoid misses the abscond as well, but Humanoid dives onto Tribute, that's 1! He's looking to make it 3, can he make the outplay to win the game? That's 2! Humanoid, you absolute monster!
Russell, all of a sudden the regain. Limit throws down the quickness. Russell says 50 seconds lower, but Noah is untouched. Noah is destroying. As of this moment, Fnatic stands at 9,952 kills. There are 48 kills left to be had. Let's see who will fall as their 10,000th opponent. Maybe this weekend.
48 kills. Surely it can be done during the weekend. I bet. Maybe not today. That's a lot of bloodiness.
They're right there.
They're right
I don't know if it goes 3 games. I could see a world.
All right. Well, before we move on, I have some questions for you guys. Reckless, maybe you can help us here. How many kills has Reckless contributed to for Fnatic's 10K?
You want to guess first, or should I?
Do you know?
You say
there's
first.
no way.
I don't know for sure, but I think it's roughly 2,000. A little bit less, maybe. Let's say 1.9 or 1.8.
Again?
I feel like you've hit 2K.
Yeah, but I played with elements.
Oh, right. Okay. Fair play.
Right.
1750.
1750. Okay, it's between the two. 1,817 kills for you. That's a lot, actually. But if you
How many of that is pentakills, though? 'Cause
Yeah.
I feel like that's really weighting it.
I think I have like 7 or 8.
Yeah,
maybe.
it's crazy.
And who would be the second one? This one is going to be interesting.
I would guess SOAS, I think.
And okay, say the player and how many. Let's try and have some guesses here.
Well, then I'm guessing it is SOAS.
It is not SOAS. It is not SOAS.
Okay.
It is a solo laner, though.
I mean, I feel like Caps didn't play there long enough.
Okay, but we can stay on this lane.
Nemesis?
No,
it can't be.
No. I think when you think about legendary player, when you think about legendary mid laners for Fnatic, it is XPK indeed. And how many?
I don't think he has that many, actually. Wait, he has 3 years.
He definitely doesn't have 1,800, that's for sure.
He has 13 and 14 in LEC, and I guess that's all you would count. So he has 2 years of LEC.
Guess it? Yeah, after
maybe 600-700.
He knows better than me.
Maybe
703 kills. That was actually good. I mean, yeah, you spend a lot of time out there, so of course you would have.
I've seen it all.
But you've seen it all. We'll see what we can see from the side of Fnatic today as they will face off against SK Gaming. And guys, here, I want us to talk about the bot lane, Trimby and Noah. I feel like, as I said during the pre-show, we have a renaissance version of Fnatic with this bot lane.
100%. I think you have like two very different ways from getting here, because you have a guy like Trimby that had been so good for so long, but over with Koi for the last almost half year just had not been hitting the mark with the rest of the team. There was definitely disconnect. The bot lane wasn't the powerhouse that it once was, and yet he comes in next to Noah and has just been lights out on stuff like the Thresh, on the range supports. Then you have Noah, whose debut was just undisputed amazing. This guy's positioning on the edge in a team fight is just a thing of beauty to watch here.
And it's every game. Win or lose, it's every game bot lane domination from Fnatic. And I really think it takes so much pressure off of the other guys in the team who kind of had to carry in the early parts of this year. Oscar came in and right from the get-go had to carry, and now with Noah and Trimby there, there's so much pressure off of his shoulders, and he can kind of just have his rookie debut without all of this extra on top.
And I think it's going to be interesting and challenging when you're on the side of SK here, because when you look at them, the bot lane has been struggling the most. The wins they had were with Milio. All the 5 losses they had were without Milio. So I'm just wondering how much the patch is going to impact them, because I think we can see a similar effect on Fnatic with Trimby. But how do you reflect on SK and the fact that they lost their groove since summer?
Well, I think bot lane has just been a little bit peculiar for them all around, because I feel like they haven't, like back in winter, they were performing really, really well. Like X-Kick, like absolutely shocked me.
Maybe the best AD in the league
this year. Yeah, I mean, like that's just absolutely nuts to think about. And now, since then, it's like spring was okay, not great, kind of middling. Now X-Kick, that's been a bit of a problem for SK on the bottom side of the map. So I'm sort of hoping that with sort of a meta shift on the bot side, they can try to reset themselves a little bit. Fnatic are going to be dealing with similar ways of trying to reset, but that duo lane has definitely been a shadow of its former self.
Yeah, and I think in SK, they can't really be that, because I feel like that team is all about them. He needs to carry his team, and when he is pushing his limits to the point as he was in the early weeks, then he's also kind of not leading his team to victory. It's more so it's throwing the games, kind of. And I would like to see X-Kick just take more of a mantle for his team and really be that guy for his team, because I think without him, they're not the same team. He was the reason why they were good in the beginning.
I 100% agree. And I think especially going up against Fnatic's bot lane, that 2 versus 2 is the place to look for this match.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the bot lanes, of course, here, and we will see who will take the first step towards facing XL on Monday. It's time to find out with Vedius and Quickshot.
Thank you so much, Law and Reckless. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, welcome to the caster desk. My name is Quickshot. I'm joined by Vedius. SK Gaming taking on Fnatic. Fnatic had side selection, and the army is here, and they are loud today.
That they are, Quickshot. We're in for a banger. We were surprised to see the first series go a quick 2-0.
Yep.
Let's see, as Fnatic are coming as the heavy favorites in this matchup, but so far this year, they haven't taken a game off SK, Trevor.
3-0 in favor of SK. I do think, however, those games, they're very interesting, not necessarily reflective of maybe the team's power, but hey, who knows? New patch, 2 weeks of training. I will tell you very quickly, just before we jump into draft, that Noah was the 3rd or 4th player for Fnatic to take a stage. And the army over here screamed so loudly, he actually jumped to get a little bit of a fright. Wasn't expecting it. And I think for this Phenom, Rookie of the Year, maybe, MVP of Summer, maybe, will he step up today and deliver? The pressure's on, the fans are here behind him.
Play-by-play saying a lot of bold statements.
Oh
today.
yes, having some fun.
I'm really excited. We're about ready for draft. Let's see what these teams have cooked up. We're jumping onto a new patch, so without further ado, let's get into it.
Very quickly, Vedius, before we jump into draft with SK on the blue side, how many games did SK win in summer? Do you remember?
SK won 4 games.
And how many of those games had a champion that was not named Melio in the bottom lane?
None of them.
0, exactly. The reason I do bring that up, obviously a lot of changes on 13-13. We've already seen that pan out from our first game of the day. Rel in the bottom lane, Kai'Sa coming in, Zaya's back. I want to see what SK does. Fnatic with the team that chose red side, and straight out the gate, Rumble's gone, Ivan's gone. I think Rumble's going to be one of the busted picks this weekend.
Wow, this is some interesting. I wonder if SK made this adaptation based on the first series, or whether or not this is something that has been reigning terror down in scrims. But with Ivan taken off the board, you have to wonder if Fnatic will look to remove Melio. Obviously, Yuumi and Zeri have moved away from the meta as it is right now, but Melio is still very powerful and very present across the globe. Varus being taken away from Mexico.
And you mentioned that Rumble, you mentioned maybe the adaptation. When I look through Oscarina's history domestically, and obviously ERLs, 0 games of Rumble all time. And he's got over 220 games played, at regional level. So in terms of Oscarina's performance or expectations, obviously you got to adapt to the patch. The last player in there will be the LeBlanc from SK, and finally Rel. So a lot of those, like, quote-unquote OP. So Melio, do you think is his first pick worthy?
I think the SK have to make a debate right now. They probably expected Melio to be banned, which means that there was a jungle priority pick that they likely wanted to get for themselves. But now that Melio is open, the debate comes through. Do they want to secure the Melio for themselves right now, just lock that one in? Or will they stick with the plan that they already had coming into this game? Right now, these are just a couple hovers, but the Kai'Sa will be locked in, so the plan will be secured. The question is, how does Fnatic respond? Is this something that they want to try and... I mean, things like Xayah Rakan are, of course, still up and available. If they want to get themselves the Melio, I think it makes a lot of sense. We've been seeing a lot more dive with Kai'Sa joining the meta recently. We already saw things like the Nocturne, the Rumble, the Rel, obviously with the Rel banned away. Still, a lot of good champions that compare up with this.
And for the 3rd game in a row today on 13-13, Kai'Sa first pick. First picked in every single game. XL, Mad, and SK have all gone high priority. Immediate reply. Fnatic going with Poppy as well as the Azir. Got some of those options later. I think also not a terrible thing when you look at SK in their early game. Maybe not.
I'm just thinking back to 2022. Do you remember when it was Poppy Trundle for Razork and then Humanoid Azir?
I do
Azir
indeed.
Victor. I was just looking at the draft. I was like, oh, are we at Worlds 2022 all over again?
Listen, we're going blast from the past. I mean, once upon a time, Fnatic and SK used to be the 2 best teams in Europe. You have to go back a decade, of course.
A decade, yeah.
We'll bring some of those numbers up in a second.
Back when you were young and cool, right?
Young? Yes. Cool? Never. Come on, let's not kid ourselves. Marco, Tristana, and Jax. A much more intense pace than we're seeing from the first series of the day. But I'm very excited to see Oscarina on that Jax as well.
So, I mean, SK going for the double AD carry comp. The analyst desk talked about it at the beginning of the day. Tristana does give you a lot of push and can also match the amount of pressure that Azir can get in the mid lane. The siege that SK do have is also incredibly threatening. While champions like Kai'Sa are relatively short range, Tristana can easily compensate for that, especially when you take into consideration the amount of poke that Kai'Sa can bring alongside the zone control that a Maokai ultimate does have. This does basically mean that SK have really strong scaling later on into the game, and they also have a lot of options when it comes to playing around neutral objectives. That's assuming, though, that there is no threat and access onto the back line. And the great thing about Poppy and Jax is they can create that chaos. Poppy's ultimate is fantastic at removing the front line from, well, the front line, and Jax can find creative flanks and can be a huge threat onto the back line as well. And Oscarina has overall had a fantastic split. Obviously, it has been his best of the year. That's not much to compare it to, because when he started, it was not a strong performance, but I think that you can trust him on champions like the Jax to be a carry threat. But no bot lane locked in for Fnatic, so SK continue to target that with the Rakan banned away.
The question I want to see is whether or not SK will be able to survive the early game. I think Fnatic have shown a penchant, a willingness to be in your face, to look for those kills, a lot of the time led by Razork. I'm obviously going to be on that Poppy this time around. A couple of options to deal with, but let's see what that bottom lane is going to turn out to for Noah and Trimby. The last 2 bans going to be the Renekton, as well as the Nautilus, removing the Rakan to boot.
I wonder if Gragas is still considered something strong that SK could consider going for, something that we used to see a lot into Jax as sort of an answer. Many would even argue that it's a counter into the Jax matchup. Melio actually banned away here from SK, so something that this is the only champion that they've won with.
Yes.
This split in the support position. And now they've chosen to ban it away. The Zeri locked in for Noah. I was told this champ was gone, okay? I was told that she was banned, kaput, no more. I've been lied to.
How many games of Zeri has Noah played? 15. He's won 80% of them. 12 games played, 12 wins rather. And we're going to find out how kaput is Zeri and what will Trimby be running in support, because Irrelevant's going to run the Gnar into the Jax instead of that Gragas you were just theory crafting about. And for DOS, looking for his first win of summer
Alistair.
on a champion not named Milio.
I'm surprised that they would go for the Alistair into the Poppy. The Trundle hover here.
Oh, maybe they should bring out the Yuumi and just really like
You know,
mess with
I
everyone.
genuinely thought that that's what they were going to do.
Mess with everybody.
I'm going to wait and see. Fnatic are cooking something up. They've got a pretty solid front to back right now. Oh, Braum into Alistair, I think is a great pick. Very powerful
And double
disengage
AD.
tool. Yeah. So the engage from Fnatic isn't the strongest. They do have a lot of range at their disposal, though. Azir, Zeri, whenever you play those traditional front-to-back comps, these two champions just have so much range to take advantage of when playing around these neutrals. They just have a lot of passive poke at their disposal. And they have a lot of disengage tools, especially when you look at Zeri's mobility, Azir's mobility, along with the wall. You also have Poppy's ultimate, you have Braum shield.
Yeah.
Like, Fnatic are very weird pacifist run through, you know?
Disengage tools, that's it.
And so when we think about Fnatic, a team that typically likes to play more through the early game, even if they do draft scaling, we often see Razork playing around where he has prio and trying to be active on the map. This is a composition that's going to be hard to do, and I think that when we saw SK beat them in the final game of the regular season, this is how they did it. They had a more scaling composition. It came down to the fights later on into the game, and SK were able to find better 5v5s against Fnatic. So I think that SK have been able to get themselves a draft that at least give them the best chance based on what we've seen from these two teams so far in the regular season.
Will SK make it 4-0? Please ignore the ghost of XL versus Mad that was floating on stage. We are aware of that. The fans here in Berlin are heavily in favor of Fnatic. It is an orange army. Let's find out if they can pick up their first win against SK. Taking a look. Do you understand them?
Fa la 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 la.
I think that was a Fnatic.
Oh, they're saying,
what it is?
oh, Fnatic.
Do you know what it is? They literally were inspired by XL's win and tried to do it better. It needs work, guys. It needs work. I'm not going to lie. Right now, though, teams are setting up a little bit of an invader as Trimbino and Humanoid will just step into the jungle to place a ward. I do want to take a brief moment just to remind everybody of what we were talking about before picks and bans, is that SK and Fnatic have played each other a lot over the years. SK picked up 17 wins to Fnatic's 30. Back in the day, this was a Spring Split final in 2013, but importantly for me,
before I was a caster,
that's it.
Used to call it the El Clasico.
The El Clasico, and it actually came from their Counter-Strike history as well, because the two organizations have gone back and forth multiple games. Call of Duty, Counter-Strike, and obviously League.
I mean, in League, it was always the it was Expeke versus Ocelot back in the day as well, like a lot of very old school names. But yeah, this year, as you highlighted, it has been very SK favored. We've had 3 splits, and we have had 3 wins in the best of ones in favor of SK. Now, Fnatic obviously come into this matchup as the heavy favorites. The expectations are that Fnatic sits alongside G2 at the top of the table, and with this break, the expectations are that they've been able to fix whatever issues they had, and that they should be able to come in and demolish SK. But SK is a team that I often think recognize their weakness as well, and they find good ways in the draft to adapt. And I think that the draft that they've gotten for themselves in isolation is a good draft for them. It gives them options. I just question if, when you look at what Fnatic have, if it's actually going to work out the way that they want. The amount of disengage that they have to keep SK at arm's length, the amount of dive threat, I think it's going to be very difficult for Exakick to actually play this game when you look at the sheer range discrepancy. And I think Alistair into things like Braum, Azir, Poppy, it's just, it's going to be a very difficult time for Boss. So the pressure's going to be on for SK for sure. this exact invade, Razork did the last time that they met, by the way. Razork died the first time that they did it. This time around, though, he's going to respect the potential collapse coming out from SK, and he's going to move into the bot side jungle. He has push from his bot lane, so he's feeling confident to invade. Marcoon reads the play. Let's see what happens.
I mean, all three of his lanes are pushing for the time being. We saw Oscar in there pushing Irrelevant back. Razork is going to find Marcoon in his own jungle. And I think something you and I were talking about, and Vitis, you were highlighting, is just how Razork has been very adaptable this summer. Razork, arguably the best jungler of the summer regular season.
I think he has been.
And just the synergy and the changes that this team has made coming in, I would like to see if he can find that same success, because while we don't have any skirmishes set up just yet, I would like to take a look at some of his stats in a moment. As you can see on your screen, GD of 14 plus 700. K plus A is the big one for me. 3.4 kills plus assist at 14 minutes across the regular season games is phenomenal for getting his team ahead and leading the charge.
Certainly is. Certus, though, goes for an aggressive trade in mid. But yeah, Razork is a key part of what makes Fnatic's early game one of the strongest in the league. Razork is performing with a lot more freedom compared to what we saw him in the past. This roster just seems to give him the space and trust that he's needed in order to thrive, and it's great to see for the young player. A lot of fans kept asking for him to be benched. This was the player that said, why are they keeping Razork? This should not be the player they've kept. The organization believed in him, and right now he is returning that trust. Of course, still a long way to go, as the group stage has only just begun. But this Fnatic roster has surprised many with their success so far in Summit. But so far in this early game, it's been a tepid one.
It has. And the thing is, I didn't actually expect it coming in, but when you see the draft, I'm not surprised, right? Fnatic have been an aggressive team. They obviously have been led by Razork, we're talking about it. They've done a lot of dives as well and look pretty good at it. Playing around, a lot around No Entropy as well, but with the very reactive comp and the fact you got double ADs from SK, I'm not surprised to see him. When you look at the CS numbers, barring a minor advantage in the top lane for Oscar Inen, there's nothing really to speak of for the time being. So waiting to see the next. Because Dragon is up. We've got Herald in a few minutes' time. And whether or not one of the teams will try and make a play for those objectives might be the first...
Credit to Razork, something that he does a lot is he just moves into the enemy jungle. My criticism of him in Week 3 specifically was he kept over-forcing plays in the enemy jungle, and sometimes he could get himself in danger. But right now he's just using it as an opportunity to gain information, find out where the enemy jungler is. He keeps pinging out Marcoon. He spotted him early on the walls. He spotted him again right now on the Grom. Basically, he does a full clear topside, and then he moves into the enemy jungle. And he's just there to get a bit of information. You can see that small ward highlighted around the Grom. And that's basically all he's doing. Just share information. This gives Fnatic the window in the bot lane, specifically, thank you, observers, to actually go back to base as Oscar Inen continues to trade in top lane.
I think Oscar Inen is doing a great job in that top lane. Almost every time that Deep Strike is up, jumping forward, he's now ballooned that CS advantage to 20 by 6 minutes, which is significant. And the Marcoon will be able to make his way forward, steps over the ward, so at least Oscar's aware of it. Starts to back away, and we're seeing their pings from Razork onto the Dragon. Problem is, bottom wave is currently under tower, so maybe wait for that to bounce back, or take advantage of the back timers. So, well played. This should be an uncontested objective for Fnatic.
Well played. So far, it's just a simple cross map, as you highlighted. And we're off to a standard start. A bit of a cooldown from what I would argue is the clown fiesta of last game, where both teams were throwing back and forth.
You're allowed to say it, I'm not.
Well, because I'm an analyst, I'm trained to identify the
It was entertaining
fiestas.
to watch. Humanoid easily escapes conquering shifting sands. I mean, look, dead even, Dragon number 1 secured. Okay, Rift Herald, do you reckon it's even contestable?
Well, I mean, that's interesting, because you have to ask, okay, what items are you going to be able to complete before the Herald spawns, which is in a minute's time? You look across the board, and no one's really close to completing anything, which means that who, at this point in time, would be stronger? I would argue that Tristana Maokai, Humanoid, chose not to use the ultimate. I wonder if he ran out of mana, or if he just didn't want to gamble it. Regardless, I just think that Tristana at this point in the game and Maokai are scary, not worth fighting. So Fnatic may choose to concede it, but it very much depends on the map set. You see this massive wave stacking up bot. This could be an opportunity for SK. So Marcoon is escorting the wave in right now. Exakick is level 6. This could be a window for SK to actually roam top. They're actually going to commit to the plate here. They care more about getting that objective. The pings are coming down onto the Herald. You see Razok already on the top side of the map. Curious what they're actually going to do here.
Maybe afraid that if they committed to the bottom tower, they concede Herald. Maybe that's the play here.
Well, DOS has actually now used this window to roam up towards the top side of the map. I guess they wanted to make sure that Exakick had access to the next wave collapsing in. Humanoid is the point of attack here. Nice
Flashes
flash.
away, nicely done, good reaction. That does mean he's on the back foot. And again, numbers advantage here. SK starting this one off. I think you were right on the call. Maybe a Fnatic not willing to contest us. Obviously, they'll push back as well.
The thing here is Oscarina was able to get a base off. He's now TP'd back into lane with a purchase. The Herald is being started off. Trimby is doing his best to collapse here. It looks like they want to fight this. Razok has the ult too.
Look at the combat gold as well in terms of what they've spent. It's Fnatic with nearly a 3,000 effective gold combat in the advantage. The problem is they can't get into the faces of SK. That Nature's Grasp was huge. It thwarted it. So even though they had the back timing, even though they had the itemization, SK's positioning and timing ends up winning the objective.
Well, the crucial play there was the forcing of the flash on Humanoid. The fact that he was forced to go back to base meant that they didn't really have any other way of accessing the river outside of top lane, and Marcoon's ultimate is just such an effective deterrent that it became difficult for Fnatic to actually gain access to the Herald. So, well played overall by SK. They were able to trade the Herald for the first Dragon. Now they can use this to funnel more gold into Certus or to the bot side of the map. I think that they shouldn't use it top. Right now, Irrelevant is struggling in the isolated 1v1. His role and responsibility this game is to be a team fighter and to try and just keep Oscarina in check in the side lanes.
I mean, when you look at the CS numbers, right, 12 or 14 or so in the top lane in favor of Fnatic. 10 or so in the mid lane, favor of Fnatic. It was 10 or so a moment ago, favor of Fnatic till this wave was just caught. Noah has picked up his static ship already. So the laning phase, marginally in favor, but the Rift Herald, the potential gold, can be good for them. And we're cresting the 10-minute mark. 2 minutes to go until the next Dragon is up. I'm just going to get a semi-decent trade here back against Oscar. But it won't really mean a significant amount. And my eyes immediately start looking a little further forward. We know Fnatic have got a good disengage or counter-punch option. But what do you reckon scaling-wise? Because both sides scale in different ways, but they're equally scary late game, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, they are.
I think easier to execute is probably on the Fnatic side.
Well,
yeah, well.
I think it's fair to say that both comps want to do very similar things. And when you have two comps that are similar in nature, you then kind of have to look at the variables like top lane. So, for example, Irrelevant, if he's in Mega Gnar, is going to be a stronger teamfight threat than someone like a Jax will be. But that's only dependent on whether or not Irrelevant can actually be in Mega Gnar and then actually do something with the Mega Gnar ultimate, which is hard when there's so much disengage on the side of Fnatic. There's also the other factor of, okay, sure, when you kind of look at it in isolation, Mega Gnar offers more in a team fight, but that's assuming that the Jax isn't able to get onto a backline. If Jax finds a flank and then has the counter-strike and is just sitting on top of your Kai'Sa, then your Kai'Sa isn't doing anything in the fight, then that means that your front line is going to die faster than Fnatic's is. Oscar in it.
Oh, solo kill available for Irrelevant! Flash for flash! Hyper! First blood to the player that's been bullied all game long.
And you have to question the all-in there from Oscar Inin. He didn't have the HP to make that trade happen. I guess he wanted to try and catch Irrelevant off as the Mega Gnar transition into the mini. Thought he'd have enough burst to be able to find the kill. But what was a very favorable lane for Fnatic has now swung in the favor of Irrelevant, and credit to him. We talk about strong performing individuals on Fnatic's side, but nice use of the ultimate there from Razok. But Irrelevant has also had a great split.
Well, no offenses himself. A solo kill in reply. Exakick forced to dash away to safety. Flashing to boot. Noah committed only the ghost. Now the engage forward. Marcoon throws out Nature's Grasp. Razok is flashed away with his life. Humanoid Emperor's Divide. And the Sand Soldiers poking and prodding, but not finding the kill. So Razok escapes, and so does Exakick.
So a couple summoners traded back and forth. Certus flash committed to try and get the execute onto Razok, but wasn't quite able to find it thanks to a good ultimate from Humanoid. But SK making waves across the map. Exakick, unfortunately for him, overextends in the bot lane. Irrelevant now with another great trade.
That's a hard leap forward.
He can dive this.
Irrelevant fancied it, didn't have the flash, didn't have vision either, but the kill was potentially there.
I mean, the damage has been done. He gets him away from the tower, so he gets himself more plates. Even if he can't find himself a kill, overall the trade was more beneficial for Irrelevant. And the longer Oscar Inin stays here, the more opportunities that SK will find themselves. The Dragon being a primary one. So SK will secure that objective. And again, when we look back at the last time SK and Fnatic played against each other, when you have a slower early game, this is how SK prefer to play the game, right? Their early game has never been the strongest. It's something that many teams have been able to take advantage of. But when you choose to slow the game down, allow your laners to just farm up and keep this more neutral state, SK then get given windows to actually get into the team fights, and I think that that is what gives them the best opportunity of actually walking away as the victors in a game.
I mean, they got 1,000 gold up, a kill to the name, they've evened out the dragons. And now we're playing for Ocean Soul, and SK are going to feel very happy with this. A double AD comp that has been able to take all the time needed during the laning phase. Itemization continues to balloon upwards, like first pickups for most. Irrelevant's just a little bit behind that Divine Sundra. But I think the top lane matchup swinging so heavily has been fun one to watch. Oscar building, what, 20 CS advantage early? Now he's down 13 and conceded the solo kill. But now he has the power advantage, at least he had temporarily until Trinity Force was just picked up.
Yep. All right, so I mean, the next objective we're looking at is a Herald. This one, Fnatic should feel a lot more empowered to fight. Ideally, they want Humanoid to actually go back to base and spend some of that gold. I imagine that he's not far off an item. See, is he going to look to go back to base now? The problem is, the longer that this takes, the harder it is to contest. Looks like he's actually going to rotate down towards bot side. Does he have... I can't remember if he has teleport or not. He does not. So, there's no real way for him to contest this objective. Yeah, okay, so Fnatic is saying we concede. You can have it. We're good. And the lane assignments, I think, are pretty good right now for SK. You've got Irrelevant bot lane with his TP up. Threatening the dive from Fnatic, though. But Irrelevant should be fine, I think.
Using that Hex Flash over, yeah. Irrelevant was able to hop over if needed.
Now you've got Certus, who's one of your primary wave clears top lane. You've got your bot lane hovering around mid with DOS roaming around the map. And you look at this vision, observe this, if you could just kind of highlight what SK see on the map right now, like, they have so much control over the top side that they've just allowed Irrelevant to be the weak side. He knows he has TP, he's perfectly safe down here, and it converts into another objective. So huge props to SK. Good lane assignments, good objective control. Fnatic will cross map on the bot side, doing the appropriate response. And Fnatic fans may be concerned, like, hang on, what is Fnatic doing? And their approach is very much, we know we scale. Fnatic's clear idea is, we believe that we're going to be stronger late game, so we're not going to take the gambles now. We're just going to wait until we fight later.
Think about how hard it's going to be for SK to accelerate this lead. Yes, they are minorly hit, but this game is still on a knife's edge. When Maokai, not Alistair go forward, they've got to get through Poppy, Azir, Braum. And then if all of that happens, there's mobility on the Azir and the Zeri. So it's a very difficult sort of team fight if they're going to play it front to back. Irrelevant, this time around, the recipient of love and attention from Fnatic, they're not going to commit to, I think, in the darkness. Oh, Blue Trinket will just spot him out. This time around, Irrelevant is being punished. Hops over the head of Razork. Continues to run for his life, and Noah flashes for the first kill for Fnatic. For a moment, I thought Fnatic didn't sniff it out, but they found him and took him down.
I debate how worth that is for Fnatic. Yes, you do get a kill onto Noah, but you also committed both your summoner spells, which means that that is now a flashless and ghostless Zeri, with the dragon spawning in about a minute and a half.
I call worth, damn it!
Fnatic could just choose to concede that objective. You know, they don't have to fight for the next Drake. If their logic is we want to continue to play it safe and scale, I think that's also perfectly reasonable.
Betty, I need 47 more of those so we can get 10,000 kills today.
47.
No one's going to be the target. 3 members down, hops over the wall, but the killer instinct is golden.
Do you remember what I said earlier about no flash, no ghost?
I humbly apologize to you. However, I don't think the flash would have helped necessarily the hugest amount in that environment.
I mean, perhaps. But really great collapse once again from SK.
SK are on it. They're playing this well.
They're finding good picks. It's very reminiscent of what we saw last time. SK were further ahead at this point in the game. Fnatic then came back through a couple of good team fights. And then SK kind of got to a point where they outscaled. And then there was the Baron incident.
Can you humor me for a second?
Yeah, I love humor.
We've got some time, right? And the fact that Exekick just took down Noah, the star of summer for Fnatic. That's how it happened, okay? I did want to just take a look at some of their stats, because it's quite interesting when you look at the damage share for the respective teams, and then obviously damage per minute, etc. But more importantly for me, when you look at Exekick's laning during the regular season, 10th place, -559. And bearing in mind they won 4 games, right? This time around, it was dead even. This time around, balanced it out. And right now, SK are in a comfortable position, still maintaining the lead. And we have to see who's going to be able to accelerate this further, because it will come down to late game team fights and those late game skirmishes around objectives.
I just think it's interesting that you have a contrast of XK, who is the hot stuff coming in at the beginning of the year, a hot commodity that I think many teams were interested in and decided to land on SK to be alongside DOS, the bot side. Whereas Noah, the newest recent addition, kind of looking for his opportunity, get to contrast in the best of threes. And this is going to be a big defining moment. Third dragon of the game, Irrelevant on the flank.
Teleport for Oscar is available. Nah, into the wall, only connects on one. Humanoid flashed away to safety. Nature's Grasp is preventing further engage. Hexa lands the W and Oscar's in. It's a 4v5. The dragon is low. Marcoon's over and out. 5 members of SK still standing toe-to-toe. Oscar hopping over the ward, and the dragon has now been pulled out. It's SK that have tagged it. 20 seconds before Razork is up. It's SK in control. It's SK with the objective, and Noah nearly sniped that away. Dragon number 2, 2,000 gold up, 3 towers to 1. This is all SK for 20 minutes, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are getting kind of sloppy now.
Yeah.
And SK are quick to punish them. I mean, and SK just, they're playing it patient. They play around their vision well. They know where they have the prio in their lanes. They're not trying to overforce anything. And Fnatic, they kind of sacrifice the push in mids to be on the objective first. But the problem was, you've got Poppy who's isolated here. You look at the minimap, Zeri's nowhere near. Oscarinen hasn't begun TPing in. And Irrelevant finds a fantastic flank, forces the flash out from Humanoid. But then the jungler just gets isolated and caught off guard. The setup is just so much easier for SK. And they're able to punish Fnatic very, very well. Fnatic then realize, hey, if we can kill Marcoon, this is still a winnable fight. He flashes over the wall to safety, though, which means that easy objective secured for SK. So game 1 in this best of 3, SK looking good.
And I think when you look at all the potential disengage tools, Fnatic were just not together, not set up in time. SK pulled the trigger so quickly that Emperor's Divide was useless. Oscar wasn't even there. Razork was soloed out by the Nature's Grasp. So all of those potential defensive tools, they need to be layered, they need to be around together. Otherwise, Marcoon's R is just so huge at creating space. And Fnatic don't have an answer. 20 minutes on the clock.
Whoa, 20-minute force.
This is bold. This is bold, Cotton. Fnatic are aware. They're moving forward. Oscar's coming from the mid lane. Razork's Poppy Copter's a whiff. This is Baron. 2,000 hit points. It's SK. They've taken it. They've taken it. That was close. I held my breath. They snuck it completely under Fnatic's nose.
Coming into this game, one of the notes I sent you was we have to be mindful of the Fnatic 20-minute Baron. They keep using Baron as a tool to force fights around the mid-game. I was not expecting SK to be the team that would just rush the Baron at 20 minutes. Double AD carry will naturally melt through that, but the way in which they use the Maokai ultimate, along with just the disengage that they have to keep Fnatic at arm's length to secure that objective, very well done by SK, a very confident and cleanly executed Baron.
Contextually, when we watch this early game, because Fnatic have been the team that have been more proactive, have been stronger early, understand, like, Razork's reading Marcoon well, responding, he's like reacting well. But as this game has played out, SK have had such a great read on the map. We've seen cross maps consistently working out. We've seen the Rift Heralds going their way. And that Baron was just beautiful. Gives them the 4,000 gold lead now.
You look at their lane assignments once again. They've kept the Gnar in mid. They've abandoned top and they're committing to bot. The advantage of this is Gnar will now push in through mid lane and they can start setting a vision around the bot side jungle, which then gives them the ability to start contesting that tier 2 in the bot lane, knowing that the Azir won't be able to threaten the tier 2 himself. Just very simple, very straightforward macro. SK are not overcomplicating it. And the Maokai ultimate can now be used as well to zone away Fnatic from this objective to make sure that they can secure it.
I have decided after watching 20 minutes of this game, I don't care about Fnatic's disengage, I only care about Maokai's ultimate. That's what I have now decided. All of a sudden, Irrelevant will find himself right on top of Humanoid. Sand Soldier's doing work, and Irrelevant finds his second kill of the game. The player who was bullied early on, now dominating that side lane. 1,500 gold up.
Such a good solo kill from Irrelevant, using his ultimate at the same time in order to be given that immunity. Marcoon using the zoning ultimate again, like just the execution is great. The fact that they had Irrelevant, he pushed in mid, Fnatic overstacked on bot to try and hold that tower, which then gives the window for Irrelevant to move top, find himself a solo kill. And then they secure the bot tower as well. 5k gold lead for SK, well earned, very clean gameplay overall.
I'll tell you that, there is a fan in the audience that has a sign that says, Razork, meow for me. Not going to be happening this game because of the meow Kai. I'm very sorry. Because 0-1-1, Razork's keepers' verdicts have not found their targets. Frankly, though, Fnatic haven't had a chance. I think SK are quicker to the objectives. They pull the trigger decisively.
Well, it's like, I mean, I would argue that Fnatic's setup around the objectives has just been not the strongest this game. They cross-mapped the first dragon that they got, but the Heralds and the following 2 dragons, SK's setups have just been better. Their lane assignments have been better, and props to SK. The way in which SK will lose this game is a poor team fight. The next dragon spawns in about 30 seconds. Now Fnatic have actually grouped up as 5. It is SK that have control over the river for now.
Look at Marcoon, Nature's Grasp is 8 seconds away, 7 seconds away. Irrelevant's Mega Knot will start to wind down.
Well, look at Exekick, he's the awkward one here. He can't really join his team unless he can come in with the ultimate from his current position.
Mega Knot's going to time, so if Fnatic can wait for that to go down, they're only going to deal with Nature's Grasp. 3 seconds for the next dragon. It's the third for SK, not the soul yet. Maybe not worth fighting for, especially as Exekick is putting out a lot of poke damage. Dragon focused as DOS a little bit cut away. Razork's keeper's verdict is easily dodged. Nature's Grasp locks up 3, and DOS has done enough work to prevent it. Exa engages with the ulti, will not find himself the kill, but Certus blocked off by the Unbreakable. Fnatic on full retreat, the objective secured and nobody dies.
Wow, okay, so again, SK, they just play it patiently. They use the poke from Exekick and Irrelevant to zone Fnatic away, but it comes back to the point that we said at the beginning of the draft. Being first on the objective is really important for Fnatic because their whole comp is reliant on the enemy coming into them and then they disengage, and then once they've created space, they can re-engage after chipping away at the front line. If SK is the first on the objective, how do you ever get into the fight, right? It's impossible. Like, they have the zoning ultimate from Marcoon, they have Irrelevant and Exekick doing exactly what they just did with their poke, and while DOS on Alistar, typically used as an engage tool, he can just punt people away and tank up the damage and then regroup with his team. So, as much as we complimented Fnatic's composition for having a lot of disengage tools, SK are the same thing. And again, we talked about how both compositions are similar in terms of their execution. The problem that Fnatic find themselves in now is that SK just had the stronger early game, so they get to wave their wallets around.
I mean, 5,000 gold. They're a minute away from the next Baron. They picked up that 20-minute Baron, which is crazy. And just a reminder of like how important this series is going to be. Because when we take a look at the championship points, it's SK that are sitting at double the championship points of Fnatic. SK on 120, Fnatic are on 60. Unfortunately, my graphic is not animating, so I'll get that up for you a little bit later. And for SK, they're in a great position. They do need to win 2 of the 3 games, obviously. But with the comp, with the way they're playing it, and frankly, how they won in week 3 of Summer, very reminiscent. Remember, SK 3-0 up over Fnatic all year long. This might be 4.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, oh, it's just a coincidence, right? Just a coincidence. But if they make it 4, you then have to be like, okay, at what point is it just SK or the kryptonite of this Fnatic? We'll see. I still believe...
Okay, so how do Fnatic actually play around this? You mentioned already, be first to the objective.
They have to be first to the objective.
So it's literally then, we need to look at vision, we need to look at lanes.
Well, I mean, lanes are the most important one, because you look at top right now, and look at Certus, just pushing in that top tower, chipping away at it. Oscarinin goes to match, but then what's happening? Look at bot lane. Yep, thank you, observers. Irrelevant already there, pushing in that wave. And so SK have a pseudo sort of split push comp, not in the sense that their champions want to split push, but more that it's just so easy for them to clear out those waves, push in, and then Fnatic is forced to send Oscarinin to catch so they can keep Humanoid group with the rest of the team.
And he's down 2,000 gold. Fnatic at 26 minutes, maybe pulling a bit of a desperation play. The engage comes out from DOS, the 2-man knockup. Trimby is low. Keeper's verdict this time gets rid of Exekick. Humanoid sends the Sand Soldiers forward and won't find a target. While that's going on, Irrelevant, a 2-level lead, a 2,000 gold advantage, and he's looking for another solo kill. Will not hit him with the boulder, and Oscar's able to run for his life.
Props to Irrelevant. He's having a fantastic game. The ultimate will not connect from Humanoid as Marcoon flashes away, but SK, the option for Baron is now very much a real possibility.
No ultimate for Azork, for Humanoid, for Trimby. It is a 4-on-3 for now, but look at the minimap. DOS is making his way in. Oscar 2, no Mega Knot available. Teleport forward here for Oski, so they don't get the objective, but they do get the TP.
So Fnatic is now forced into actually starting this Baron.
Oh, starting to go low.
Killer Instinct's available for
he's too low.
XK. XK can jump in. Humanoid's got flash. W from Resort gonna try mitigate that engaged.
So now SK go back to the fantastic.
Oh, that's Humanoid taken out. Exa jumps in and makes it rain. Trimby's further to flash for his life. The Baron is still being aggroed and taken down by Marcoon, and
exquisite.
Gift wrapped and beautifully played.
That was exquisitely played by SK. 10 out of 10, full marks. That was fantastic. The way in which they forced Oscar in into TP, Fnatic then responded in kind, realizing if we go back to a neutral state, we're screwed. So they're forced to start this Baron. So SK then just continue to leverage their poke. The Kai'Sa W doing so much work, irrelevant on the flank. And they're just waiting for the chip damage to come through before then committing to the kill. Exakick gets that execution onto Humanoid. They force Fnatic out. Certus and Marcoon can do the Baron. Full marks. Incredible play.
SK Gaming have got such a great read on this game, on this composition, on this approach, and they're playing it very patient. It's only been 5 kills, but look at that growth from down 700 to up 8,000 by the 28-minute mark.
It's very clean, simple League of Legends. You know, SK are not overcomplicating it.
Keep it simple, SK.
I'm just super impressed. Like, a lot of the credit needs to go to Irrelevant for finding those kills in a side lane. Of course, he has been having a fantastic game 1 here. Fnatic now first to the objective, but here comes the TP.
Mega Gnar. Irrelevant's got no flash, but Fnatic grits on the piece. Gone! It's gone. Keeper's verdict is good, but the Dragon is secure this time from Fnatic. They prevented the soul. Can they get away with their life? The headbutt does still land. Oscar's tagged. And Captain Rain comes down. The Glacial Fisher buys time. Buster Shot won't find a target. Fnatic so far being able to escape with their lives. But look at the differences here. 2 levels up in the solo lanes respectively and bot lane. Everyone's got a lead here for SK, but they don't have the soul, but they are going to lose their inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, I mean, SK did enough damage that they can convert this into an objective. Certus continues his siege on the bot side. The mid tower has gone down as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see SK choose to reset here. They're probably sitting on a decent amount of money. Or at the very least, it's a little dangerous to overstay your welcome. They're just going to take away the jungle instead, push out this top wave, make sure that everything is pushed in. This is a little risky. It's not the... they do have bot pushing and top pushing, so I think they just want to divide Fnatic's resources as much as possible. Yeah, look at Certus in the bot lane. Here's the engage.
Engage, the slide, the glide, the Emperor's divided. It's a golden hourglass for Marcoon. He will be taken down eventually, but it does give enough time for Certus to take the inhibitor in the bottom lane. A little bit bold, but they do still get the objective.
So this is why I was talking about the potential risks. It was a window for Fnatic to force a fight. They've just reset. They've spent as much money as they can, and they should feel confident to actually start a fight there. But as you already said, the bot inhibitor dropped, but from Fnatic's perspective, they were like, that inhibitor was going to drop regardless. It doesn't matter. We can at least get some gold back. But yeah, SK, nothing but compliments can be given to them this game. They've made little to no mistakes. They have executed, and their lane assignments have been great. The way that they've played around these neutral objectives has been fantastic. And the first thing we talked about was this is the composition that gave, or this style of play is what allowed SK to beat Fnatic the last time that they played. So it surprises me to see Fnatic not try and take advantage of more of an early game approach. And huge props to SK. They're looking good. Let's see if they can maintain that form. Right now they are the favorites to win this game based on this position. But a Dragon spawning in about 2 minutes, 45 seconds, Baron 2.5 minutes. SK may just choose to wait for those neutrals if they do want to play it as slow and safely as possible.
I mean, 10,000 gold lead, nearly. You can see the gigantic item disparities. 3,000 gold lead in that top lane. Humanoid will this time find Emperor's Divide onto DOS, but the damage applied from Certus is huge. DOS able to flash away for now. Certus buying time thanks to stopwatch execute, looking for the assassination. He finds one, looking for the second through the exhaust. With the help of Irrelevant, they do it. That's only 1 down for 3 so far. Mega Gnar into the wall once more, and Fnatic are wrecked in their jungle. SK pour into the base, and they will pick up game 1.
SK with an ace onto Fnatic, look dominant. Starting off this best of 3 series, nothing but impressive play. SK is here to dominate.
SK Gaming with a statement win to open the series and maintain the unbeaten streak. 4-0 on the year, 1-0 on the series. SK are 1 win away from facing Excel in the upper bracket.
Defying expectations. We talked about how Fnatic should be heavy favorites coming into this best of 3. But wow, what a performance from SK. Fnatic now find themselves on the back foot here. An approach to the draft that definitely surprised us both. But SK, their execution, I think, was the biggest surprise. They really did play near flawlessly pretty much throughout this entire game.
Let's talk about that for a moment, because Fnatic at site selection, they picked red. Coming out of the draft, the double ADs, the essence of how the comp was going to play, you alluded to it immediately. Week 3, that was how SK won. It just felt like they had a good read, good prep, good control, and they didn't get flustered. A few small mistakes here and there, but ultimately, they were in charge the entire time.
I mean, the biggest takeaway is that when you have two comps that want to do similar things, any team that gets that early game advantage can, you know, they kind of hold on to it. And I think SK did an incredible job. They didn't fall short in any team fights. They didn't overstate. They punished all the mistakes from Fnatic. Just incredible stuff from SK overall.
Well, will SK close it out 2-0? We'll find out after the break. When we come back, though, Analyst Desk will pick up game number 1.
Hey, yeah, I need a break though. That was some. Oh, Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
your Kai'Sa isn't doing anything in the fight, then that means that your front line is going to die faster than Fnatic's. It's Oscar in it.
Oh, solo kill available for Irrelevant. Flash for flash. Hyper. First blood.
He's facing now. Wanna go? Just one flash. One shot. Nice.
W from Resort gonna try mitigate that engage.
So now SK go back to the fantastic.
That's Humanoid taken out. Flash away for now. Zerta's buying time thanks to stopwatch execute. Looking for the assassination. He finds one. Looking for the second through the exhaust. With the help of Irrelevant, they do it.
Welcome back to the desk as SK Gaming takes the first game here against Fnatic. And guys, I want to have your rough reactions here because coming into this series with the current forms of both teams, I would have thought that it would go the other way.
Oh, 100%. Fnatic were on an absolute tear. The bot lane looked completely unstoppable during the best of ones. But everything expectation-wise got blown out of the window. It was just crazy to see. Also, not just like in which team was winning, but the drafts were a complete turnaround to the best of 3 we just saw before, where it was all of a sudden all into the scaling elements.
Yeah, and I was also surprised because Fnatic chose red side for this game. So far today, we've seen every team choose blue. Even for the next game now, Fnatic chose blue. So when they chose red for game 1, I thought they had something up their sleeve, something special.
The Zeri.
But they blind picked top on 3, and they went for Zeri on 4, which to me makes no sense because you could easily go for AD carry on 3 and have your top laner pick way later and actually get a good matchup because you had Relevant actually take over this game, and I think that comes from the draft, and it should not happen on red side.
I also feel like just looking at some of like the OPs that SK got, Kai'Sa, Tristana, the Maokai, like there's just so many great options, and especially when you are looking at both the Kai'Sa and the Maokai and like the poke options available, because this is a very slow, drawn-out game, not a lot of team fights, not a ton of engage on the Fnatic side either. It allowed that when they started dancing around things like the Baron, the poke from the saplings and the Kai'Sa W's just to continue raining down, and we saw that actually resulted in SK taking the Baron virtually uncontested from a fight from Fnatic's side.
Well, we'll see the adaptation on the side of Fnatic for game 2, but here, first, I want to ask you, we thought Zeri was dead. Is it dead? Is it a misunderstanding of how the meta works? Or do you actually think this champion can work still, Reckless?
I wouldn't play it myself. I was surprised to see it. I thought they would maybe pair it with an Enchanter on 5, maybe for a Lulu on 5 it would make sense, but with a Braum on 5, I think Aphelios would just be better, just be a better champion. And I also feel like maybe this was Noah's first game, this split, where he wasn't necessarily an outstanding player. He did okay in his lane, but after that there was nothing to it. And I don't want to put too much on him either, because I feel like this team comp, as you said, it was them getting kind of poked out, having no engage to deal with that in any way, losing side lane to Relevant. So options in the game were very limited.
It was that kind of draft where you see the Braum, the Azir, the Poppy, and it's like, okay, this is a great comp if they can be on objectives first and sort of like have the enemy team come into them. That's where they're really going to be able to thrive, you would imagine. But in order to get that, you need to either have a lead or have some way to generate priority. And it just seemed as though that was not going to be the case, especially because Irrelevant started getting like solo kills on the top side. So all of a sudden, you can't have the Jax going into a side lane, using that prio to run in and generate push for Fnatic. Irrelevant just took over, even got a solo kill later up against the Azir, which is just ridiculous.
I honestly think it's really interesting because we know how good Irrelevant can be on the Jax. So of course he would know how to play against the champion here, Reckless. And Jax is the kind of champion that if you put him behind early, it's really hard to recover with.
Yeah, and I think I went quite hard on Exa before the game because he was the reason why SK was doing well and also the reason why they weren't doing well. But this game, Irrelevant showed that he can be a carry for his team. Exa actually stepped up towards the later stages, but this game was all Irrelevant. And he did that from a position where he wasn't necessarily getting resources. He was making the plays on his own.
And we've talked about Exakick and Dust and how Exakick had been underperforming so far and how he was a crucial piece in this SK Gaming lineup when it comes to carrying. Do we think he's back to the level we were expecting from here?
I mean, I think he had a good game. This is a tough game to judge it off of, I feel like, because was there an actual team fight? Like at the literal very end when they already had generated a massive lead? So it's a little bit hard to say like he's fully back or anything like this. What I will say is that I really liked his aggressive ults. He had a lot of ults where he would ult in, not necessarily like finish off a kill, but like mid-fight to get damage. Here at the end, of course, he finds that angle and makes it happen. But I just thought the moments he chose to look for the engages with the Kai'Sa were really, really clean. And even though they didn't always generate kills, they made sure sure that Fnatic was going to have to run from that point onward.
It's just nice to see him not getting caught so much. I feel like this split was him getting caught on repeat pretty much every game he played. In this game, it was much better, not getting caught, doing fine in the laning phase. So a big step up, I think, in terms of just how they were playing individually, and just from the game they had in the last game of regular season to now, you can see a clear improvement.
And he's the kind of player who needs confidence, and this confidence boost to perform even better. And I think grabbing this win, the way they got it against Noah, who had been performing so well so far, I think it's going to help SK going to the second game and focusing on this one. What kind of adaptation do we want to see on Fnatic's side first, as they chose blue side?
Well, there's two things I'm looking at. First of all is like the Kai'Sa priority, like going over to blue. That seems to be like one of like the go-to to sort of snag up for yourself. So would not be surprised to see that going into the hands of Noah or being stolen away. The second is, do Fnatic all into like the scaling comp again, or do they have another look up their sleeve? Are we going to see something a little bit more similar to the series we saw earlier? Because I think they have the players to do it, right? They've played like very aggressive duo lanes in the past. Mid jungle can get active. So Fnatic as a team, I feel like, are going to be a team that can show multiple looks here in the best of 3, and that might be a good pivot going into blue side.
Yeah, I would like to see some more aggression. I feel like Seri, Braum, Azir is a kind of dead bot side, and I don't think they're in a position where they need to play that kind of style. They're very good in the early game, maybe the best early game team we have in the league, so I would like to see some more aggressive picks on the support and mid-roll so they can actually make something off of Razork's pressure.
And we've been talking about the meta and how it would benefit some team and not the others. And we had the discussion around Trimby as well, mostly being known for his Enchanter champions outside of Rakan, of course. How big of a hit is it going to bring to Fnatic, the fact that we had this patch change and maybe impact the meta more than we thought it would?
I didn't think it would actually be that big of a hit, but seeing how they drafted in game 1, I'm a bit worried because I feel like they didn't really know themselves what they were doing, to be honest, in this draft. Sort of seemed like they prioritized the Jax way higher than it needed to be, ran out of picks in the bot lane, so sort of just scrapped something together, and I don't think that Azir is a priority over the Tristana. In my mind, as you mentioned earlier, like Tristana, Kai'Sa, Maokai together on one side is a lot of good picks on one side, so I would not... I'm a bit worried, yeah. I would not do it like this, I think, in the next game. I would try to get more power picks and just more aggression on the bot side.
Yeah, because like even though it is a melee support technically in the Braum, that's a very different look to an All-Star Nautilus Rel, something like that, looking to like very heavily initiate towards fights. So I think that is a leaf that we need to see turned to show that extra element to Fnatic.
Now, when it comes to preparation here, because I think it's of course an aspect that's going to be important coming into this crucial series. When you look at Fnatic and the way they've been playing in the best of ones, being challenged but also being super dominant, is the fact that they have not been able to play from behind that often going to be an issue for them in the preparation they had and overcoming these issues?
I would say maybe. So I actually don't think it's even about being behind. It feels like they sort of panic in the game. You actually saw a stint of it this game where Jax would TP into the Nash way too early. It was 10k, and I think they even had vision on the Nash, so there was no reason to TP that early. And then off of that TP, they just started Nash. They knew they had no other options. They were kind of in a panic mode, and they knew nothing else than to start the Nash. And we saw the same play in the last regular season game against SK, where they randomly started the Nash, got aced, and lost the game. So I wouldn't have... I don't think it's about being behind. I wouldn't have that as the worry. It would be more just the shot calling in the team feels a bit too panic to me. Sort of like if something goes wrong, we have to do something quick to recover instead of just stabilizing and chilling a bit, because actually the game was not in that terrible of a state this time, and neither was it last time.
Yeah, I will say in terms of them not generating early game leads, where I'm kind of looking is top lane, like Oscar. That was a little bit odd. Like he was been lights out, I feel like, for the majority of this split. He's been really, really solid for the team. So the solo kill, a little bit mischaracteristic, it's not him. And then at the same time, I think Razork has been so fantastic too. So I'd like to see him be able to find a little bit more angles. He was trying to like go for repeated invades, like see if he could get a good timing against the Maokai. Never quite found it for him, but that's definitely something he's going to continue to be looking for.
When you look at what happened this year on the side of SK, they're now 4-0 over Fnatic. Fnatic who changed lineup, who changed players. But what does it say about SK maybe in terms of confidence going into this second game, the fact that they keep on winning against Fnatic here? We'll see right now, actually, as the draft is just starting. Ivern to open the banning phase on blue side, followed by Jace. What do we want to see here in terms of bans?
I would ban Tristana now if I'm Fnatic. I don't think they are necessarily looking to first pick themselves, and it's not something you want to play against. The double AD just seems really strong together with a facilitating jungler, almost impossible to deal with, actually.
Yeah, I will say too, it's been interesting to see because I feel like a lot of the bans have been the same. Even in our first series, when there was a side switch, they maintained. So Fnatic, when they were on red, were banning both the Rel and the Ivern, and there's two symptoms here. Is A, your prep coming to the week, you sort of know what you don't want to deal with, but I also think there's not a clear, like, hierarchy in a lot of champions at the top of the meta because we just haven't seen enough games yet on the patch. So the only real difference is going to be Fnatic on blue side picking up that LeBlanc ban here first, and I think eyeing things like that Kai'Sa for number 1.
Kai'Sa is very likely to get locked in first. I would just like to see more power picks, I think, from Fnatic. So in my mind, there's a lot of it right now. As you said, kind of the bans are sort of all over the place. Some teams even keep the bans, swapping sides, but there's just a lot of power picks. So I think if you're Fnatic now, you just look to get more of them than in the last game. It feels like it shouldn't be Maokai, Kai'Sa, Tristana on one side. It should be more split up. Maybe take the Tristana yourself here or the Kai'Sa first and then break the Kai'Sa Tristana combo.
Yeah, I think, I mean, just seeing the X kick on the Kai'Sa looked really strong in the last game and throughout the series. So yeah, that goes in, and then you're looking at, okay, is it going to be a Nautilus next to it, an All-Star, those sorts of things for Trimby, because I don't think this is a game where you can get away with playing like a support that wants to sit back, right? The synergy with Kai'Sa's passive with all-in supports is just a little bit too strong there.
I feel like Trimby is kind of known for his Rakan, or at least when I think about Trimby, I think about this Rakan, and last game it was banned in the 4-5. So if I'm Trimby this game, I'm probably asking for that to be picked before the bans, because I feel like that's his best meta champion right now. Not necessarily as known for his Rel or his Alistar, but his Rakan is really good.
Yeah, there are ideas, so take it away from the Xayah now that gets shown on the opposite side as well. I'm still thinking mid lane, Azir, Tristana seems like it might just end up being a bit of a handshake mid lane matchup again, with both teams having similar ideas. That's what we saw back in game number 1. But it was actually Humanoid that prioed the Azir over the Tristana last game. Maybe that ends up changing, but he's a bit of an Azir enthusiast.
The only difference this time is Certus is maybe not as keen going for the Tristana as last game, because they might lack AP here. It's hard to find an AP top laner guaranteed 4-5 with Rumble out as well.
Sure, and you don't have the Kai'Sa to do the AP
and you don't have the Kai'Sa, so might be the case that they skip the Tristana here, even though it's a very powerful pick.
We know how good he can be with the Akali here, so maybe that can be an option. I don't know if...
This gives them Rakan Xayah angle, or just going for the Braum. I think Braum is decent, maybe not the best against Azir, but good against Nautilus. Actually, I would probably not pick support here. I think I would go for something else, maybe secure your mid laner before bans and then take support on 4, because you have multiple support picks.
I will say Braum would be kind of nice here because you have an idea of like playing back, but it does sort of limit your engage options. So the Xayah does end up coming through from DOS. Get to see him on that in the bot side, and now we need to look like more towards the top side of the map. Last phase there was like the Renekton ban coming in, targeted over towards Irrelevant from the side of Fnatic, but with so many things open like the Nard, the Jax from the last game, it's possible we go into that again. But I think there might be a little bit more idea to try and find some dive champions to pair up with these supports.
So SK's idea here is just to ban blind picks on the top lane, because Oscar will have to blind with Irrelevant taking 5 pick on red. So Renekton is a good ban, decent blind on this patch. Next could be maybe an Ornn. We could be looking at maybe a Gnar actually, that Irrelevant played last game, but Irrelevant has to counterpick this game, and that's how I think Fnatic should have drafted in the last one. This is a very common red side draft strategy where you just leave the last pick for top lane. There you have the Gnar ban as the next blind pick in order for Oscar. So now what is Oscar gonna blind? It's a tough task actually to find a blind here and getting counterpicked with potentially having Poppy jungle against you that's running rampant already.
I wonder if we just get into some kind of like Sion situation on the top side of the map and they can play completely away from that lane, focus on the Kai'Sa down in the bot lane. Wouldn't be too far away from something that makes sense there. And a Jax ban, I think, opens up the idea of playing a little bit more just towards the tank on the top side, not having to worry about deal with the split push later on.
Should be mid lane locked in here.
More disengage tools for SK?
I mean, Irrelevant has been a fantastic Gragas player in the past. The nerfs have hurt its laning phase quite a bit. The extra cooldown, I think 4 seconds on the sustain from the passive, which is pretty meaningful because you're pretty just spamming spells up in the top lane matchups. And
I called it because
that's ridiculous.
Certus, I think, production, please help me here. I think he's 8-1 on Akali this year, and we know that it can be a good matchup against Azir. So I saw Certus having confidence. I was like, that's an Akali angle.
That's tough. I feel like there's still so much like CC that can be shown right now. You have like the Nautilus to sort of peel against that. Might not be the easiest team fight to navigate, especially if Razork does go the Sejuani angle.
6-1.
What do you blind top now?
Sion.
It's gonna be the Sion, yes. You're probably gonna get Gwend here by Irrelevant. So Irrelevant will have another chance to carry this game as he did in the last one.
Now, do we think Gwen can be a good angle here, or would you say
I mean, the
else?
enemy, like, Fnatic frontline is so big, I feel like Gwen would have a great time trying to shred that down. Yeah, you're going to have too much fun, I think.
So this is normally what you see from a red side draft, where you get the heavy counter pick on top, and then perhaps the more solid / aggressive bot side from Fnatic here. So much more aligned with what I think a draft should look like, and I feel like this is going to be maybe Fnatic taking over the bot side early game because Akali is not that strong. Sarukhan loses that lane to Kai'Sa Nautilus, and then SK having Irrelevant on Gwen to potentially carry them through this game in a good matchup.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a game where team fights become somewhat hard to navigate for both sides. I think Fnatic have, of course, really strong front line. They're going to try to play with like the range of the Azir turrets, but both backlines have fairly decent peel, so it's going to be very important. Certus and Irrelevant are finding their moments before they actually decide to go all in here.
Now, do we think SK can take it with the draft they have? Oh, Fnatic, can they come back here? I want to know, where should we keep our eyes on in the early game, especially if you had to pick one matchup that's going to define the entire early game?
I would say bot lane.
Yeah.
Bot lane?
Kai'Sa Nautilus versus Sarukhan is a matchup we've seen now for a couple of years, actually, and it's pretty much always decided level 1 or level 2, depending on how the trades go. So I think that's where I would keep my eyes.
I
agree.
You agree? Well, thank you. We'll see if they can make it happen. Fnatic had everything during the first phase of this summer season in the LEC. SK was struggling a bit, but it looks like they're managing to come back here. We'll see if they can close out the series 2-0, or if Fnatic can come back on this one. Take it away.
And welcome to Summoner's Rift. Game 2 between Fnatic and SK. And Certus as Akali, predicted by law, it is his 3rd most played champion. He got LeBlanc in game number 1. Correction, Kai'Sa in game number 1. Oh, why am I so out of it? Tristana.
And you know, people believe that I'm a Nocturne enthusiast.
Yes, but?
But I haven't played that champ in like 3 years now. I abandoned him in favor of Akali. So I've now been religiously playing Akali for 3 years. They're saying fa la la la. Oh, Fnatic. There are some SK fans there.
There's competition happening here between the fan bases. What I will say while they're chanting, I'm going to bring the mood down just a little bit and create a little bit of a somber moment. Because with Fnatic losing that first game, I want to talk about the stakes and the impact that this is going to have for Fnatic's chances in just a moment. Talk me through the early game while I figure out what's happening again.
Well, for those that don't know, the way that our season finals work is that the winners of each split auto-qualify, and then the remaining spots are granted based on championship points. So we have 3 splits. We have Winter, Spring, Summer, and those are the championship points that you briefly saw on your screen.
That was the standings. That was the standings.
Oh, that was the standings?
We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty in terms of the championship points.
But the point still stands that basically Fnatic didn't get a lot of points. They really don't have many at all, which means that for them to qualify for the season finals, it's not an easy road. Is it, Trevor?
It's not, and I will just try to simplify it. Obviously, if they win Summer, they will make it through. And for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places, obviously those percentages will diminish. All right, while we're still working on those graphics, we'll come back to that in a moment. Let's take a look at the early game. Reminder everyone that Oscar got an early lead in game number 1. And then Irrelevant just turned the entire tables on the entire game. He became a gigantic side lane threat. He was playing weak side initially, and then became the lead sort of pressure point because of that advantage. And with the Gwen and the Akali, SK could play to similar strengths this time around.
For sure. Irrelevant in the straight-up 1v1 matchup, you can see he's starting to bully out Oscar. Not a lot that Oscar can really do, especially when you get level 3, the E and the Q alone from Irrelevant just offers so much power in the straight-up trading. So makes a lot of sense that Irrelevant will have the push, and Markun also pathing towards the top side of the map to cover him. Mid lane matchup, the reason why Akali, especially in Europe, is considered a counter to Azir is just the amount of mobility that she has makes it so difficult for the Azir to really deal with her. But that only happens later on into the game. You know, she kind of needs around level 10, 11 when she's got Q maxed out and when she has 2 points in her ultimate. Then she becomes a much greater threat. Until then, Humanoid is just going to keep bullying her out. Around level 6, there will be a window where Certus will have some kill threats, but it very much depends on how Humanoid plays the lane. And he's an avid Akali player himself, so I imagine he won't allow that window open for long.
3rd most played champion of all time, 28 games out of his 250. I mean, that is a gigantic percentage. And a 70% win ratio for him. All right, let's take a look here. Do you think any shenanigans are afoot as Markun could be coming in here behind Oscar? Flashes over the wall. Will be able to charge heroically, and not just yet. Oscar got the flash out before the W, so gets the CT.
I'm surprised Markun didn't just throw that out immediately.
Yep.
Looked like he kind of hesitated for a second. I wonder if he was paranoid about Oscar's 3rd Q or what it was, but Oscar was able to flash away to safety. The wave is slowly pushing towards Oscar. Keep my eyes on Razork here. No, he's just going to choose to go back to base. Oscar running going to do the same. He knows that he has TP. Everyone's going to calm down, chill a little, and reset. And you can see where we looked across the boards in the bot side of the map. Noah and Trimby falling a little bit behind in the 2 versus 2, but nothing too significant. And in the mid, small advantage game.
All right, we finally got a chance to just quickly set this up. All right, Fnatic fans, please pay attention right now. If you look on the left of your screen, you'll notice that Fnatic have 60 championship points to SK's 120. You have to go deep in playoffs in order to get a chance to season finals. Vedias was explaining this a little bit earlier. I would like to show you exactly the amount of scenarios in which this will work out for Fnatic. So in a moment, on the bottom of your screen, take a look at the percentage scenarios. We've got some major lag in the software right now. It's just messing with me. But TLDR, Fnatic need to make a minimum of 4th in the summer playoffs. And if they do, in 2.8% of all scenarios in the universe, if they place 4th, they get to season finals.
So again, these are percentage of scenarios,
yes,
right? Which is not like the percentage chance.
It's basically Tony Stark looking at Doctor Strange and putting a few fingers in the air instead of
scenarios?
one.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly what it is, quick shot. And so basically, Fnatic... Oh, hang on a second, Trim
Right. We've had enough graphics for today. If the system's wasting a lot of time, what we do see is the dredge line not finding its target this time round. And Fnatic off to a small start. I think a little bit to be expected. Small advantage in that middle lane. And once again, Razork off to a little bit of a storm in the farming game.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Just this, it really gets on my nerves and I can't get that out. But we got the point. And that's the main thing, is that because of the fact SK have had better runs throughout winter and spring, they're in a stronger position to make it to the season finals. And after game 1, silencing a lot of fans, even here in Berlin. The SK supporters, they are here. That wasn't intended as a taunt. That wasn't
I was going to say, were you deliberately taunting the Fnatic fans?
It wasn't. And well, SK once again off to a strong start. Look, first objective, uncontested Dragon here.
So just going to be just fine. So we saw Oscar in it, while the Dragon was being secured, drop a control ward in the top side jungle. Observers are highlighting that for us now. Razork, knowing that Markun has just secured that Dragon, is going to steal away the Raptors. And he has a 20 CS lead over his jungle opponent. Razork has been doing a great job of finding farm where he can, stealing away enemy camps. And this is just tried and true for Razork now. He loves invading. Loves being in the face of the enemy jungler, keeping track of what he's up to, where he is. He did it in game 1. Didn't really result in anything significant. But now we see Trimby on the move, and he has his eyes on Markun.
All right. Won't be able to find anything just yet. Krug's actually going to body block any potential dredge lines. Numbers advantage in the top of the map for Fnatic. All out from Oscar. Irrelevant's literally just gonna hop away to safety, start going snip, 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 chucks out the needles for work, and here comes Razork. Masquerade's in trouble, the Q buys time, the stun locks it down, and Fnatic first blood.
Wow, Razork with the Sejuani passive, helping out Oscar Renin at the last moment to help secure that kill. Marcoon looking to interrupt.
All right, hit him with the buckler. Be able to find the damage. Oscar easily walks away. I thought he was going to chase a little bit more, but yeah, Fnatic on the board first, 1,000 gold up.
Now, the person that suffered as a result of this was Noah in the bot lane. Exekick and DOS did the correct thing. Recognizing that the jungler was on the top side of the map and Tribby was missing, they zoned Noah away from a lot of farm. You can see him down now 14 CS, and this will result in about a 400, 500 gold lead for Exekick, along with a couple of plays. But Fnatic overall leading in gold off to those advantages that Razork had been able to build for himself. SK though, smart play here, knowing that Razork needs to reset, have an opportunity to secure this Herald, and can look to funnel more gold down bot. But we look back at this 1v1. Oscar Renin knows that his support and jungle are top side of the map, so he looks to make a play. The two champions that were recently released do a bunch of stuff that, to the surprise of many, means that they can just sidestep everything. Dashes upon dashes upon dashes, but it was that passive from Razork. Oscar Renin helping apply it means that he gets rooted, and then Razork follows that up with the ultimate. That's the only situation where you can apply that double permafrost and walk away deathless. So good job there from the Fnatic top jungle. They find themselves with first blood.
And that means that small advantage on the top half of the map, minus CSE for Humanoid and Oscar, kill going the way of Razork. You called it out. Exekick has got a very small lead over Noah. The waves have been trimmed out for now. And as we approach 10 minutes, we're 2 minutes away from the next dragon spawning. That Rift Herald is once again in Marcoon's back pocket. I think SK got both Heralds in game one, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
We've got the first one here today. And for a team that demonstrated great early games on the side of Fnatic, great control, a lot of aggression in their play. SK have come in with drafts that have been good. They've executed well. And I think a lot of credit to sort of Marcoon, and as well as how the entire team has played around the laning phase. Let's see where that Rift Herald's going to get dropped, because for now, Marcoon's making his way towards mid.
So the key difference between game 1 and game 2 for SK, hang on, Marcoon looking for something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to find it though. Yeah, so the key difference between game 1 and game 2 is SK's Siege weaker. You're not running double AD carry, you don't have a Maokai this time around. Hitting a tower and setting up around an objective.
Gwen, Poppy, and Akali.
It's harder, and you're reliant on your solo lane as actually being in a pretty good position, right? You ideally want these champions to be slightly ahead of their opposition, or to play around those first item spikes, and you want them to have resources funneled into them, if at all possible. But I'm very much expecting this Herald to actually be thrown towards the bot side of the map, towards Exekick, to try and accelerate him. Which does mean that when you look at these neutral mid games, it is just going to be harder for SK to execute when you compare that to Fnatic's composition of two frontliners in the form of Nautilus and Sejuani. You also then have the Cassante creating chaos, with Humanoid and Noah just poking away and chipping at the HP bars of SK.
Called it. Rift Herald drop on him. Cassante creating chaos. Looks like Oscar was going for a little bit of push there onto Irrelevant under the tower. Farming between lanes. 1 plate secured top, 3 plates secured bot. Trimby and Razork were able to at least push DOS, Marcoon, and Exekick back. 1 and a bit plates left remaining, with now potential pressure onto Certus, but there's enough backup coming in here, so still minor gold leads. And I really like the highlight, Reddy, that you were talking about in terms of Certus and Irrelevant, and how ideally you would want them to be in that stronger position. But look, Certus is still coming online. Level 9 for now. He's only 100 gold behind, 10 CS down, which is very decent. So very good in the lane. Has had a little bit of presence from Marcoon, but we want to see him now accelerate it, pick up that tempo, use the kits, and try to generate an advantage for yourself.
It's not that as an Akali you need to walk out of the laning phase with like a bunch of kills or a lead. It helps if you can get those, but
neutral at this point is fine.
It's more that like when you get those first items, SE is going to have a lot of poke at his disposal, and ideally it's Akali's strongest points. You want to take advantage of that. DOS has found Noah.
All right, that's a knockup. Noah's still got Exhaust and Flash available to him. Razork has managed to find out Marcoon. The W down, and Noah gets another kill for Fnatic. Second of the game. Dredgeline catches the birdie, but there's no further follow-up. The Prism was used. Certus teleport to the mid lane. Irrelevant doesn't have his available, but there's another fight. DOS, why did you go back in? Because you're Rakan, you can fly right back out. And just to avoid any follow-up CC. And Certus now goes forward. Emperor's Divide finds the little boop. That'll be enough to interrupt the dragon. And this is becoming a little bit of shenanigans inside the pit. Razorg, no ulti, will be able to just Octic Assault forward. Certus looking for that execution. Will be able to dash away, dodging the dragon secured. While that's happening, Oscar trying to do Cassante things. Dashes and flashes and shrouds and needles, and this one time, nobody dies.
Oscarinin, though, with the clear health advantage in this situation, will force Irrelevant back, but frankly, a big misplay from SK in the bot side of the map. They hard overcommitted onto trying to get a pick onto Noah, but while the engage from DOS looked promising, the follow-up just was not there from the rest of SK. And Fnatic were quick to punish. They converted into another drag. Well, they converted into their first dragon. But SK doing what they can to get something back. First tower of the game goes over to Exekick. 1.1k gold lead in the AD carry's pockets.
I mean, how do you make sense of this now? With Xayah being that far ahead, good sign. But surely you would ideally, with the Gwen and Akali, want that lead or want that pressure elsewhere.
Well, at some point, Gwen in this matchup will flip. At least I think. Cassante's a weird champ.
Yeah.
Theoretically. I mean, in theory, you know, like, Irrelevant picked Gwen into Cassante because it's a good matchup, right? And at some point, Gwen should scale to a position where she can beat out the Cassante in a side lane. Akali, with now this proto belt completed, should now win. Certus now has kill threat. He wants level 11 so that he has the second point in his ultimate, which he should get off this wave. But now he has kill threat in his side lane. So SK is slowly getting to a point where their side laners should become a bigger threat. I talked about the level 11, and you see a Humanoid's like, so he doesn't want to run the risk of that. So really it comes down to like what Fnatic want to do at this point in time. They should feel stronger if they want to try and force fights. But I guess the more that I think about it, the more I realize how OP Kai'Sa is. Like, her scaling is just so strong with the AP build. Annoyed?
Well, instantly caught out beautifully. I mean,
so that's the worst case scenario.
Just beautiful, right?
That is the worst case scenario for an Akali. Fnatic doing the right thing, just attack one of the side lanes, create a disparity between the two mid laners. SK doing what they can to cross-map in the mid lane. You can see the collapse coming through from Fnatic now.
Not done yet. They're not done yet. Engage comes out, forces the flash. Trimby goes in, and that's going to get at least one back from Marcoon. 3 kills to 0, 1,200 gold up. I mean, Humanoid just scoops up Certus. He gets put on ice, sent to gray screen, and that's another kill in the bag. 1 for Noah, 1 for Trimby, and 1 for Razorg. And they do have control. I think what Reckless was saying on the analyst desk in terms of how game 1 felt a little bit like panicky at times from the Fnatic members. This time around, they're sort of patient in control, and they're dictating the tempo. They're dictating the flow of the early stage.
They just have weight. They have Nautilus as one, so starting a fight is just
So
100
much
times
easier.
easier than it was in game 1, which just it gives them a lot more agency, right?
I mean, you can actually start to fight.
Yes, you can actually, and that's what they've done, right? They've been able to find picks across the board. 3 kills now for Fnatic. Second Herald of the game to SK. That's 4 out of 4 now, all going into the pockets of SK. As Fnatic did secure that top tier 1 tower earlier, they're now going to secure the tier 1 in bot. And with the pressure that they have, they can keep pushing this in if they want to. I don't know if they want to overcommit to the tier 2 tower. Akali doesn't take towers quickly. Oh, this is smart. All right, so they take the bot tower, TP top. They know that Dragon's not for a minute and a half, so Oscarinin can catch this wave, push it out, reset, and then be ready for Dragon.
And this time around, it's Oscar that's 1,200 gold up. A near inversion of the previous Humanoid. Emperor's Divide into Razorg's waiting hands. That buys some time for Humanoid to use the Sand Soldiers. I think a teleport was interrupted. That was cancelled by Cassante in picture. And Irrelevant is taken down. Fnatic across the map playing well.
Observers highlighting for his Oscarinin doing work on the other side of the map. Irrelevant committed to that play, thinking that he had assistance on the way. But with that interruption, he was in a 2 versus 1, and Fnatic find themselves another kill.
I mean, look, I know Oscar got the prize and saved Fnatic's life, but an Emmy should be given to our observers. That was phenomenal picture-in-picture work to highlight it. The 4th kill secured now, and that gold lead grows even more. Dragon's up in 30 seconds to boot. So Fnatic looking a lot stronger, and it's, I don't know how many years I have been casting this game. When teams do not have a form of engage, it is so much harder to do anything. And you see, if you turn nameplates off, you'd think it was a different squad piloting these champions for Fnatic Game 1 to Fnatic Game 2.
an RFK gold lead Fnatic have. They're now sieging onto this mid-tier one, the last outer tower for them to secure. And SK doing what they can to hold the line, but the Dragon is the main focus. Fnatic push that wave in, Oscarinin joins up with them, and you see that multi-step plan now coming into place. They still have their tier 1 alive in the top lane. The vision is slowly being cleared out. And this Akali is just a little weak right now. Let's see if SK can do much, as Fnatic should feel so strong.
I can hear the members of Fnatic yelling and screaming. Trimby is a loud individual, trying to thwart off the pressure. Certus coming from the mid lane. Keep your eyes on that mini-map. 2,000 additional combat gold for Fnatic. The engage comes in from DOS. The Sand Soldiers are forward. Certus is scooped up by the Empress Divine, and Noah's on the back line. He's got himself one, and Certus is running for his life. Oscar will find it with the all-out 2-for-1 thus far. And now Marku's trying to get the damage back. Noah's trying to keep the Dragon aggroed, but it's Exekick, the most fed member of SK, that picks another one up. 2 for 2. And Irrelevant is pushing Fnatic out of the pit. SK coming back at the end.
I mean, yeah, it's a one team fight for SK. They were the initial, they were the initiators of the fight, I should say. And it was a close fight. I kind of want to watch exactly what happened, because I thought that was going to be a clean fight for Fnatic. The fact that they kind of reacted and could shut down Certus right from the start of the fight made me think that they could turn it. But now Razork is looking for more.
Oh, can he find teleport coming in? Irrelevant still got flash. Snip, snip, snip. Shroud keeping him alive for now. Needlework is on cooldown. Snip, snip, snip. The battle boar needs to run away. And Irrelevant's able to escape. But now Marku. No Poppycopter. Heroic charge forward. A buckler to the face. And one more auto. Ultimately, it's Humanoid that gets punished for that, and he TP'd in.
Yeah, a bit of a messy round out to the fight for Fnatic. SK find another. SK still behind in kills, but they're keeping the gold close. As you already said, Exekick right now has to be the carry for the team. Let's look back at this play. So it's Oscarinin who tries to catch out Doss. He sidesteps it, knocks up, re-engages. Then we see the hook connect onto Doss as well. Akali tries to come in from the flank, immediately gets chain CC'd. Oh, but Irrelevant and the Feathers actually do so much work onto Fnatic. They find themselves at half HP. And then Irrelevant finds Noah off on the flank, forces him out of the fight.
Moly. Look at the picture-in-picture. Look at the damage from those feathers. You can look it out in the replay.
Yeah, I didn't see it in the initial fight, but Exekick.
What the? 20 minutes in.
Again.
SK are on it. Timing-wise, if they got it. Remember, Humanoid just used the teleport. Oscar's starting his off into the pit. That's Trimby booted away to safety. Oscar and Razork stepping forward. 1600, 1200. It's SK with another 20-minute Baron. They've gotten up for now. They've escaped. They've done it again.
They actually do it back to back. 20 minutes in, and they just force the Baron.
I'm stunned.
Again, like coming into this series, I was literally telling Quick, it's in my notes. It was like, oh, we got to watch out for the Fnatic 20-minute Barons. Back-to-back games now, SK have done it, and they've caught Fnatic completely off guard. Another tower will go to Fnatic, but SK, the gold still in Fnatic's favor, but they are not going down without a fight.
And with the Baron-empowered side laners now for Gwen and Akali, look at this 1-3-1. Irrelevant immediately pushing top into the waiting hands of Humanoid. No one is matching Certus just yet, and there's no teleports either on the side of Fnatic. Whereas both are up for SK. So this is a fantastic window of opportunity for SK to pressure. Also, in a couple minutes' time, when Baron starts to run out, they should be able to potentially set up for this next Dragon. They've got 2 already. And if they end up getting an Infernal Soul with the comp that they have, this is a terrifying team for Fnatic to be staring down.
So we reset. 21 minutes in. The gold is pretty much dead even. And you then start to look at the itemization. Oscarinin, 2 items completed. Feeling pretty good. Razork, 2 items completed on jungle. He's been involved in every single one of Fnatic's kills so far this game. And basically, you know, I could run down all of Fnatic's roster. 2 items completed across the board is the TLDR. is the summary. So right at this point in time, Fnatic should feel stronger, but there's no objective for them to play around. SK are just trying to get as much gold as they can, try and spend it ahead of this Dragon spawning soon. I think Certus is going to be a little off, though, before he can actually complete his next major item. Does have the stopwatch, which will help him. But Exekick working towards what I imagine will be the LDR. Sitting on the last Whisper for now.
Man, SK Gaming pushing potentially ahead. If they are able to close this out, it'll be the first time they've ever beaten Fnatic in a best of series. Yes.
Wait, but didn't we look at the... Was that just a game score? It was 6-2,
Correct. They played in the Spring Finals of 2014, 3-1. And they played Spring Playoffs of 2021, 3-1. And they've never faced off again in best of. Wow. This is the third time that SK and Fnatic have played.
And SK would be undefeated against Fnatic this
year.
In
2023. Potentially as well be one of the final nails in the Fnatic coffin. Because Fnatic need to get to a minimum of 4th place and hope that Doctor Strange and the MCU is on their side. Because they need that eternal timeline. For now, though, it is still Fnatic with a kill advantage, a minor gold lead. And by no means is this game over. But I think when you consider SK with the 6th seed coming in, they had looked fairly lost throughout summer. Yes, they did pick up 4 wins, but it wasn't convincing necessarily. The way they've opened up and handled these two so far is a surprise to me, at least.
So there's the Kai'Sa poke that we were talking about. And this is going to be the annoying thing that SK have to deal with is Irrelevant pushes in top lane. Certus getting collapsed on. How's he going to get out of this?
Got the flash, got the shroud, sidesteps one, the vision, the perfect execution, and the belt. My word, literally needs almost the entire kit just to do so. But look at this, while that's happening, Mr. Relevant is on the top lane. He will secure at least 1 tower. It will be traded. Dragon is open. And it's Fnatic.
So he's going to base TP. Certus doesn't have ulti now, and this is an important fight.
Oh, Fnatic inside the pit. Noah's W was blocked. 7,000 hit points on the Dragon. Look at Doss looking for the flank. He's got the flash, he's got the quickness. And he wants to bring Fnatic down, make them feel sickness. That's a kick away, and all of a sudden, without Oscar, Fnatic got jumped on and collapsed. Doss gets the ulti across, and Certus finds Humanoid, finds Razork. The Dragon goes down, and another kill secured. SK 2,000 up, Dragon number 3, and Stamp Authority in the mid-game.
Marcoon just removes Oscar Renin from the fight right from the get-go. And with such a powerful frontline eliminated, SK can just tear Fnatic apart. Great execution once again from SK. And they've swung the gold lead in their favor.
Beautiful play, and I know that Irrelevant's parents are in the audience today. They need to have a word with their son and get him to change his name. It's Relevant. Fantastic play from the entire team, of course. But jumping and getting that tower now, SK are up 6 towers to 4, 6 kills to 6. 3,000 gold up, and that's Akali that was kind of
It has the ult. This champ is useless without an ult. And I mean, to be fair, he doesn't do a lot in this fight. The real playmaker here is Marcoon. That ultimate was so big. Razork then goes in, realizes, wait, my front line's gone. We got to disengage, and then look at the damage here from Irrelevant. Melts Humanoid. Huge. The engage from Doss is good. And then Certus flashes in with Execute completely untouched. The whole team can just kind of chase one target after the next. And Irrelevant is very quickly getting to that point where he's going to be very difficult to deal with. I forget exactly. I think it was the game against G2. It was Irrelevant on Gwen, where he was monstrous. And it was actually... It was when he TP'd into mid lane, and then G2 just killed him, that G2 then came back into that game. But the reason why I referenced that game is just another example of how terrifying this player can be on this champion. We talked about it during the regular season. I'm going to say it again. I think he is one of the best performing top laners that we have in the league right now. And Irrelevant continues to make his presence known.
And of course, with the changes that we're seeing on 13-13, everybody stepped up. That was what I wanted. Yes! That is exactly what I was hoping for. When I saw how many of those snips in the needleworks, I asked our producers to bring up the damage from that last team fight. And you just saw it. I mean, Irrelevant got, what, all that AoE across at least 3 members of Fnatic,
It's so funny to me that the only damage Marcoon did was Poppy ulting Oscar in a way.
And ironically, without that 118 damage, then Irrelevant couldn't have done what he did. So for Fnatic, it is now starting to feel pressure. The engage is out, Irrelevant zoning everyone away. Empress Divine whips completely. 1, 2, 3 members down. SK dunk on Fnatic.
SK with 5 members alive, Fnatic with only 2. The Baron is up for the taking, and SK are making the upset a reality. They are dumpstering Fnatic right now.
The first time in the organization's history will they win the best of 3 best of series. I mean, look, it's the 3rd time, so it's a bit of a embellished statement. More importantly, This will be the 5th win of 2023.
So watch Irrelevant here on the flank. Comes in from the blue buff angle and immediately dives onto the back line. Absolutely no protection as Trippy is locked up. Irrelevant with the sidestep on Humanoid's ultimate. And he just gets chased down. Razork fail flashes over the wall. And SK clean up the fight, get themselves a Baron, and now 5.5k. The Fnatic fans were so optimistic. Coming into this, the analysts were all saying they believe that the clear favorites in our league are G2 and Fnatic. Expectations were that the true El Clasico of G2 and Fnatic would finally be reignited. No one was expecting this SK to be as dominant as they are today. But they are surprising, they are turning heads. If they win here, they will play against XL on Monday. SK versus XL.
In the upper bracket. But also, look at the standings now. Every single Vitality fan in Golden Hornet at home is ecstatic about SK winning this. They want teams like Fnatic and ideally XL to drop down. That's how Vitality make it to season finals. More importantly, though, SK Gaming on the verge of 2-0ing, picking up the first surprise of the summer group stage, and putting themselves one step closer to the road to Montpellier in the season finals event. I do need to see more games, and I'm super excited about this because right now, SK 6k gold up. As long as they don't get surprised, they've got the 1-3-1 activated, they've got the empowered minions for now. You can see Razork looking at it, but he's gonna get through the Banshees. Gonna deal with that first. Noah's coming, Trimby's coming, Irrelevant's the target. Pop the bubble, look at the mini-map, pressure in. Killer Instinct forward, again buying so much time. Base is opened up in the middle for SK. Irrelevant will go down, but at what cost to Fnatic? Tower is gonna fall, Inhibitor's going to fall. SK have opened up the base. Not the worst for Fnatic, but they need to defend top.
So the important thing is the Dragon spawning in about 5 seconds time with Irrelevant dead for 40 seconds. SK just want to do as much damage as they can. Overstaying here is dangerous. Trimby on the flank.
Depth charge. Razork's going in, no prison available to him. Won't be able to escape.
But SK right now is just trying to buy as much time as possible. By keeping pressure on top, they're basically buying time for Irrelevant to be able to TP back into the fight. They just have to avoid actually getting into a fight with Fnatic.
20 seconds, prison's not available, but the depth charge is. Where is Trimby? The engage comes out first, and look at the needles. It is wrecking Razork. Certus sends his regards, but Cassante does Cassante things. Oscar's got at least one back. So far, 2-4-1 in the fight. That means that at least they've done enough. They've done enough damage to Fnatic to secure themselves the soul, unless Fnatic are feeling real bold.
But that is not what was supposed to happen. Humanoid now thinks that he can catch Certus. Trade of flashes. Humanoid, though, committing the ultimate means that with the soul up and available, Marcoon's going to start that one off. The situation that SK just found themselves in is if they had chosen to reset after losing their bot laner, it would have been, they would have lost the Dragon, they wouldn't have been able to contest it. Fnatic are doing they're kind of forced to try and find a fight here because they know that they have the numbers advantage, but Noah and Humanoid are too far away. So SK just commit onto the 3 members, and with their numbers advantage, they actually walk away the victors in that small skirmish, which now means that with no one alive, Fnatic can't contest the soul, and SK have been able to secure it. Well played by SK, they did the right thing in that situation, and it's netted them so many more advantages. Now they can wait for the Baron, or they can continue their siege. I think the smart thing for them is to just maintain vision control around the top side of the map, keep mid and top pushed in. Irrelevant doesn't have TP, so ideally they want Certus on the bot side of the map, but just pushing in mid and top will do for now. And they just play around Baron, wait for that to spawn, don't get overzealous, use that objective to then round out the game, round out the series, and face up against XL on Monday.
And Fnatic have got no margin for error. They know that SK are going to come at them. They know it's actually without Baron, it's going to be very difficult for SK to take towers. With Baron, they have to have a flawless engage. Razork, level 13 for now. Humanoid has got that Empress Divide, but no flash. Trimby just looking for his targets.
Okay, they're just pushing it,
forcing it.
Yep.
I mean, daring Fnatic to pull the trigger. If Fnatic start the fight and they get flanked to run around, those initiation tools from the Sejuani, from the Nautilus, they are pretty telegraphed. One direction. Oscar jumps forward, places the path, make it down, but he's the one that's getting wrecked! The needles are fine, they just don't find their target. Glacial Prisoner's already come out, Oscar's running, Razork is running, Certus is looking for the execution! But the Shuriken won't find its mark. SK will not find the kill, but they will survive the engage and they'll take another inhibitor.
Certus doesn't quite have the damage to pick off Oscar in SK.
Line finds its target, look at that! Trippy is obliterated. Is sent packing. Noah's trying to shoot missile off the missile. Tagging irrelevant. Teleport coming back in, but Fnatic on the retreat. Then a 5 versus 4. Supers pouring through the middle lane. And Fnatic cannot stand toe-to-toe with the dipping, dodging, ducking, and diving of SK's comp.
Fnatic are exploding under the power of this Infernal Soul. The damage is relentless. DOS getting chipped away at here by Noah. He's looking for a kill, but the Baron spawns in 20 seconds. SK need to reset. They need to spend what gold they can and get back out on the map as Fnatic do damage control. They need to clear out these minions. They need to get into a position where they can potentially contest this Baron, and if they can, then a comeback is a possibility. But SK are out teamfighting Fnatic. They are playing the map better than Fnatic. And Fnatic are beginning to crumble. And bear in mind, if Fnatic lose, they will face against Mad Lions in the lower bracket. And I don't know if anyone was here for Spring, but we've seen that story before. Fnatic begin the Baron.
And they find this one before SK look for the initiation. Noah tags the W.
Oh!
That's fantastic! And the verdict is in! SK are looking for the win. Marcoon has been exceptional, and so has the rest of the team around him.
Marcoon lands the perfect ultimate onto Razork and Oscarinin. The front line is evicted. Humanoid is eviscerated. And SK is looking to knock Fnatic down to the lower bracket.
SK are invigorated. If they close this series out, and they are just about to, in 75% of all scenarios they advance. If SK beat XL on Monday, SK Gaming will advance to the season finals event, be one of the 6 teams on the road to Montpellier, and it starts by killing this Nexus. It means a 5th time this year SK take down Fnatic, and just a few more kills stand in their way. 1, 2 have already fallen, a 3rd shortly, and as the Nexus begins to drop, SK Gaming stun Europe and silence Fnatic. Exakick is fired up. And I do not blame him.
5-0 this year. SK have not dropped a single game to Fnatic. SK surprised many today, and so much credit needs to be given to Irrelevant and Exakick. Their performance was fantastic throughout the series today. Massive contributing factor to why SK was able to walk away with the dub. A 2-0 performance. They will move on to face XL on Monday. And what a turnaround for SK.
Go say hi. I was waiting. There's a bit of a traffic there for the SK players, silencing many of the Fnatic fans. What this means for SK, and of all remaining scenarios, 75% have them advancing. Remember, they have 120 points already going into today. Now that will go up with a minimum guarantee. If they beat XL on Monday in the upper bracket, they will guarantee themselves that season final seed along with the Mad Lions in G2. So that's very exciting.
Yeah.
More importantly for me, the adaptation to 13-13, the team does look focused, revitalized. The prep time, things that Mac was saying earlier in the day around how their team was able to prioritize the prep, the research, the training. It just felt like SK knew what they were doing today.
No, they did. And I'm glad that we've got these players on our screen for Player of the Series because they've all been instrumental. You can vote at LEC on Twitter, Irrelevant Exakick DOS. It's a tough one for me. I'm leaning towards Irrelevant, but Exakick and DOS with their great engages, the way that this bot lane played. And I think for me, the thing that stands out the most is when we praised SK so much in winter when they made top 4 for the first time. It was off the back of this young AD carry, the one that they were constantly investing in. He was consistently playing at such a high level and people were excited. And in spring, that disappeared. Exakick fell off a cliff. His level of performance just wasn't there. And I feel like today was the first time that we really saw him back in action, back in form, with the team around him being at the same level.
I think that's the crucial one for me, the last line, the team around. I really feel like as a unit, SK were just on the same page. I feel like they were coordinating their calls. I think Marcoon silently impactful in the early game and then significantly impactful later on. But I also think the fact that the games were slower from Fnatic's side, that caught me off guard.
That was very surprising.
I almost wonder if even like the changes from regular season to group stage, that's not the look of Fnatic I was expecting or anticipating. and arguably kind of worked for SK.
A part of me feels that while SK changed, Fnatic kind of stayed the same. But you know who can give us better insight?
Yeah.
SK can. So let's toss it over to an interview with Trub.
I didn't know you were going to do that. That was great.
That was it, great. Thank you very much, guys. With me, the victorious Markoon and Irrelevant. Guys, congratulations on the win. Huge into starting your group stage. I'm just going to ask you, Markoon, how are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, to be honest, I was pretty confident coming into this match. I'm pretty sure no one else really expected this outcome, or at least I was browsing social media a little bit and it seemed very Fnatic favored. But I mean, I'm pretty sure we're all very confident and we had 2 weeks of very good scrims, so I think it showed.
Talking about very Fnatic favored, Oscarini has been doing a fantastic job in the top lane, but Irrelevant. I have 2 clips here that I want you to break down for me, if you will. I'm pretty sure you got 2 solo bolos on both solo laners in the first game. Do you mind running me through this?
I mean, honestly, I think he's just kind of trolling. Like, he's completely chunked and he doesn't have TP and he's jumping into me, so I'm not sure what he's doing. Yeah, that's all.
That was a great punish, though. And what about this one?
This one, honestly, when you play with Fnatic, you will notice that every time you get Nash, Humanoid will try to cross-map enemy top tier 2, and I called it in-game. And he did have TP advantage, and I didn't. But I was sure I was just gonna go there and kill him, and then we can keep sieging with Nash.
Honestly, that's lovely to hear, though. You guys seem to have studied Fnatic a lot and know their patterns. Now, of course, you weren't Fnatic's first choice. You have been 3-0 on them the entire year. Every single time you faced them, you beat them. But Razork was not allowed to pick the team he picked, so that they ended up picking you. How did you feel with that?
I mean, I was watching their Legends in action as well. And I think I heard Trimby saying that we were pretty free as well, so I just kind of wanted to stop them after that. But I mean, I don't know. I think after they lose to us in the way that they lost at the end of the regular season, I think I would have chose like the other side. I wouldn't like to play the team that I just lost to, but they tried.
And how do you feel about that, Irrelevant, being 3-0 and up and being chosen to play against them again? Of course, in the best of scenario this time.
I mean, honestly, I came in today and I didn't really care. I just wanted to win lane. And I think I did pretty good. That's all.
Indeed, you did. Now, guys, I want your thoughts because XL also won today, and you're going to be facing them. Markoon, ex-XL player as well. How do you feel about this best of?
Yeah, pretty fun. I mean, they're getting a bit too hyped, I feel like. I kind of want to like get them back down.
And talking about XL and top lane, Odo brought out Rumble, again, one of his most successful champions as well. Do you have anything up your sleeve for that one?
I mean, today I didn't, so we banned it 2 times, but I don't know, maybe next week?
In 2 days.
Actually, 2 days, yeah. Actually, we never won the first series. Yeah, maybe. Not sure yet.
Okay, fair enough. You guys have been studying the teams really well and their patterns. Now, Irrelevant, I've heard that your parents are over here on stage. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
I mean, I guess, thank you for always supporting me and giving me the opportunity to even go pro. Like when I told them I didn't want to continue school, they were always supportive, and yeah, it means a lot to me and I'm really thankful.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, guys. Now I'm gonna do something that I don't usually do. I'm gonna say congratulations for the win, and I'm gonna leave you right here. Because Irrelevant, I have your mom right there that just heard everything that you just said. Thank you very much for joining me. It has been a difficult year for Irrelevant and SK Gaming, but today he was fantastic and he thanked you for supporting him on his journey. Do you have anything to say to him?
You have never been irrelevant to me.
That is the best ending to the series. Thank you so much for joining me. Over to you guys in PGL with Exakick.
That was such a wholesome moment. Thank you for this trouble. And welcome to the LEC post-game lobby where I'm joined by Reckless and Exaki. It's going to be a bot lane centered VGL here. Exa, how are you doing?
Very good, obviously. I think it's finally nice to play slow and calmly on stage, even though we had some misplay like on timings and stuff and we die a bit isolated, but I think overall we played very calm, and I think our coaches are proud for now because sometimes in scrims we are a bit of a mess sometimes.
Yeah, I think especially your first game was really impressive with how you guys played together. No one's inting, no one's doing anything crazy in a fight or in a side. You're all on the same page. They're all on the same page, yeah.
You know why? Because in scrims we played like 30 games of Kai'Sa, and with AP Kai'Sa you can't really play fights fast, or it's not in your advantage, I'd say. So I was just like, wait W, and I just killed him because the champ is broken.
Yeah.
I think it was just good. I'm happy.
We were talking on the desk about the Zeri first game. I want to have your take on it because we thought the champion was gone with the new patch. What did you think of Fnatic's approach here? And do you think it's the kind of champion that we may see again, even though it didn't work?
I think it was useless.
Okay.
I think this champ is nerfed. I think the thing that made it viable in this game was that there is a certain take with static now that it's case on level. You go DMAT and you DMAT 3 range minions, and then you can match the Kai'Sa OP strat as well. But I think this champ is just weak, honestly.
Would you say the same if they were to go for an Enchanter on 5? Because that was the only logic in my head. They go for Seri on 4, Lulu on 5 and try to power the Seri, but without the Enchanter it didn't make sense to me.
What did we have in support?
You had...
Alistar? Yeah, Alistar.
Yeah.
Alistar blind,
yeah, that would be a bit better, I think. But I think overall the champ... How I see it is that we play sides with Tristana and Na, so the champ doesn't get any fight, right? And now it's Ranger on mid because my champ is broken, and I just throw double with Sperma. So yeah, I think it's not so bad, but I think it's like I would put it like B tier in like the 80s.
Yeah, there's a lot of better champs, I feel, right now to be playing on the bot lane. Markun was talking about the fans' perception coming into this series and the fact that Fnatic was, of course, highly favored. What did you think of your odds? Of course, you thought you wanted to win, but and how much did it fuel you, the fact that fans were on Fnatic's side?
I didn't check Twitter or anything, so I didn't know. But I think I was just very frustrated in the regular season because I think we were way better than we showed on stage because we were probably very nervous. And I was confident, honestly, because I don't know. I think we just play well when we want. We want to make the effort, and we are like, okay, guys, let's not int and stuff, and we play together as a team. And I was personally nervous because there is a lot of like noises. Although I don't know it's in English, but like a lot of pressure on me because I'm playing against Noah and he's very hyped and stuff. But I think I showed up today, so I'm happy. And yeah. I think they are not as strong as they were in the regular season.
Yeah. But what you're saying makes me really happy because that's exactly what I said on the desk. The fact that you need the confidence. And performing so much against a player like Noah was giving you the necessary fuel to just take on second game. And I'm going to be really honest here. We've been talking when I was in Korea, and you were telling me we keep on winning in Scrim, we keep on winning in Scrims, and it doesn't show up on stage. What did it take for you guys to recover and finally found your groove in the LEC and in playoffs today?
It took us a lot of meetings, honestly. And it just took us like speeches. Like, it's so OP to just say like, guys, we watched the DRX documentary and let's say just have fun. And I think we are a very emotional team because are we the youngest roster in
you might as well be,
I think
one
we
of
are.
the youngest, yeah.
So yeah, we are very emotional. So when we are confident, I think we perform very well.
And how was that experience for you this summer? Because coming into the year, you were one of the best ADs in the league, maybe the best alongside Hans in winter. And then spring was a bit shaky, summer maybe even more so. How's that experience been for you? How are you with your emotions?
I mean, it's more about my own confidence, right? I think in winter I was playing very well, and it's like I was not caring about anything. It's like kind of weird, it's happening, but you are in the zone perma. Like in winter I was actually very, very good, I guess, a bit. Like if you check my gold GG, I was very good. And then
the second best or best, I think.
Yeah, I think Hans is the best AD in the league. Also because he has Mickey and he's very good as well. They are very good together and as a team. But yeah, I was very like respectful or looking up to Hans in winter, so I was very I was very hungry to learn, right? Then in spring I think I got a bit of ego, if I can be a bit honest with myself, and I was playing pretty bad, and then I was looking up to Karzy because I think he was probably the best AD in the spring split. And then this split I was like, okay, I will just not care again and just try to perform, focus on myself. I'm trying very hard, even though sometimes it's like hard. And yeah, I think so far I'm happy. I just play my lane, I play my champs, 30 games on streams on the same champ, and at some point you're just a robot and you just perform.
Yeah, today you performed really well. Deathless series today against, as you said yourself, one of the most hyped bot lanes right now in the league. So really impressive to see that after all this time, after everything up and down, you can still manage to come out on top and perform.
It's so hard this format. Honestly, if I can say like this, 9 games. If you start bad, you have so much pressure, and for a team like us, it was very hard. But I felt like we did the same in winter. Like start bad, then go 3-0 against the best teams. It's like a bit of a roller coaster, but. Yeah, I mean, I think we have a good momentum now, and I'm just looking when we play like Monday against Excel.
Yeah,
I'm just looking forward to play against
well,
the bold team.
We can talk about this now because I feel like we've had a lot of upsets today, honestly. Excel winning 2-0 against Mad Lions was for sure one, and then you guys winning 2-0 against Fnatic was the second one. So yeah, you guys will be facing off on Monday. Have you been able to watch the series, the first one? Or maybe you were just prepping? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember because right now I'm like, full stressed and stuff, but I've been watching. Yeah, I think I was a bit surprised. But I feel like I hope Mad gets the momentum back, honestly. Wait, so that means either Mad or Fnatic doesn't make it?
Yeah, they're out after the next series.
It's going to be a tough one.
It's a bit sad.
For
but
sure.
yeah, I was a bit surprised, like everyone, I think.
Okay. Well, how do you anticipate this matchup to go against Excel? What is your understanding of the team? I know you can't say too much, of course, keeping the tech for you guys. But yeah, still.
I want to say something that I said to Reckless, but I can't say it about a certain champion.
You should probably keep it to yourself.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we're gonna watch the draft, watch how they play, and I don't know if we stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. Just relax and come prepared.
Well, if you guys win against Excel on Monday, you're 100% locked in season finals. How do you feel about this?
Hyped, because also if I make it, or we make it to the grand finals, it will be in France. And I don't know, I'm just thinking about a crazy scenario, right? Me and Hans play against each other, because I think the other team would be G2, because they are very, 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 very good. I think they are just, right now, the best team in Europe, how they play tempo, how they understand the meta, and they have the best player in the world on mid lane. So, yeah, I just want to... If I can make it to Montpellier against Hans, it would be a dream.
Well, I would be happy having more French players on stage, of course. You were mentioning G2. I want us to take a look at what's going to happen tomorrow. Team Heretics versus BDS on the first game, and then G2 versus Koi. Reckless, any thoughts on this one? I mean, we would say they are pretty one-sided, especially G2 versus Koi. But yet again, we had surprises today. So how can we anticipate tomorrow's series?
Yeah, after today, it's hard to say, honestly, where this is all going to go. But I would like to mention that this patch is really exciting.
I love it.
The games are great to watch. I don't know how it is to play, but they're amazing to watch with the melee supports, brawling everywhere. Feels like everyone has agency in the game. It's amazing to watch.
I mean, it's just not boring anymore. Like, I've been playing Aphidos, Jinx, and Lucian and Zeri for like 10 years or something, so it's very nice. And yeah, I think being aware of, I mean, it's kind of technique, like being aware of tempo is very important now, because if there is a random melee support that's popping up on your top lane and kill your top laner, then the map explodes. So yeah, it's very, you need to be more decisive, and it's very nice, I think. And also, I think everyone just has new picks to play. The only thing I would remove is static, obviously, because this item is not balanced and completely boring. Because yeah, it's a bit not fair play, but yeah, I think it's very good. I like it.
Well, we'll see how the meta evolves during this group stage. One last thing that I would like to touch with you guys. You were mentioning Hans and how much you look up to him. I also remember that the first time you faced off against Reckless in the LFL last year, you were happy to take him down. And I know how much you look up to him as well. So Reckless, can you tell me what you think of Exakic's improvements and journey in the LEC this year?
Well, in the LEC, it's been honestly just impressive from day one. I guess, like you said, a little bit dropped the ball in spring, but coming into winter, second best to best AD, all the way to now, Deathless series against Fnatic on the bridge, on the verge of making season finals and being top 4 in the league. That's just impressive from day one. I think last year it was maybe more surprising for me because you're playing in the LFL, and I was used to coming from the LEC scrims and that level of play. And coming there and seeing you guys, like how good you were individually and how good you guys were in the LALC, it was actually crazy that a player of your caliber or a team of that caliber was in the ERL, because I think you guys were amazing. It was really cool to play you last year.
I mean, if I can give like some shout outs to my old teammates, which I love a lot, because I think, honestly, it's not to like be cocky or something, but I think we could play in LEC.
I think so too, yeah.
And to see that, I don't know, the Ragnar is very good, like probably one of the best ops in the LFA right now. Yike is just very good. Eika still good when he's. No, I won't say it because he will be offended. But I don't know, the best teammate I've ever had, and just us being my partner, right? And just I don't know, I miss them sometimes because it was so fun to win everything, kinda. But yeah, I think I have still a lot to learn because I might choke giga hard if I play internationally.
National?
So yeah, I think I'm not there yet, but I'm happy with my growth, kinda, and yeah. I think it's
For
nice.
being your first year in LEC, it feels like you have so much in front of you. It's crazy to think actually that's his first year. It doesn't feel like that.
When I take a step back,
first year,
yeah. When I take a step back, it's very nice. But I don't know, just life in LEC is very nice also. In Berlin, it's kind of different. So yeah, I'm just hyped. I just don't think about it too much. I just live day by day, kinda.
Live in the moment.
I'm a bit young, so yeah, I just enjoy it, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Of course, you have all the time in the world, and yeah, it's the beginning of the journey here. Congrats again on taking down Fnatic 2-0 tonight, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what SK can show in the rest of this group stage. Reckless, thank you so much for being in PGL with me as well. We're gonna take a selfie for this bot lane at PGL here as a sign-off on the first day of the group stage. How do you want to do it? Like this?
Good like this, yeah? Okay.
There you go. Thank you guys. Merci beaucoup. And tomorrow we'll be back with Group A, kicking off the day with Team Heretics versing us against the spring finalist Team BDS. Until then, have a good night. Bye-bye. Au revoir.
Has to fish for the charm. Peach, the potential here for the play. Kicks into the wall. The feathers fly, but he still finds one. He wants one more. Carzzy flash back. Cindy flash in. The triple, baby!
Peach popping off here on the Lee Sin. 3 kills now.
That said, instant engage, instant knock-up, 1-2 punch here. Limit trying to make his way out, but the feathers fly. Limit now stepping forward. It's just going to try to shut down Carzzy, but Carzzy has the cleanse up and available. Limit now going to be in trouble. That's going to be 1 kill coming in. Able to finish that one now. Peach now needs to get the hell out.
You can fight here,
You can fight here if you want.
Then we go.
Can you go? I ult.
No flash not, no flash not.
Ping. Oh. Let me keep chasing, guys. Keep chasing.
Niski, first in the world. No! The Void Seeker finds its mark in. Limit onto the backside, trying to find the angle. Instantly paired with the Rumble Ultimate. It's Carzzy in the midst of the entire team. He just gets deleted. Excel are eating Mad Lions alive in the pit. They don't even need the objective.
And that means that your front line is going to die faster than Fnatic's. It's Oscar in it.
Solo kill available for Irrelevant. Flash for flash. Hyper. First blood.
He's spacing now. I wanna go. Just not flash. One shot. Nice.
Gonna try mitigate that engage.
So now SK go back to the fantastic.
Oh, that's Humanoid taken out. Exa jumps in and makes it rain. Flash away for now. Certus buying time thanks to stopwatch Exa kick. Looking for the assassination. He finds one. Looking for the second through the exhaust. With the help of Irrelevant, they do it. It's literally just gonna hop away to safety. Start going snip. Chucks out the needles for work. And here comes Razor. Mudskeridin's in trouble. The Q buys time. The stun locks it down.
Like her scaling is just so strong with the AP build. Annoyed.
Well, instantly caught out. Beautifully done. And he wants to bring Fnatic down, make them feel sickness. That's a kick away, and all of a sudden, without Oscar, Fnatic got jumped on and collapsed. Dots gets the ulti across, and Certus finds Humanoid, finds Razork. The Dragon goes down, and another kill secured. SK 2,000 up.